Something that you need to be talking to Sokar, and I would be happy to create a contact between yourself and them, your team and their team, so that they can start
all day to pay the bills I have to pay. Ain't it sad? And still there never seems to be a single penny left for me. That's too bad. rich man's world. A man like that is hard to find, but I can get him off my mind. Ain't it sad? And if he had
Dear delegates, ladies and gentlemen,
free up,
please take your seats. We are about to start. Thank you.
that's too bad. So I must leave. I'll have to
Excellencies, distinguished delegates,
to
I declare open the 11th meeting of the COP. Colleagues, this is a final stretch. We have all been working very hard over the past 2 weeks, and I know that none of us want to leave without a good outcome on our key deliverable. The eyes of the world are rather focused on us. Our time is not on our side. And I ask you to now step up your engagement with those draft decisions and conclusions that are ready for adoption. I will also report back on the outcomes of the consultations undertaken by the presidency. The order in which the agenda items will be taken up is posted on the screen. Agenda sub-item 2H, adoption of the report of credentials. In accordance with Rule 20 of the draft rules of procedure being applied, the Bureau has examined the credentials and submitted its report. The report on credentials is contained in CP/2024/CMP/2024/6, CMA/2024/6. I invite the COP to accept the credentials of parties contained in the CP/2024/10, CMP/2024/6, CMA/4/6. I invite the COP to consider sub-item 2B, adoption of the rules of procedure. At the resumed first meeting of the COP on Monday, 11 November, I propose that Elchin Allahverdiyev, a senior member of my delegation, hold consultation on this matter. While there was an appreciation of the importance of this matter, delegation maintained their position on fundamental issues. I regret to inform there was no consensus on this matter. I propose that the COP continue to apply the draft rules of procedure contained in document CP/1996/2 with the exception of draft rule 42. This matter will be included on the revision agenda of the next session in accordance with the Rule 16 of the draft rules of procedures being applied.
I have
No objections.
if I got
I invite the COP to consider agenda sub-item 2G, dates and venues of future sessions. At the resumed first meeting of the COP on Monday, 11th of November, I propose that Yalchin Nafiyev, a senior member of my delegation, hold consultations on this matter. I invite the COP to adopt draft decision contained in document CP/2024/L. No objections. I have the honor to give the floor to Her Excellency Marina Silva, Minister of Environment and Climate Change of Brazil, to address the plenary on behalf of the government of Brazil, hosting of COP30.
sense of responsibility, great challenge, collective challenge that we are receiving from the designated presidency of the Conference of the Parties. We know how we came to this point. We know the many challenges we have ahead of us for each and every one of us. What we need to achieve at COP30 in Brazil, which will take place in the heart of the Amazon region, it will be the result of that which for over 3 decades we were capable of weaving with our ethical commitment and political commitments. And with that, which is most important, that which is in front, which is the most important thing for each and every one of us, which is the chain of life on Earth, the balance of life on Earth. These weaving of lines, they come from the Paris Agreement, from the consensus of the UAE, and also of what we have been capable of producing here in Baku. If we are capable of producing a path, or at least a new way of walking, as say an Amazon words, Dubai was a COP of the alignment of the efforts that we need to undertake to prevent an overshooting of 1.5 with local temperature. Here in Azerbaijan, our main task is to make sure that this alignment receives adequate resources, the adequate financial resources and means of implementation to fulfill the vision 1.5. To our central goal is that of having NDCs sufficiently ambitious to reach the mission 1.5. It's a great challenge that we can only achieve with effort and collaboration of each and every one of us. Above all, after the difficult experience we are having here in Baku, we need to reach some result outcome which is minimally acceptable in the line of the emergency that we're facing. It is fundamental that before we reach COP30, that we can have an alignment coming together. And within our countries, the sense of urgency in face of the crisis that the world is facing is certainly the first alignment, the necessary and real willingness to cooperate in which we are the revitalization of what today is it's become more and more watered down, which is a sense of solidarity, of which we look that day to day we're moving away from, and we need to another alignment is to bring the solidarity again. Only this will we be able to reach in Brazil the most important mission that humankind has attributed to us, and that it hopes that we have the capacity of fulfilling it. And with that, and conveying a strong message, we are receiving a strong message each day from all of our citizens. Societies demand that first and foremost we need to realign to path with their sense of urgency and willingness and responsibility, because we are the front line of the changes that will save humanity from much suffering and will guarantee the life in the planet. Carrying realizing the COP30 in the Amazon, in a territory so symbolic as the Amazon, it's a turning point to restore and strengthen that which we seem to be losing in each extreme event. This is one of the greatest challenge that we have ahead of us. May COP30 be for us this invitation for us to be willing to confiar, which in Portuguese means weaving together. It can also be translated as weaving together, like the women who weave, like the indigenous women who weave together in the forest, and that they make this conversation, understanding, and mutual support the great life to support their lives. And that may us understand that solidarity, a feeling of solidarity and trust, it is the source of success for each COP, and especially for that which will be called the COP of COPs, where every one of us will be devoted with hope, but also with great expectations that we can come to Belém with NDCs aligned with 1.5, and that we have here enabled the necessary means of implementation to implement these commitments. There's no more time to lose. We need to trust. Trust is weaving together. May we learn with the weavers of the Amazon and all the traditional communities in the world that we need to trust and to weave and trust so that we can have a better world and a better planet and a better world for all the life in the planet, including ours, the humankind. Thank you very much.
Collective action. Acting together for the planet means joining forces to tackle the climate crisis. Only through cooperation among all nations can we address global challenges. By embracing the principles of multilateralism, solidarity, and innovation. Brazil holds a historic commitment to acting for our planet. We hosted Rio 92 and Rio +20, and we actively participate in international negotiations for climate solutions, seeking consensus and promoting enduring partnerships. The Global South is part of the solution. In Brazil, over 90% of our electricity comes from renewable sources, such as hydropower, solar, wind, and biomass. For 50 years, we have relied on ethanol, our biofuel. Brazil is committed to combating climate change. We have reduced deforestation in the Amazon by 50%. Our goal is to end deforestation by 2030, and we are moving every day toward an economy less dependent on fossil fuels. A nation committed to energy transition, demonstrating that development and sustainability can go hand in hand. Climate change is already a reality. There is no time left to waste. The time to act is now. Together, we must reduce vulnerabilities and build our resilience. We share a life on planet Earth, and we are interdependent in facing climate change. And Brazil knows this. We are a diverse nation, along with riverside communities, Guayambala, and indigenous peoples. We have large cities and the largest financial center in Latin America. In 2025, the Brazilian Amazon will be at the heart of global negotiations, continuing decades of work. Ready to host COP30, Belém, the capital of Para, exemplifies the union of innovation, diversity, and hospitality. This COP will place people at its center, a gathering of diverse realities to face our shared challenge. The climate crisis demands immediate action. Belém, the Amazon, and Brazil are ready to welcome you. Welcome to COP30.
Thank you, Excellency. Very good film. Dear Brazilian friends, we look forward to working with you in preparing for COP30 during the coming year. Dear delegates, I invite the COP to adopt the resolution entitled Expression of Gratitude to the Government of Azerbaijan and the people of the city of Baku, contained in document CP/2024/L.8 CMP/2024/L.4 CMA/2024/L.14. If no objections, sorry. Thank you. As usual, the adoption of the resolution will be reflected under the item 20 of the COP report. I invite parties to return to agenda sub-item 2F. Excuse me, let's continue. I see the Brazil requested for the floor. Please.
Mr. President, dear delegates, we want to have the opportunity to not only have the resolution expressing the gratitude, but also to really express our sincere appreciation and gratitude to the host of this conference, the government of Azerbaijan, and the people of the beautiful city of Baku. And we have to say that we were amazingly well treated, and we have a special thanks to the volunteers who were always greeting us with a smile every day we would arrive here.
Thank you. I invite parties to return to agenda sub-item 2F, organization of work, including for the session of the subsidiary bodies, regarding the following two matters forwarded by the subsidiary bodies. National adaptation plans. At the resumed fifth meeting of the COP on Monday, 18th of November, I invited Antwi Boasiako Amoa and Meredith Ryder-Root to continue to co-facilitate consultations for this matter. I invite the court to adopt the following conclusion. The court requested to SBI to continue consideration of this matter at its 62nd session, June 2025, on the basis of the draft text available on the UNFCCC website, with a view to recommending a draft decision for consideration and adoption by COP at its 30th session, November 2025. No objections. This should be signed. Thank you. Poznan strategic program. At the resumed fifth meeting of the COP on Monday, 18th of November, I invited Tuduzile Nelen Getwa Masina and Stig Svenningsen to facilitate technical discussions on this matter. I invite the COP to adopt the draft decision contained in document CP/2024/L.3. If no objections, so decide. Thank you. I invite the COP to consider agenda item 4, reporting from and review of parties, including in Annex 1 to the Convention. This matter was considered by the SBI. With regard to status of submission and review of national communications and biannual reports from parties included in Annex 1 to the Convention, the SBI adopted conclusions at its closing plenary on 16th of November. With regard to completions and synthesis of biannual reports from parties included in Annex 1 to the Convention, the SBI adopted conclusions at its closing plenary at 16th of November, agreeing to continue consideration of this matter at SBI 62. Regarding the report on national greenhouse gas inventory data from parties included in Annex 1 to the Convention, the SBI adopted conclusions at its closing plenary on 16th of November, agreeing to continue consideration on this matter at SBI 62. I invite the COP to consider agenda item 5, reporting from parties not included in Annex 1 to the Convention. This matter was considered by the SBI with regard to information contained in national communications from parties not included in Annex 1 to the Convention. The SBI adopted conclusions at its closing plenary on 16th of November, agreeing to continue consideration of this matter at SBI 62. With regard to provision of financial and technical support for reporting from non-Annex 1 parties could not conclude consideration of this matter at this session. This matter will be included on the provisional agenda of the next session in accordance with the Rule 16 of the draft rules of procedure being applied. With regard to the summary reports on the technical analysis of biennial update report of parties not included in Annex 1 to the Convention, the SBI adopted conclusions at its closing plenary on 16th of November. With regards to CGE, the SBI adopted conclusions at its closing plenary on 16th of November. No objections. Thank you. I invite the COP to consider agenda sub-item 6B, review of the progress, effectiveness and performance of the Adaptation Committee. This matter was considered by the subsidiary bodies at the plenary meeting on Saturday, 16 November. The subsidiary bodies agreed to continue consideration of this matter at SB 62. No objections. I invite parties to turn to agenda item 8, matters relating to finance. You will recall the following organization of work that we established at the resumed first meeting of the COP on Monday, 11th of November. For sub-item 8B, a contact group was established, co-chaired Clara Schulz and Ali Vagas. For sub-items 8C and 8D, a contact group was established for each sub-item, both co-chaired by David Kaluba and Pierre Marc. For sub-items 8E and 8F, A contact group was established for each sub-item, both co-chaired by José Delgado and Amena Yaoui. For sub-item 8G, I invited Ricardo Marshall and Gard Lindsay to conduct consultations on my behalf. If no objections. Thank you. I invite the COP to consider agenda sub-item 8B, matters related to the Standing Committee on Finance. I invite the COP to adopt the draft decision contained in document CP/2024/L.5. If no objections. Thank you. The second review of the functions of SCF was considered by the SBI. The SBI agreed to continue consideration of this matter at SBI 63. I invite the COP to consider agenda sub-item 8C, report of the Green Climate Fund to the Conference of the Parties and guidance to the Green Climate Fund. I invite the COP to adopt the draft decision contained in document CP/2024/L.10. If no objections. Thank you. I invite the COP to consider agenda sub-item 8D, report of the Global Environmental Facility to the Conference of the Parties and guidance to the Global Environment Facility. I invite the COP to adopt the draft decision contained in document CP/2024/L.11. If no objections. Thank you. I invite COP to consider sub-item 8E, report of the Fund for responding to loss and damage and guidance to the Fund. I invite the COP to adopt the draft decision contained in document CP/2024/L.6. If no objections. Thank you. I invite the COP to consider sub-item 8F, arrangements between the Conference of the Parties, the Conference of the Parties serving as the meeting of the parties to the Paris Agreement, and the Board of the Fund for responding to loss and damage. I invite the COP to adopt the draft decision contained in document CP/2024/L.2. No objections. Thank you. Maldives. Maldives, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Maldives for this item takes the floor on behalf of the Alliance of Small Island States. AOSIS would like to clarify our understanding in adopting this decision that the fund corresponding to loss and damage as an operating entity of the financial mechanism would be subject to the periodic review of the financial mechanism, and we would like this note to be reflected in the reports of both the COP and the CMA. Thank you.
Thank you for your statement. Thank you, Maldives. It will be reflected in the document. I invite the COP to consider sub-item 8G, 7th review of the financial mechanism. Consideration of this matter could not be completed at this session. This matter will be included on the provisional agenda of the next session in accordance with the Rule 16 of the draft rules of the procedures being applied. I invite the COP to consider agenda sub-item 9B, linkages between the technology mechanism and the financial mechanism. This matter was considered by SBI. The SBI agreed to continue consideration of this matter at SBI 62. I invite the COP to consider agenda item 13, periodic review of the long-term global goal under the Convention and of overall progress toward achieving it. At the resumed first meeting of the COP on Monday, 11 November, a contact group co-chaired by Leon Charles and Jolene Cook was established to consider matters under this item. I invite the COP to adopt the draft decision contained in document CP/2024/L.7. No objections. So decided. Thank you. I invite the COP to consider sub-item 17B, decision-making in the UNFCCC process. At the resumed first meeting of the COP on Monday, 11th of November, I propose that Elchin Allahverdiev, a senior member of my delegation, hold consultation on this matter. Parties emphasize the importance of this issue and agree to continue consideration of this matter at the next session. If no objections, thank you. I now suspend this meeting of the COP. I declare open the 11th meeting of CMP. The order in which the agenda items will be taken up is posted on the screen. I invite the CMP to consider agenda item 2D, approval of the report on credentials. I invite the CMP to accept the credentials of parties contained in document CP/2024/10, CMP/2024/6, CMA/4/16. If no objections, so decided. Thank you. I now invite the CMP to consider agenda item 4, reporting from and review the parties, including in Annex 1, sub-item A, national communications. This matter was considered by the SBI. At its plenary meeting on 16th of November, the SBI considered the note by the Secretariat on the status of the submission and review of national communications and final reports and took note of the information therein. I invite the CMP to consider agenda item 5, matters relating to the clean development mechanism. At the first meeting of the CMP on Monday, 11th of November, a contact group co-chaired by Karolina Antonen and Alek Muvundika was established for consideration of matters under this item. I invite the CMP to adopt the draft decision on these matters contained in document CMP/2024/L.3. No objections. Thank you. I invite the CMP to consider agenda item 6, matters relating to the adaptation fund. At this first meeting of the CMP on Monday, 11th of November, a contact group co-chaired by Ralph Bodel and Isato Kamara was established for consideration of matters under this item. I invite the CMP to adopt the draft decision contained in document CMP/2024/L point 1. If no objections, so decided. Thank you. I invite the CMP to take note of the resolution entitled Expression of Gratitude to the Government of Azerbaijan and the People of the City of Baku, contained in document CMP/2024/L.4, just adopted by the COP. As usual, the adoption of this resolution will be reflected on the item 14 of the CMP report. I invite parties to turn to agenda item 10, report on the high-level ministerial roundtable on increased ambition of Kyoto Protocol commitments. At the first meeting, I propose that informal consultation will be conducted on my behalf by Elçin Alaverdi. Consideration of this matter could not be completed by CMP. The matter will therefore be included in the provisional agendas for SBI 62 in accordance with the Rule 16 of the draft rules of procedures being applied. I now suspend this meeting of CMP. I declare open the 11th meeting of CMA. The order in which the agenda items will be taken up is posted on the screen. I invite the CMA to consider agenda sub-item 2D, approval of the report on credentials. I invite the CMA to accept the credentials of parties contained in document CP/2024/10, CMP/2024/6, CMA/4/16. No objections. Thank you. I invite the CMA to consider agenda sub-item 4A, procedural and logistical elements of the overall global stocktake process. This matter was considered by the subsidiary bodies. At the plenary meeting on 16th of November, the subsidiary bodies agreed to forward this matter to the CMA for further consideration. At the resumed 5th meeting of the CMA on 18th of November, I invited Tureya Al-Ali and Patrick Spicer to facilitate discussions on the refinement of the procedure and logistical elements of the GST process. I invite the CMA to adopt the following draft conclusions. The CMA requested the SBI to continue consideration of this matter at their 62nd sessions, June 2025, on the basis of the informal note, which includes a compilation annex available on the UNFCCC website, with a view to recommending a draft decision for consideration and adoption by the Conference of the Parties, serving as the meeting of the parties to the Paris Agreement at its 7th session, November 2025. The CMA noted that this informal note was prepared by the co-facilitators as an effort to capture the progress and views of parties that took place at this session, has not been agreed upon, does not reflect consensus, is not exhaustive, and has no formal status, and does not prejudge further work or prevent parties from expressing any further views. If no objections, thank you. I invite the CMA to consider agenda sub-item 4B, report on the annual global stocktake dialogue referred to in paragraph 187 of decision 1/CMA.5. At the first meeting of the CMA on Monday 11th of November, informal consultation co-facilitated by Noura Alisa and Karle Kupainen was established to consider matters under this sub-item. While there was general acknowledgement of the dialogue and its summary report, a consideration of this matter could not be completed at this session. This matter will be included on the provisional agenda of the next session in accordance with the Rule 16 of the draft rules of procedures being applied. If no objections, thank you. I invite the CMA to consider agenda item 7, further guidance on futures of nationally determined contributions, referred to in paragraph 2.6 of decision 1/CP.21. At the first meeting of CMA on Monday, 11th of November, an informal consultation co-facilitated by Federica Fricano and Xin Liang Chin was established for consideration of matters under this item. I invite the CMA to adopt the following draft conclusions. The CMA continued to consider this matter at this session and noted that parties expressed views thereon, including those reflected in the non-exhaustive compilation of in-session submissions available on the UNFCCC website. The CMA agreed to continue consideration of this matter at the 8th session to be held in November 2026. No objections. Thank you. I invite the CMA to consider agenda item 8, reporting and review pursuant to Articles 13 of the Paris Agreement. Provision of financial and technical support to developing country parties for reporting and capacity building. This matter was referred to the SBI for consideration. The SBI agreed to forward this matter to the CMA for further consideration. At the resumed 5th meeting of the CMA on Monday, 18th of November, I invited Ole Kenneth Nielsen and Sandra Mott Schwanedi to continue to co-facilitate the technical discussions. I invite the CMA to adopt the draft decision contained in documents CMA/2024/L.13. No objections. Thank you. I invite the CMA to turn to agenda sub-item 9C, review of the progress, effectiveness and performance of the Adaptation Committee. This matter was considered by the subsidiary bodies. At their closing plenary meeting on 16th of November, the subsidiary bodies agreed to continue consideration of this matter at SB 62. I invite the CMA to consider agenda item 10, Warsaw International Mechanism for Loss and Damage associated with climate change impacts and joint annual report of its executive committee and the Santiago Network for averting, minimizing and addressing loss and damage associated with the adverse effects of climate change. At the resumed 5th meeting of the CMA on Monday, 18th of November, I invited Farhan Akhtar and Pasha Karuters to co-facilitate the consultations. I invite the CMA to adopt the draft decision contained in document CMA/2024/L.9. If no objections, so decided. Thank you. I invite the CMA to return to agenda item 11, matters relating to finance. You will recall the following organization of work we established at our first meeting on 11th of November. First, sub-item 11B, a contact group was established co-chaired by Clara Schulz and Ali Wagas. For sub-items 11C and 11D, a contact group was established for each sub-item both co-chaired by David Kaluba and Pierre Marc. For sub-items 11E and 11F, a contact group was established for each sub-item, both co-chaired by José Delgado and Amena Yavoli. For sub-item 11G, a contact group was co-chaired by Ralph Bodel and Isatu Kamara. For sub-item 11H, a contact group was co-chaired by Ben Abraham and Elena Pereira. For sub-item 11I, a contact group was co-chaired by James Fugel and Maria Luvalti Tuseco. I invite the CMA to consider sub-agenda 11B, matters relating to the Standing Committee on Finance. I invite the CMA to adopt the draft decision contained in document CMA/2024/L.11. If no objections, decide. Thank you. As mentioned earlier, regarding the matter of the second review of the functions of the SCF, the SBI agreed to continue consideration of this matter at SBI 63. I invite CMA to consider sub-agenda 11C, guidance to the Green Climate Fund. I invite the CMA to consider the draft decision contained in document CMA/2024/L.17. There's no objections. It's decided. Thank you. I invite the CMA to consider sub-item 11D, guidance to the Global Environmental Facility. I invite the CMA to adopt the decision contained in document CMA/2024/L.18. If no objections. Thank you. I invite the CMA to consider sub-item 11E, report of the fund for responding to loss and damage and guidance to the fund. I invite the CMA to adopt the decision contained in document CMA/2024/L.12. If no objections, thank you. I invite the CMA to consider sub-item 11F, arrangements between the Conference of the Parties, the Conference of the Parties serving as the meeting of the parties to the Paris Agreement, and the board of the Fund for responding to loss and damage. I invite the CMA to adopt the decision contained in document CMA/2024/L.3. No objections. So decided. Thank you. I invite the CMA to consider sub-item 11G, matters relating to the Adaptation Fund. I invite the CMA to adopt the decision contained in document CMA/2024/L.10. No objections. So decided. Thank you. I invite the CMA to consider sub-item 11H, Sharm el-Sheikh dialogue on the scope of Article 2, Paragraph 1C of the Paris Agreement and its complementarity with Article 9 of the Paris Agreement. I invite the CMA to adopt the decision contained in document CMA/2024/L.5. No objections. Decided. Thank you. I invite the CMA to consider sub-item 11I, report of developed country parties on doubling the collective provision of climate finance for adaptation to developing country parties from 2019 levels by 2025. I invite the CMA to adopt the decision contained in document CMA/2024/L.4. No No objections. So decided. Thank you. I invite the CMA to consider agenda sub-item 12B, Technology Implementation Program. At the first meeting of CMA on Monday, 11th of November, a contact group co-chaired by Diane Black-Lane and Elfried Moore was established to further consider the issue under sub-item once the SBI concludes its consideration of this matter. I invite the CMA to adopt draft decision contained in document CMA/2024/L.8. No objections. No decided. Thank you. I invite the CMA to consider agenda item 14, report of the Forum on the impact of the implementation of response measures. This matter was considered by the subsidiary bodies. At the plenary meeting on 16th of November, the subsidiary bodies agreed to forward this matter to the CMA for further guidance. At the resumed fifth meeting of the CMA, I invited Matthias Frumeria and Andrew Marcu to facilitate consultations on this matter. I invite the CMA to adopt the draft decision contained in document FCCC/CP/2024/L.13, FCCC/KP/CMP/2024/L.5. Chile, you have the floor.
Thank you very much for the floor, Mr. President, who was on the previous agenda items of technology. The delegation will speak on all of them. We just wanted to wait until the last of them was adopted. Mr. President, Chile welcomes the progress made in launching the process for elaborating the Technology Implementation Program, a key outcome of the GST at this session. That program has the purpose of supporting the technology priorities of developing country parties and also supporting the technology mechanism mission under the Paris Agreement. We also welcome that we initiated the review of the functions on the Climate Technology Center and Network. It is the implementation arm of the technology mechanism, and through the revision of the functions, we believe that it can be driven further to implement at the scale that we need. We further welcome the progress made in the linkage between the technology mechanism and the financial mechanism in the finance agenda items. And we hope that the goodwill and spirit of collaboration shown there can be rekindled for the key agenda items that are still open of this session. Finally, Chile joined all parties in welcoming with appreciation the efforts of the technology mechanism in performing its work that has informed discussion across agenda items, such as being noted with appreciation on the systematic observation negotiations, and also being presented at the Earth Information Day. The technology mechanism, this is the Technology Executive Committee, and the Climate Technology Center and Network perform excellent work with sparse resources. The Climate Technology Center and Network, and also the Santiago Network for averting, minimizing, and addressing loss and damage should be not left behind in our financial mobilization efforts. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Chile. I take note of your statement. I invite the CMA to adopt the draft decision contained in document FCCC/2024/L.13, FCCC/KP/CMP/2024/L.5, FCCMA/PA/CMA/224/L.19. If no objections, so decided. Thank you. I invite the CMA to consider agenda item 16, matters relating to the committee to facilitate implementation and promote compliance referred to in Article 15, paragraph 2 of the Paris Agreement. The first meeting of the CMA on Monday, 11th of November, informal consultations co-facilitated by Paoletta Bugnot and Arnie Riddell, established for consideration of matters under this agenda item. I invite the CMA to adopt the draft conclusions contained in document CMA/2024/L.6 and the draft decision contained in document CMA/2024/L.7. If no objections, so decided. Thank you. I invite the CMA to take note of the resolution entitled Expression of Gratitude to the Government of Azerbaijan and the people of the city of Baku, contained in document CMA/2024/L.14, just adopted by the COP. As usual, the adoption of the resolution will be reflected under the item 20 of the CMA report. I invite the CMA to consider agenda sub-item 2C, organization of work, including for the sessions of the subsidiary bodies. I will now report on the outcomes of the consultations undertaken by the Presidency. Presidency consultations on special needs and special circumstances of Africa were undertaken of my behalf by Jala Ibrahimova, a senior member of my delegation. Parties engaged in constructive dialogues. However, no consensus could be reached on the way forward. Presidency consultations on a range of substantive matters included in the GST outcome were undertaken on my behalf by Samir Bejanov, a senior member of my delegation. Parties engaged in constructive dialogues which fostered a good understanding of the positions held. Presidency consultations on 7th review of the financial mechanism were undertaken by Gard Lindsed and Ricardo Marshall. Parties engaged in exchanges of view on this matter. However, no consensus could be reached on the way forward. The meeting of CMA is suspended. I now resume the 11th meeting of the COP. I invite the COP to consider agenda item 7, Warsaw International Mechanism for Loss and Damage Associated with Climate Change Impacts, and joint annual report of its Executive Committee, and the Santiago Network for Averting, Minimizing, and Addressing Loss and Damage associated with the adverse effects of climate change. Consultations of the COP's authority and guidance to the WIM were conducted by Elvin Ashrafzadeh, a senior member of my delegation. Considerations related to the governance of the WIM will continue at the next session without prejudices to further consideration of this matter. I invite the COP to adopt the draft decision entitled Warsaw International Mechanism for Loss and Damage associated with climate change impacts and joint annual report of its executive committee and Santiago Network for averting, minimizing and addressing loss and damage associated with the adverse effects of climate change contained in document CP/2024/L.4. If no objections, so decided. Thank you. I invite parties to return to agenda sub-item 2F, organization of work, including for the sessions of the subsidiary bodies. I will now report back on the outcomes of the consultations undertaken by the Presidency. Consultations on the facilitating dialogues on mountains and climate change were undertaken by Jale Ibrahimova, a senior member of my delegation. Parties engaged in constructive discussions. However, no consensus among parties on the way forward under the COP could be reached. Consultations on concerns with climate change related trade restrictive unilateral measures and identifying ways to promote international cooperations with the outcome of the first global stocktake were undertaken by Samir Bejanov, a senior member of my delegation on my behalf under the COP, the CMP and the CMA. Parties engaged in constructive discussions. However, no consensus among parties on the way forward could be reached. This concludes my report on the Presidency consultations. I invite parties to consider agenda item 12. Oh, sorry. I invite parties to consider agenda item 12, report to the Forum on the impact of the implementation of response measures. I invite the COP to adopt the draft decision contained in document CP/2024/L.13, CMP/2024/L.5, CMA/2024/L.19. If no objections, so decided. Thank you, colleagues. I declare this meeting of the COP suspended. Meeting of the CMP. I invite parties to turn to agenda item 8, report of the Forum on the impact of the implementation of response measures. I invite the CMP to adopt the draft decisions contained in document CP/2024/L.13, CMP/2024/L.5, CMA/2024/L.19. If no objections, so decided. Thank you, colleagues. I declare this meeting of the CMP suspended. now resume the 11th meeting of CMA. I invite the CMA to consider agenda sub-item 15B, rules, modalities, and procedures for the mechanism established by Article 6, paragraph 4 of the Paris Agreement, and referred to in decision 3/CMA.3. This matter was considered by SAPSTA. At its plenary meeting on 16th of November, the SAPSTA forwarded this matter to the CMA. At the resumed 5th meeting of the CMA on Monday, 18th November, I invited Kate Hancock and Sonam Tashi to continue to facilitate these discussions. I invite the CMA to adopt the draft decision contained in document CMA/2024/L.16. If no objections, thank you. The CMA to consider agenda sub-item 15A, guidance on cooperative approaches referred to in Article 6, paragraph 2 of the Paris Agreement and in decision 2/CMA.3. This matter was considered by SAPSTA, and at its plenary meeting on 16th of November, the SAPSTA forwarded this matter to the CMA for further consideration. At the resumed 5th meeting of the CMA on Monday, 18th November, I invited Maria Gishi and Pierre Siansen facilitated discussions on these remaining technical issues. In addition, Ministers Grace Fu Hai Yen and Simon Watts undertook consultation on the registry functionalities of the International Registry under Article 6, paragraph 2 of the Paris Agreement and on the connection of the party registries to the registry for the mechanism established in Article 6, paragraph 4 of the Paris Agreement. I invite the CMA to adopt the draft decision contained in document CMA/2024/L.15. This plenary, if no objections, it is so decided. Thank you.
Dear delegates, we will resume the plenary later on this evening to adopt the remaining decisions. Thank you very much.
Testing English channel, can you hear?
That are to be developed. We have a lot of green projects that SOCAR is very interested in. There are a lot of joint ventures that could be established, potential joint ventures. Our SOCAR trading is trading oil and gas all over the world, including in Asia. So to me, these are the possibilities to explore. But in any case, this is something that you need to be talking to SOCAR, and I would be happy to create a contact between yourself and them, your team and their team, so that they can start discussions. As I said, we have a lot of pipeline infrastructure. We have a lot of gas fields that are to be developed. We have a lot of green projects that SOCAR is very interested in. There are a lot of joint ventures that could be established, potential joint ventures. Our SOCAR trading is trading oil and gas all over the world, including in Asia. So to me, these are the possibilities to explore. But in any case, this is something that you need to be talking to SOCAR, and I would be happy to create a contact between yourself and them, your team and their team, so that they can start discussions.
Sorry, can I get your phone, please? Comment, sir.
Any comments? Comments?
Sorry.
Comments, anyone?
How are you doing? Okay, so you have to discuss first, right?
Yeah, we'll discuss. We're consulting first.
First impressions, sir, just anything. Are you disappointed or is it good?
No, we just want to judge.
And say they cannot associate themselves with the draft that was put forward by the presidency.
Talks at the COP29 climate summit in Azerbaijan are on the verge of collapse after poor countries walked out of the meeting saying their financial needs are being ignored. Negotiations were deadlocked over how much money richer nations should provide to poorer ones. In a moment we'll hear from our climate reporter live in Baku, but first our climate editor Justin Rowlett reports on the tensions that put the talks on a knife edge.
Delegates from developed countries head into a key meeting. How are the negotiations going?
We're not going to comment on it.
That was the EU's climate minister. Here's UK Energy Secretary Ed Miliband. Ed.
How are things going?
How are things going?
Well, we're working for the best deal we can.
Is there any progress at all?
Here's the problem. One clause in the current draft agreement estimates developing countries need $1.3 trillion of climate finance. The very next clause decides that countries led by richer nations will provide $250 billion a year of that. Now, we understand the offer has been raised to $300 billion a year, but developing countries say that is still not enough.
This is what they always do. They break us at the last minute, you know. They push it and push it and push it until our negotiators leave, until we're tired, until we're delusional from not eating, from not sleeping.
To make things even more complicated, a group of fossil fuel-rich countries led by Saudi Arabia is trying to roll back on the promise the world made last year in Dubai to transition away from fossil fuels. That is the knot they're trying to untangle in this room, and all the while, the clock is ticking. Justin Rowlett, BBC News, Baku.
With us is Nick Bridge, who was the UK Foreign Secretary's Special Representative for Climate Change from 2017 until 2023. Nick, thank you very much for being with us here on BBC News. We're hearing that things are teetering. As far as you're aware, it's because of small nations being unhappy with the money that's being offered?
Yeah, the main issue is this big financial package that the gathering has to agree, and the amounts put forward at the moment in draft have not been deemed acceptable by the smaller nations, the vulnerable nations. So I think that they have, I understand from the notice news, walked out of the current discussion. It goes on. I think they've been up all of last night. I'm sure they'll be up for a few more hours to make sure they get this crucial deal done.
Yes, it's already overrunning, but there was a huge gulf forming between the richer nations and the poorer ones, even though wealthy nations had doubled their offer yesterday to $25 billion a year. I mean, it sounds like a lot of money, but it's got to do a lot of work.
Yeah, 250 billion over the period. And the hope is also that the public money that's been put forward by the industrial nations is then massively leveraged by other forms of innovative finance. You can look at other sources of tax revenue, other sources from the international financial system, development banks, and the private sector. So there's a lot in balance. What happens here is that different groupings are after different things, and the essential need is for them to come together. But certainly, this has got some way to go. I think that also there'll be approval from all nations that there's a widening of the donor base. There are other countries coming in who haven't previously committed funding. That'll be one conversation going on. How can the petrostates, how can China come in on this? But the poor and vulnerable countries are suffering these incredible impacts right here and now. It's getting exponentially worse each year. They desperately need support. This isn't a charitable act, it's a responsibility. And so, the heat of the negotiation is right ongoing.
But they've got to stick with it. They can't walk away with no agreement, can they?
Well, they'll be pushing as hard as they can and putting their maximum pressure on all the other parties to get this done.
Okay, Nick Bridge, former UK Foreign Secretary, Special Representative for Climate Change. Thank you for coming in. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, let's speak to our climate reporter, Esme Stallard, who is in Baku. What's the latest you're hearing, Esme? What's been happening?
Well, it is quite manic here. You'll probably see behind me there's a lot of the world's press, but also negotiators from countries all around the world. They've been in meeting room 11 talking to the president about the latest cash offer on the table for poorer countries to help them fight climate change. We understand that 300 billion was put forward by richer countries, including the EU, the UK and the US, but developing countries here are not happy. We've just found out that AOSIS, which basically represents all the small island states, they all negotiate together as a bloc. They've walked out. They said they are not being heard. We've also just heard in the last few minutes that the least developed countries, so that's a massive group of countries amongst the poorest countries in the world, has said they are temporarily pulling out. So we don't know quite what that means, what will actually bring them back to the table. But like here, they're looking for a higher cash offer. John Podesta, the US climate envoy, is a little bit more positive. He said he hopes it's the storm before the calm. So as you can see, there is a lot going on here, and we're just trying to keep up with things as they move very quickly.
And that still proposed that wealthier countries would give $250 billion a year by 2035. So how much is the figure that developing nations would be happy with, if they said?
So we've heard from the Africa group of countries. They said they're looking for a figure closer to 500 billion. It's not just the total amount of money they're looking for by 2035. They're also looking for that to come more in the form of grants. So typically a lot of the money these countries have been given historically to help tackle climate change and also prepare for it has been in the form of loans. And all this has done is increase their debt burden, they say. So they don't want any more money like that. So it's not just a straightforward discussion about numbers here. It's also about dates, who's giving them money and in what form.
Esme, for the moment, thank you very much. Esme Stallard, our climate reporter in Baku.
Climate justice activists are outraged at how little money is being offered here at this what's called the finance COP by the most polluting nations to the most severely affected by climate change. Azerbaijan's delegation to the COP29 United Nations Climate Summit has released the latest draft of a climate financing deal, calling for the delivery of $1.3 trillion per year by 2035. But the text only calls on wealthier nations, more polluting countries, to pay $250 billion per year to poorer nations bearing the brunt of the crisis. The group War on Want called the latest draft an insult, adding it's, quote, nowhere near the public grant-based climate finance the planet and people urgently need, unquote. As the talks continue, we begin our coverage with climate justice activists and members of civil society who held a protest here calling for rich nations to pay up for climate finance. It was just before we went to broadcast. Democracy Now! Was there.
We are not demanding aid. We are not demanding charity. We are here to demand justice. And this justice comes through climate finance. How much do we want, comrades? Trillions! My friends, the text that they are talking about is clearly lacking in the demands of the global south. And now, to tell us further about the intersection of the climate crisis and the effects of the ongoing war and genocide all over the world, let me call on our comrade Haneen.
Now, it's only our fair share of equity. It's our fair share of equality. This is what we are asking for. This is what we want. Pay up now. Pay up now. Pay up now. It's our money. You've been taking it for so long. Hundreds of years taking our resources. Hundreds of years taking our land, occupying us, mixing wars with all your development, mixing war with private businesses, and you don't want us to get our money back. Give us our land back. Give us our share.
I call in now. Call in from OCI. Hey up. Hey up.
Pay up for climate finance. Pay up. Pay up. Pay up for climate finance. Pay up. Pay up.
We are here to demand trillions of dollars of public finance. This is not charity.
This is a debt, an obligation that the global north owes to the global south. It is a legal obligation, and we will not stop fighting until that obligation is met. We are demanding that this finance be public and high quality. This finance must be based on grants and grant-based equivalents, not on loans, not on things that further indebt the global south and continue this dangerous, deadly cycle. This finance must be high quality. It must also not be from the private sector, because the private sector are the ones who have helped drive this climate crisis, who have helped get us into this mess. We cannot rely on the same corporations, on the same rapacious banks who have driven the climate crisis, who are driven by profit, not by human rights and by justice.
What we are asking for is not unreasonable. They pump money into the fossil fuel industry. We know where the money is. We know where financing lies. And now to discuss further, I call on our comrade Rimsha.
No more debt, no more loans, no more false solutions. No more debt, no more loans, no more false solution. My dear friends, I come here from a country where there is a lockdown going on. It's not COVID anymore, but my children, my women and my youth are having a lockdown because of the air pollution that is being caused. And who is financing these climate crises? It's all the global north countries who are financing these. And we are still begging them for more loans to support our economic growth. They owe us. We don't owe them. They owe us. They owe us. We don't owe them. They owe us. We don't owe them.
We've been told to keep it down, as if we aren't being piped down enough. Are we being loud? No! Are we being loud enough? No! Maybe we can give it one more chance, my comrades. Trillions, not billions. Trillions, not billions. Trillions, not billions. Trillions, not billions. Trillions, not billions.
Just a few of the voices calling for rich nations to pay up for climate finance here at COP29.
Well, climate action requires significant financial investments by governments and businesses, but climate inaction is vastly more expensive. One critical step is for developed countries to support developing countries so they can adapt and move towards greener economies. Also, the nations approved a bitterly negotiated climate deal, but poorer nations, most at the mercy of worsening disasters, dismissed a $300 billion a year pledge from wealthy historic polluters as insultingly low, a report.
Nations had struggled to reconcile long-standing divisions over how much rich nations most accountable for historic climate change should provide to poorer countries least responsible but most impacted by Earth's rapid warming. At points, the talks appeared on the brink of collapse, with developing nations storming out of meetings and threatening to walk away should rich nations not cough up more cash. After 2 exhausting weeks of chaotic bargaining and sleepless nights, nearly 200 nations packed through the contentious finance pact in the early hours in a sports stadium in Azerbaijan. After the adoption, India delivered a full-throated rejection of the abysmally poor dollar figure just agreed.
That this document is nothing more than an optical illusion. This, in our opinion, will not address the enormity of the challenge we all face. Therefore, we oppose the adoption of this document. We oppose the adoption of this document. India opposes the adoption of this document, and please take note and regard of what we have just said from the floor of this room.
Many developing countries had pushed for at least $500 billion, but developed nations under political and fiscal pressure had played down such expectation. The African group of negotiators said that the $300 billion climate finance deal is too little too late for the continent.
If we walk back home with 300,
and we say that the developed countries are taking the lead. This is an insult to what the convention says. It also said that the developed countries will take the lead, and this lead is climate finance. That the developing country is saying that it's taking the lead with $300 billion till 2035 is a joke. And it's not something we should take lightly. I do not think it's something we should clap our hands and force us to take it. I do not think so. I think we should rethink it.
The US and EU have wanted newly wealthy emerging economies like China, the world's largest emitter, to chip in. The final deal encourages developing countries to make contributions on a voluntary basis, reflecting no change for China, which already provides climate finance on its own terms. This year's COP was the third in a row to be held in a fossil fuel producing country, with both the OPEC Secretary General and the President of host country, Azerbaijan, telling the summit that oil and gas resources were a gift from God. UN Climate Chief Simon Stiell acknowledged the deal was imperfect and said no country got everything they wanted.
No country got everything they wanted, and we leave Baku with a mountain of work to do. The many other issues we need to progress may not be headlines, but they are lifelines for billions of people. So this is no time for victory laps. We need to set our sights and redouble our efforts on the road to Belém. Even so, we've shown the UN Paris Agreement is delivering, but governments still need to pick up the pace.
In the end, the summit failed to set steps for countries to build on last year's COP28 pledge to transition away from fossil fuels and triple renewable energy capacity this decade. Many negotiators saw this as a failure and a sign that fossil fuel interests were overpowering climate talks. Aarti Rana's report for DD India.
No deal's better than a bad deal, chanted some protesters overnight.
Our so-called leaders are negotiating away the future of our children's right at this very moment.
COP negotiations routinely go down to the wire, through it and out the other side. This year's deadline, over 24 hours ago. This afternoon, the Association of Small Island States walked out in disgust.
We came here to this COP for a fair deal. We feel that we haven't been heard, and there's a deal to be made, and we have not been consulted.
The $300 billion on the table, nothing like what island states and developing nations say they need each year to protect them from climate change. Nations like Germany support them, accusing the authoritarian petrostate Azerbaijan, the hosts, of defending the fossil fuel business, not the planet.
We will not allow the most vulnerable, especially the small island states, to be ripped off by the new fuel-rich fossil fuel emitters who have the backing, unfortunately at this moment, of the presidency.
Smaller, vulnerable states feel shut out and sold out.
There is a new figure of $300 billion that has been proposed by the developed nations. The developing world have said that that is unacceptable, and what we are requesting is $500 billion up to 2030. Our initial ask was $1.3 trillion.
And that sounds a lot, but it's easily available via developed countries.
Well, look, when we had the pandemic, we raised $20 trillion in a year. It doesn't all have to be brand new money. we spend an awful lot now. There's well over $1 trillion a year being spent on environmentally harmful subsidies, which could largely be repurposed away from subsidizing fossil fuels and subsidizing environmentally destructive agriculture and fishing, and use the same money to do good things.
But back in the talks in Azerbaijan, America's lead man insists the offer on the table is a good one.
Need is great. The offer on the table from donor countries is high. So hopefully we can pull something together.
They have late today pulled together to get an agreement on how global carbon trading will work. That took 10 years. As for the money question, well, it's around 11 at night in Baku, and they are at least still talking. Well, joining me now from those talks in Azerbaijan, the lawyer and climate campaigner Mina Rahman, who is head of programs at the Third World Network and a former chair of Friends of the Earth International. Mina Rahman, thanks very much for making the time for us. I'm going to ask you a really unfair question. Where is all this going?
Well, at this point in time, it looks like there is going to be a deal. It was really very tough. But I think the biggest pressure from the United States in particular was that the only way they could agree to a deal, and well, it's not gavelled as yet, but we think that there might be a decision. The only thing that the US can accept is a non-reference to the provision of financial resources. So what we saw with the text, which has not been gavelled yet, is references to mobilization of 1.3 trillion by all actors and 300 billion of mobilizing of resources with developed countries taking the lead.
Now that's the key, forgive me, but that's the key figure, isn't it? The $300 billion a year. It didn't go down well earlier, did it?
No, it was almost as if, you don't have a choice. This is the only thing we can offer. And it was like wrangling in a fish market over the price of fish. So for me, it was absolutely outrageous that from what the developing countries had asked in terms of 600 billion of provision of resources from developed to developing countries. There's no reference to provision when you have the Paris Agreement very clearly say that it's the obligation, mandatory obligation of developed countries to provide finance.
But this degree of detail is probably going to be a little lost on many people, but give us a sense, what could you live with? 400 billion a year. I mean, that's a lot more than was on the table a few days ago.
No, this is very hard to live with because we in civil society have been saying that no deal is better than a bad deal, and this is very much like a bad deal. The reason being that we don't really know what developed countries are going to put on the table. It's about a mobilizing. How are they going to mobilize? This is the problem with that 100 billion goal that they had from 2010. And they count loans. There is no concessionality there. They count export credits. So they count everything to talk about the achievement. So this is not climate finance.
Now,
climate finance is the clear provision.
Sure. Explain to people, a lot of people in the West particularly will be thinking, well, this feels like charity. You're giving all these billions of dollars every year to developing countries. Tell us why it's investment, not charity in your view.
Well, it's not even investment. We don't call it investment because it's not charity. This is a climate debt. This is about an obligation that is due to historical emissions. The developed world from 1850, since the pre-industrial era, has been emitting carbon dioxide. And today, we live in a very climate-constrained world. So in a climate-constrained world, we are supposed to do poverty eradication, we have to do finding the basic needs of people, and on top of that, we have to much more, in a faster way, transition away from fossil fuels.
Right,
now,
and very briefly, the money is there, as you see it. It sounds like a lot of money, but it's there, isn't it?
No, there's no money there. There's no money there.
No,
it's a lot of smoke and mirrors.
Theoretically, it's available.
Well, theoretically, and this is the problem, the 100 billion itself was theoretical, because what Oxfam has shown before is that what has been delivered in the past was only 20 to 30 billion at least. So this is where the counting and the transparency in the counting, it's really smoke and mirrors, I call it.
Right.
So it's a big magic trick. It's like a Houdini.
Smoke and mirrors and magic tricks, but we'll have to leave it there,
yes.
Mina Rahman, but the talking's clearly going to go on. Thanks very much indeed.
You're most welcome.
No press, no press, no press, absolutely no press, no press, no press.
We've just spoke out. We came here to this COP for a fair deal. We feel that we haven't been heard and there's a deal to be made and we are not being consulted.
Now you're backing out of the agreement, Podesta. Run away! No honor! No honor! Run away, share! Save Malaysia! Share him! Run away, cover!
It is more than a joke. It is deeply insulting. It is unacceptable. And we'd rather fight for another year than accept a really bad deal.
It's a bad deal not just because the number is too low. It's a bad deal because the text right now allows developed countries essentially to walk away from any obligation to provide finance to the developing world.
Well, nearly 200 countries have agreed on a new global climate deal after extended, often hectic negotiations at the COP29 summit in Azerbaijan.
It has been a difficult journey, but we've delivered a deal. This new finance goal is an insurance policy for humanity.
Wealthy countries, including Canada, pledged to contribute $300 billion a year by 2035. The money will help developing nations cope with the impact of climate change. The new goal is intended to replace the previous commitment to provide $100 billion a year by 2020, and that goal was met 2 years late.
That the developing country is saying that it's taking the lead with $300 billion till 2035 is a joke. And it's not something we should take lightly.
Delegates from some developing nations, though, criticizing the deal, saying wealthy nations should be doing more. Critics also bashing Azerbaijan for hurrying the contentious plan through. Let's bring in Carolyn Brulette, an executive director of Climate Action Network Canada. Carolyn, thank you very much for joining us today.
Thanks for having me.
Your initial reaction to the deal, the $300 billion?
The $300 billion deal, unfortunately, does not bring us forward in a substantial manner. When adjusted for inflation, it's pretty close to the $100 billion amount that had been agreed to in Copenhagen. And in fact, we are failing to learn the lessons of that previous climate finance goals with really low quality finance, as well as a lack of clarity around what's in there. We were asking for it to be mostly constituted of public provision. Unfortunately, it also includes private finance. And so overall, this is really a slap in the face to countries and peoples and communities who are facing devastating and increasing impacts of climate change.
And, excuse me, many of those people from those countries have been asking for, I believe it was $1.3 trillion. That is a massive number.
Yes, the $1.3 trillion was the demand from countries in the global south, and actually is what has been calculated as what is needed to meet the needs of countries in the global south when it comes not only to mitigating climate change, but also adapting to its increasing impacts, as well as responding to the heartbreaking losses and damages that we've been seeing across the world. This number can be found in the COP agreement. However, it's an investment deal. The positive signal, however, there is that there's a Baku to Belém roadmap that basically will force countries to come together and show how they can eventually meet that.
With this $300 billion that is committed, how would you like to see that spent?
That is an amount that should be, first of all, prioritized and mostly accessible for least developed countries and small island developing states who are at the front lines of the climate crisis. These are countries who are not only poorer, but are really the ones facing the brunt of the climate crisis, and often have a lot less access to not only capital, but typical climate finance resources. So that's an important part of who should get access. And once again, there's some really important lessons that we have failed to learn from the previous $100 billion goal that unfortunately could not be found in this Baku deal. Overall, this was a truly bad COP when it comes not only to climate finance, but also the lack of progress when it comes to mitigation action. Last year in Dubai, countries agreed for a historic first time to transition away from fossil fuels. Unfortunately, we saw shameless attempts by some parties to walk that back, which resulted in no agreement on pieces related to moving forward on the global stock take as well as the just transition program.
Okay, Carolyn, thank you very much for joining us today. Carolyn Roulette is the Executive Director of Climate Action Network Canada.
The 13th day of the UN conference started with a jolt.
It is clearly unacceptable as it stands now.
After nearly 2 weeks of negotiations, the draft text of an agreement on climate finance was roundly condemned.
The time for political games is over.
We are deeply disappointed.
This is not even a joke. It is an offense to demands of the global south.
COP29 is deadlocked on a finance package paid for by wealthy countries, delivered to developing countries most impacted by climate damages. Antonio Guterres swooped in today to tell them to get it done.
Soften hard lines. Navigate the paths through your differences and keep your eyes on the bigger picture.
As protesters kept up their pressure in nearby corridors.
It's a repayment of climate debt.
The amount of money is one block. Another is the role of fossil fuels. The Arab group, opposing any mention of transitioning away from fossil fuels, agreed to at last year's COP in Dubai.
In the rooms, they don't want that paragraph singled out. They don't want that language reiterated. They are obviously trying to undercut the legitimacy of it.
It all adds up to a fraught night of arm twisting. Success is not assured.
UN climate talks in Baku, Azerbaijan may be on the verge of collapsing. Dozens of delegates from small island and least developed nations have rejected an offer worth $300 billion from the EU and other wealthy nations to deal with extreme weather caused by climate change. They say they need more than double that amount, and their proposals have been ignored at the COP29 summit. We're seeing live pictures from the event. Experts there estimate that climate-vulnerable countries need more than $1 trillion a year to mitigate the impacts of global warming. Let's speak now to DW climate reporter Tim Schauenberg, who is at the talks in Baku. Tim, what's the latest there?
Well, the latest is that there is a deadlock which is concerning not only the least developed countries and the island states, small island states, which have left the negotiation room a couple of hours ago. Also, other major developing countries and also industrialized countries are concerned, because what we're seeing here is that we're seeing not enough. We do not see negotiations at the moment. Since parties have left the negotiation rooms, there is actually nothing happening, which is very, very concerning. It's not unusual that there's a lot of pressure here. It's not unusual that there's disagreement and that there's a blame game going on that we're also seeing here at the moment. What is concerning is that there is a sense of disorientation among parties, and not only among smaller island states or developing countries which might do not have the capacities to deal with the latest proposals in time. Also among Germany, for example, we hear that they do not really know where are the negotiations heading. They do not know what is the presidency which is here to weave in all the positions and come up with a compromise. What is the target here? Where is the landing zone? Which is very concerning and which could be, in my eyes, a tipping point to eventually come to a no deal here in Baku.
So beyond climate financing, or besides climate financing, what are the main sticking points?
Obviously climate protection. Climate financing is the head topic here to protect the climate of the future. It's not about welfare or some donations which are supposed to go to the global south. No, it's about protecting the climate, which every nation on this planet is already feeling the consequences of climate change. So the other big topic here is how to mitigate the emissions of the global industry, and there's also not really any progress that we're seeing because everything is tied to the finance aspect. The EU, for example, wants more effort in the field of emissions reductions, but what, for example, developing countries are saying, well, we need the financial means to do so. So then please facilitate this money, and we are happy to come up with a green transition. Without that, that's their argument. We're often locked in debts, and we will not be able to afford this. So there's mitigation, and then there's the topic of adaptation, how to deal with the consequences of climate change, and also there it's a deadlock. Everything is tied to the financial aspect, and parties are not moving on neither of the three, and that is very critical here at the moment.
What do we expect to happen then if a deal can't be reached?
Well, the Paris Agreement is a political agreement. It's based on trust. So basically, there is no court which is going to say, well, you did right, you did wrong. If there is no agreement, there will be no progress in the field of the aspects that I just mentioned. Climate finance, climate protection, adaptation. That means all measures that could prevent further global warming would also be delayed. Delayed protection, delayed climate action means more extreme weather events, more death, more impacts of storms, droughts and floods around the world. So basically this is critical to come to an agreement. On a political level, what is going to happen is that the process, which cannot be concluded here, would be probably be renegotiated in Bonn. That's a side conference of the Paris Agreement in summer, and then next year in Brazil, where actually other topics are supposed to be discussed. This is not clear what's going to happen there if they have two major topics on the table there.
Okay. Nations at the COP29 summit have managed to reach a deal on climate financing after 2 weeks of fraught negotiations. But many delegates have denounced the outcome, saying it falls far short of what's needed. The final agreement, worth $300 billion a year, will help developing countries deal with climate change. Wealthy countries who've historically been the largest emitters will lead the payments.
A deal is finally struck. And while many in the room applaud this moment, nations bearing the direct brunt of climate change are far from happy.
This document is nothing more than an optical illusion. This, in our opinion, will not address the enormity of the challenge we all face.
We walk back home with 300, and we say that the developed countries are taking the lead. This is an insult. $300 billion till 2035 is a joke. And it's not something we should take lightly.
The developing nations and climate activists at the conference say a minimum amount of $1.3 trillion per year must be invested in the energy transitions to keep the planet's average temperature rise under 1.5 degrees Celsius. Scientists believe beyond that threshold, global warming will become more dangerous and harder to reverse. According to the World Meteorological Organization, 2024 is on track to be the hottest year.
No deal is better than a bad deal.
But after more than 2 weeks of deliberations and rejection of the drafts, Western industrialized nations see the deal as a major step.
COP29 will be remembered as the start of a new era for climate finance. And the European Union And the European Union and its member states will continue to play a leading role.
But despite this optimism, speakers from one developing country after another, from Bolivia to Nigeria to Fiji to Pakistan and India, describe the deal as unfair.
Let's get more on the story from DW correspondent Leonie von Hammerstein. Leonie, square something for us. Some might say $300 billion sounds like a lot of money. Why are developing countries so upset?
Well, we have to talk about the scale of the problem that these 300 billion are going to try to face and solve. And developing countries are saying it's just not enough to really shift their energy systems from fossil fuels to renewable energies. I mean, let's think about the scale of that. Even just in the US, you know, the Inflation Reduction Act saw a much bigger investment into the green economy, into boosting the green sector and transitioning to renewable energies than these 300 billions, and they were meant for all developing countries. Developing countries are also saying that the money is there. If you look at fossil fuel subsidies, for example, you know, according to the IMF in 2022, they amounted to $7 trillion. So compared to sort of these huge, immense figures, these 300 billion are just not that much. What developing countries are also upset about is that they say that the richer developed nations are sort of they're evading their responsibility and legal obligation under the Paris Agreement to really provide a big chunk of that finance. And they're saying that you know, by sort of diluting down this paragraph, by having developed countries in the lead, but also adding sort of these opening some doors for other contributions to also count towards those 300 billions, that developed countries, richer nations are sort of evading their climate debt and their responsibility, and that's what they're really upset about. Because at the end of the day, it's one thing is about transitioning energy systems away from fossil fuels. The other is adapting to the impacts of the climate crisis that are already happening, especially in the most vulnerable nation, but across the world. You know, rising sea levels, extreme heat, and that all costs money to adapt infrastructure to that new reality. And, you know, experts say it's something that will, obviously, a delay in action will just be more costly in the future, so the time to do something is now. And so this big investment is needed now and not, you know, in the far future, and not, you know, when it's too little.
Some delegates upset, and other delegates gave the deal a standing ovation. You've had conversations in the hallways there. Do richer countries believe developing countries ask for too much and that the deal they're taking home is a good one?
Well, as these things go, you know, let's remember we're at a big climate diplomacy event and 200 nations have to agree on something. So rarely do countries walk out of there and everybody is happy and achieved all they wanted. It's always a matter of finding compromise. But what richer nations are saying is that, you know, their own economies are being stretched by the pandemic, by rising inflation, by wars and increased defense spending, and that they don't want to promise anything that is unrealistic, that they want to, you know, remain reliable partners. And for developed countries, it was very important to sort of expand that contributor base, at least on a voluntary basis, like it is now in the final agreement, to include private sector sources, but also other countries that have made a lot of money with and you know, are big emitters, but don't count under the developed country label under these UN classifications, because they're saying it's simply not realistic. Now, another event that was kind of overshadowing these 2 weeks here in Baku was the election of Donald Trump in the US, who basically announced that he's going to exit the Paris Agreement. So what a lot of richer nation delegates told us was that, well, we can't count on the US in the next 4 years, so how are we going to promise even more climate finance if we have to sort of bear the brunt of maybe Donald Trump not wanting to provide that much money? But developing countries, again, see that sort of as an excuse. They were upset that the concrete numbers were only put on the table so late in the process, in these 2 weeks. So they basically, you know, there's only a day and a little bit left to really talk about concrete numbers.
That's DW correspondent Leonie von Hammerstein. Many thanks, Leonie. The effects of climate change make it a global health issue. Climbing temperatures and increasing rainfall promote the spread of dangerous diseases. In Bangladesh, dengue fever is becoming more common due to climate change.
Doctors were expecting patients, but this year's dengue outbreak in Dhaka, Bangladesh, has overwhelmed the ward. In the past, cases of dengue only rose during this season, but now there are dengue patients all year round. However, this season is more intense. We're under a lot of pressure here. Dengue is a virus that spreads from mosquitoes to people. Symptoms are usually mild, but in severe cases it can be fatal. Where mosquito numbers once dwindled in cooler months, heavier rain and warmer temperatures due in part to global warming caused by burning fossil fuels are providing the conditions for them to survive. And it's not just in Asia. Spraying insecticides in Europe to kill off the invasive Asian tiger mosquito, which transmits dengue and other viruses like chikungunya and Zika, has become more necessary as they move north. Found in 8 European Union countries in 2013, just over a decade later, the species is fully established in 13, including France, Germany, Austria and Hungary, and has been introduced in a further 6. In 2023, there were dengue outbreaks in Spain, France and Italy. Changing rain patterns and warmer conditions in the United States are also leading to further spread of disease from some species of ticks and mosquitoes.
People will be more exposed, health systems will have to cope with an increased burden of disease associated with these pathogens spreading, and in particular, we're going to see new locations starting to suffer from the impacts of infectious disease transmission in locations that were previously considered relatively safe.
Extreme weather events worsened by rising temperatures are also taking a toll on human health. Severe drought in some regions has decimated crop harvests, leading to undernutrition. Flooding can lead to contamination of water sources, causing outbreaks of illnesses like diarrhea. The World Health Organization estimates there will be another 250,000 deaths per year between 2030 and 2050 from health conditions linked to climate change.
So what we need to do is quickly adapt to the high temperatures that we're already seeing, and we know that now will continue to rise inevitably, but also to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions.
Without action, say experts, scenes like this in Dhaka are likely to become more common across the globe.
We're broadcasting from the UN Climate Summit in Baku, Azerbaijan. In a room behind us, a people's plenary is underway called Pay Up, Stand Up, Finance Climate Action, Not Genocide, where civil society just unfurled the names of Palestinians who've been killed and prayed for the dead. As the summit is set to wrap Friday for a climate finance deal, a new draft of a possible deal has been submitted and is being condemned by both rich and poor countries. UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres spoke here earlier today.
From now on, what matters is not what was the initial position of each party. What now matters is how to find a compromise that allows for an ambitious result in relation to the new global goal, because finance is in the center of this COP, but at the same time to take into account the concerns of all other countries in relation to the different aspects that are relevant for the future of our battle against climate change.
That's the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres. Among the major issues is the absence of a firm number in the draft text on how much rich countries will pay. Poorer nations bearing the brunt of the climate crisis say at least $1.3 trillion a year is needed. For more, we're joined here in Baku by two guests. Harjit Singh is the Global Engagement Director with the Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty. He's co-founder of Satat Sampada, a social impact organization. He's based in New Delhi, India. We're also joined by Fiona Harvey. She is the long-time environment editor at The Guardian, and it's not easy to pin her down for an interview, so we're thrilled you're here with us right now. There is a lot of noise in the background. The People's Plenary has just gotten out. We hear them talking, although many have put tape over their mouths that say pay up. We'll speak to some of them in a little while. But Fiona, it's really hard to navigate through everything that happens at these UN climate summits, maybe partly purposely so people can't follow. But today the issue is finance. And if you, in lay terms, can break it down for us, what exactly was the statement that was released this morning? What document was released? And what has been the response of the wealthy nations and the poorer nations?
So we're here to negotiate a global settlement on climate finance, which is all about getting the funds that the poor world needs in order to cut greenhouse gas emissions, shift to a low-carbon economy, and adapt to the impacts of extreme weather driven by the climate crisis. This is incredibly important. This is the future of these countries depends on getting this finance. And what they're demanding is about $1 trillion a year. Now that sounds like a lot of money. It's actually not a great deal of money when you put it in context. It's about 1% of the global economy, and it's really a sum of money that is eminently findable. You know, we already spend, as a world, we spend about $3 trillion a year on energy, about 2/3 of it on clean energy, 1/3 on fossil fuels. So $1 trillion a year may sound like a lot, but it's actually doable. What's happened today is that we've got a draft text of what should become an agreement to get this money from the rich to the poor. Unfortunately, this draft text is not great. It doesn't actually have the key numbers in there, and it's got various kind of clauses and things in there that a lot of people are unhappy with. Now, everyone seems to be unhappy with this text. It's not just developed or developing countries, it's pretty much everyone. And it really, I think we need to kind of view it as maybe a first attempt by the presidency, because they're going to come up with another later today, maybe tomorrow morning, effectively, whereas hopefully some of these problems are resolved and hopefully we get some of the key numbers in there.
And could you explain, even within that, Fiona, the question of finance, how much of that finance, in terms of the negotiations so far, are being considered loans or grants?
Okay, so if you look at the $1 trillion a year, we need to get some of that money should come directly from developed countries, but a lot of that money is going to come indirectly in other ways, and some of it will probably need to come from the private sector. Now that's controversial for some countries. There are some developing countries who say we don't want the money to come from the private sector, but in effect, that's really going to be necessary to get to the $1 trillion mark, because developed countries who are here are not going to agree to hand over $1 trillion a year among them. That's not going to happen. So what developed countries are likely to agree is probably something like maybe a tripling of the current amount of climate finance, which is $100 billion. So that could be something like $300 billion a year. And some of that would come directly from developed countries, some of it would come through multilateral development banks, and then the rest of the money, some of it would come from the private sector, and some of it could come from new sources of finance, like new taxes on fossil fuels, wealth taxes, taxes on frequent flying, and so on. there are lots of potential sources of money out there that really haven't been tapped yet.
And could you talk about, because the COP presidency has also come under criticism for not doing enough to make sure that an agreement was reached, and minimally, as you said, the draft agreement that's been released doesn't even have a number, much less a good one or a bad one. What role does the COP presidency play in enabling this negotiation and making sure some kind of agreement is reached?
Well, we are now at a crunch moment. This is the absolute test of this COP presidency. Is this going to be a successful COP or not? It's in the hands of the presidency now. And so the presidency has got to take this text, which has been slammed and shot down by pretty much everyone, go away, start again, and come up with a text that works. So hopefully now what they're doing is in the back rooms of this conference, engaging in shuttle diplomacy, talking to all of the parties, getting their concerns, getting their feelings, and, pushing and being firm with people where necessary. What they will want to see is a good number from developed countries. What developed countries want to see is also a broadening of the contributor base, because at the moment you have a lot of countries who have big economies and big greenhouse gas emissions, but they don't contribute to climate finance. So that's countries like China, for instance, second biggest economy in the world, first biggest emitter by a really long way, and they don't actually do climate finance in the same way that developed countries do. They do some South-South cooperation, but it's very hard to judge. So if China were able to kind of flesh that out a bit more, that might work. There are also a lot of countries who are making a great deal of money from fossil fuels, and they don't pay into climate finance. Talking about Saudi Arabia here, talking about Qatar and United Arab Emirates. There are countries like that, petrostates effectively, who make their money from selling stuff that creates the problem we're here to solve.
Speaking of which, when we're talking about petrostates, that's exactly where this UN COP29 is taking place. It's taking place in Baku, Azerbaijan, leading petrostate, the first, I believe, oil exporting country in the world. And I'm wondering about the significance of this. I mean, we, outside civil society, many climate justice activists and journalists have been arrested in the lead up to the COP, who expose oil and gas deals and corruption, leading economists, 6 journalists with an independent media outlet. And you also have here Global Witness exposing, acting like they were an oil dealer and calling up one of the heads of in the COP presidency and saying, we'd like to make a deal with you. Before you leave us, Fiona, if you can talk about the significance. Last year it was in UAE, a petrostate. The head of it was the head of the national oil company. And this year, the repression on the outside and the deals that are being made on the inside, the largest delegation is the delegation of oil lobbyists from around the world.
It's a really big issue at COPs, and the role of fossil fuel lobbyists here is terribly problematic. It's why some very prominent people have been calling here for reform of the COP process so that this can't happen. They want there to be more control over who's allowed to be the president of a COP, so that it couldn't be necessarily an oil state in future, unless that oil state really agrees to actually take action and to agree to phase out fossil fuels and set out a credible pathway towards that. If an oil state were to do that, then I'm sure they'd be welcomed by very many people. So yes, it's a problem. On the other hand, the strength of this COP is that it is global. It's every country in the world comes here. Every country is entitled to have an equal say, and that's really, really important, because it means that the poorest countries can come here and confront the richest countries who are causing the problem. So, you want to make this COP as open as possible, and to some extent that means you have to make it open to petrostates, problematic though that is. So that's a problem that everyone here is still wrestling with.
Talk Talks at the COP29 climate conference in Baku, Azerbaijan are deadlocked just 2 days before the talks are due to end. The sticking point is funding to help poor countries address the impacts of climate change. A new draft declaration has been released that includes two options, both suggesting around $1 trillion per year, but rich and developing countries remain far apart on the exact amount needed and where it will come from. Well, for more, let's bring in Aditi Mukherjee. She is Director of Climate Change Impact at the Consortium of International Agricultural Research Centers, and she joins us from Baku. Thanks for being with us. Aditi, the stakes are high at this year's COP. What's your impression about where things are headed regarding the agreement on funds for developing countries, including India?
Thank you for having me on the show. The science is clear that the current warming is as a result of the cumulative emissions that have happened over 1.5 centuries. And therefore, these developing countries, including India, who have a lot of development deficits in terms of poverty, water and food security, are asking that we need to fill those development deficits, but do it in a way that are low emissions and do it in a way that are clean and actually adheres to the principles of low emission development. And to be able to do that, these countries are asking for finance to help them to leapfrog from the current fossil fuel regimes to a clean energy regime, and that applies equally to the energy sector as well as to the agriculture sector where I work in. So the demand is that we can and we must move on to low emission futures, but for that these countries require finance, they require capacities, and they require technology transfer. And this is precisely the means of implementation on which we are seeing a deadlock in the current NCQG negotiations. And that means that all the other negotiations, like negotiations on global goals on adaptation, on agriculture, all of those are impacted unless that finance bit of it is actually settled.
Well, let's talk a little more about the finance bit of it there. India is among the countries demanding more than $1 trillion for developing nations to cope with the effects of climate change. How much of a difference could that money actually make?
I'll go back to, I was also one of the IPCC authors, and the science is very clear that we now have the technologies and the approaches to move into low emissions, and for that we require finance to be able to leapfrog. And therefore this $1 trillion is absolutely crucial for all the developing countries, India, but also very importantly the least developing countries from Africa, from the small island developing states. This literally means a future that is much, much warmer than what the Paris Agreement entails versus a future that is livable for us all. So therefore I would say that the finance piece is the absolute centerpiece and important in these negotiations that are going on now.
Talk to us about the specific challenges that India is facing in trying to balance economic development on the one hand and reducing its carbon output on the other.
I think the main challenge comes in again in the terms of finance. So right now, India was in news again for very, very high level of air pollution at this year, and every year the same problem recurs. And the reason is India is a fast growing economy. There's a lot of economic activities going on, and we are not moving sufficiently fast to clean energy. And a big constraint there is, of course, capital constraint, but also technology and capacity building constraint. So I think we have to look at those development deficits from the eye of how do we move to low emission development, and how do we do as fast as we can by transferring technologies and capacities and finance as fast as we can. So I really look into India's development trajectory from an eye of low emission development, and what do we need to do to achieve that.
Okay. Aditi, thank you very much for speaking with us today. That was Aditi Mukherjee in Baku. Well, as one of the fastest growing economies in the world, India is having to balance the rush to expand its energy and transport infrastructure with the need to protect its environment. DW's Shadu Yadav traveled to Uttarakhand in the Himalayas to explore India's development dilemma.
The mighty Indian Himalayas. source of life for millions and indispensable for the world's climate. Tampering with them has consequences. Dinesh Lal and his wife have been living dangerously in the Himalayan town of Joshimath. Hundreds of homes here have developed cracks, leaving them uninhabitable.
The government should think hard about what's happening here. If you tinker with nature, there will be damage. Where there is development, there will be destruction.
The town has been subsiding since 2021. The residents say that the government hasn't paid enough attention to their suffering. Many were forced to leave their homes, but not everyone has that option.
This hydropower plant that you see down there has been under construction and controversial for over a decade now. Locals here in this Himalayan town squarely blame the drilling work here for the damage to their homes. Work was halted here last year after protests, but has now resumed, causing anxiety amongst people. It's not just hydropower plants. Dozens of railways and road expansion projects are underway in this fragile ecosystem as India boosts infrastructure development in the Himalayas. Environmentalists are alarmed by these scenes. They say this development comes at too high a cost. And this is the price Himalayan communities have had to pay. In the last 2 years alone, flash floods and landslides have killed hundreds of people in the states of Himachal Pradesh, Uttarakhand and Sikkim. Environmental activist Atul Sati says human activities are destabilizing the mountains.
At such a sensitive time when climate is rapidly changing, glaciers are receding in the ecologically sensitive mountains. You see so many landslides, and yet they continue to blast the hills for construction. All these big projects and tunneling will be very dangerous for generations to come.
Infrastructure development is a key element in India's growth story. It says it's on course to achieve its aim of becoming a developed nation by 2047. But climate activists say it's not sustainable.
Due to climate change, all the infrastructure that is being built here in mountains is being destroyed, even before it's completed. The impact of tunneling can be seen immediately. One doesn't even have to wait for the damage to unfold. It will only get worse in future.
At the UN's climate talks in Azerbaijan, India has been telling wealthy nations that it has a right to develop. But the people of Joshimath say that this growth is sounding the death knell for them.
Whenever it rains, we both move up to the terrace out of fear. Even if we die, we should die together.
A matter of life and death, not just for the residents, but also for their home, the Himalayas.
The island country of Micronesia is one of the nations that depends on these funds to survive the existential threat posed by climate change.
The past year brought severe drought across Micronesia, depriving us of fresh water for drinking and food production. Yet, we lack the financial, technical, and infrastructural resources to respond effectively. We are not future victims of climate change. We are its present victims, grappling daily with its consequences.
For more, I'm joined now by DW's Leonie von Hammerstein, who is following the climate talks in Baku. Leonie, delegates at the climate conference are trying to reach agreement on providing funds to help developing countries deal with climate change. Are they any closer to reaching an agreement now?
Well, yes and no. Yes, a new negotiating text, you mentioned it, just dropped much later than we anticipated, but still, because we have to remember we're at the biggest, climate diplomacy event. So what countries eventually need to agree on is this text, these words. So everybody's looking at the part about that new climate finance target. And the text as it stands right now shows how much work is yet to be done and how far negotiators are still from agreeing to a compromise, because there's basically two options in the text. One that reflects the view of developing countries and one that reflects the view of developed countries. Now, you mentioned it, both agree that $1 trillion sort of are needed, but there's a big X in front of that amount, so there are no concrete numbers on the table yet. And we have to remember it's only 48 hours to go technically till this conference ends, so there are long hours of negotiations ahead.
Why is it proving so difficult for delegates there to find a middle ground on those climate change funds?
Well, I mean, the big obvious answer is that it's always very hard to agree on money, and now we do see these very different standpoints on a couple of contentious issues. One is the amount of money that should be provided per year from developed countries to developing countries. Secondly, also very importantly, is what form that finance will take. What developing countries are saying is basically we need a lot of that money to come in the form of grants or concessional loans. Now, what developed countries are saying basically is that it needs to be much broader, that there's a lot of different actors that can contribute to climate finance, that the private sector plays an important role, and that all of these should be included in this new collective quantified goal. And the third big point of contention is who actually should contribute to climate finance, not only in terms of these actors, like I just mentioned, but also in terms of what countries, because what developed countries have been saying is that they want countries like China or India, who still count under these UN classifications as developing countries, to step up and contribute as well. Now, these countries are obviously saying that they shouldn't, and that developed countries are, the ones that sort of have caused historically most emissions and should be step up to that responsibility and provide the finance. And yeah, we are now midway through the conference and still at the point that basically we were at before the conference as well. So
right,
long hours ahead.
I'm afraid we're going to have to leave it there. DW's Leonie von Hammerstein reporting from Baku. Thank you very much.
David Victor is Professor of Innovation and Public Policy at the University of California in San Diego. David, it's good to have you on the program. I want to talk about the efficacy of these annual COP meetings in just a moment. But first, let's talk about China. It's the world's biggest greenhouse gas emitter, and it is a country that is also dealing with the effects of those gases. Can it be on both sides of the coin here?
Yeah, I think they can be on both sides of the coin. The Chinese are doing a lot around climate change. Not so much because of climate change. They're doing it because they're worried about air pollution. They're worried about employment, about creating new industries and things like that. But a lot of that correlates with the actions that you need to cut emissions through more renewable power, more nuclear power, more energy efficiency, electric vehicles, and things like that. And the Chinese are indeed one of the world's largest investors in clean energy today.
And yet, China continues to build lots of coal burning power plants. So it almost seems like it's the schizophrenic member of the international community when we're talking about trying to mitigate climate change. Is that an accurate assessment?
I think so, but that's true, I think, actually, for almost all the developing countries, and actually many of the industrialized countries, is that they're not just working on climate change, they're working on a whole range of topics. You look at India, for example, also building coal-fired power plants, also a world leader in deployment of solar power, worried about climate change, worried about lots of other things, and they've got to figure out how to do all of that at the same time.
The United States, it is second in the world in carbon emissions. And I'm wondering, with Donald Trump returning to the White House, is the United States, is it part of these discussions, or is it on the sidelines already?
Well, it's part of the conversations right now. The U.S. diplomats have actually been playing a pretty constructive role in Baku. That's what happened last time Trump took over. My expectation is that maybe even on day one of the Trump presidency, he's going to withdraw from the Paris Agreement. And frankly, I think that's a good thing, because if they're not going to be constructive, it's better to have them out than in the middle of this process blocking consensus and generally making life hard for other diplomats who want to get real things done.
Yeah, but can you realistically, David, if you've got an emitter as large as the United States not being part of the solution, can there be a solution?
Well, it's terrible that the United States is not going to play a more constructive role. Where I see solace in all this is that the clean energy revolution is underway. And frankly, it doesn't matter to some degree who's in the White House. We're going to keep deploying wind. We're going to keep deploying solar. We're going to be reopening some of our nuclear plants. We're going to be keeping the existing nuclear plants open. Many places in the country are actually going to fight back. I live in California. The day after the election was called, our governor announced that we're going to have a special session of our legislature to talk about all the things California is going to do to counteract Trump. And so is it ideal? No. But the country is not just the federal government. And in that sense, I've got a little more hope.
Yeah, we also have to, tell our viewers, California has one of the world's largest economies. I mean, what California does, it matters around the world. Let me ask you about the notion, though, of these COP meetings. This is COP 29. And I dare say if you were to ask most people what was the difference between COP 14 and 19, they wouldn't be able to tell you. Have all of these meetings, have they been worth the effort?
I think to some degree the COPs are unavoidable. So I went, as you said in your opener, I went to the negotiations leading up to the Framework Convention on Climate Change. I went to COP 1, which was in Berlin. I went to COP 2 in Geneva, and then I stopped going to COPs until the COP in Paris because the whole process had just kind of come off the rails. But what it does do that's really important is it creates legitimacy and a kind of an umbrella under which countries can go off and do serious actions on climate change. It would be harder for California or the federal government in the United States, when the federal government is run by people who care about climate change, or many other countries, including in Europe, it'd be harder for them to act on climate change if there weren't some kind of a global umbrella. And that's what these COPs offer, is they're kind of crazy in their complexity and their length and the dramas and so on. But they offer, when they succeed, they offer that umbrella and that patina of legitimacy that's really important then for the real work to happen, which is technological change and policies that happen inside countries.
David Victor with the University of California, San Diego. David, good talking with you. We appreciate your valuable insights tonight. Thank you.
Pleasure as always. Thank you.
We're broadcasting live from the United Nations Climate Summit in Baku, Azerbaijan, which has entered its second and final week. Despite the pledge from countries around the world at last year's COP28 in Dubai, the burning of coal, oil, and gas continued to rise this year. 2024 is also set to follow 2023 as the hottest year on record. This, according to the World Meteorological Organization. This year's climate summit comes amidst high uncertainty for the future of climate negotiations, as U.S. President-elect Donald Trump has promised to pull out of the Paris Climate Agreement again. Despite strict regulations, protests have been taking place here at the COP as climate activists from around the world try to get their voices heard. In fact, a number of journalists and climate activists in Azerbaijan have been arrested in the last year in the lead up to COP. We'll be talking about that later in the broadcast with Human Rights Watch. But first, on Saturday, Democracy Now! Was here when hundreds of climate justice activists from around the world occupied a plenary room to protest the lack of progress on climate negotiations, and then came out for a silent protest in the corridor where Democracy Now! Caught up with them.
Hi, my name is Sydney Males Muenala. I'm from Ecuador. I am an indigenous woman from the community Quichua Otavalo. So we are here because we need to reclaim all of the violation of the human rights, especially from the indigenous people. So we are here like young people, young indigenous women, because we need to defend our territories and demand the mining, the climate crisis, because you have that transnationally in our territory, and this is like the violence for our bodies, our community, our territory, our water.
My name is Juliana Esprilla. I'm from Colombia and I'm an Afro-descendant woman, and I'm here because I am trying to enhance my voice to talk about our people, our communities, and why climate change is needed to be treated urgently. We need the money, we need it now.
My name's Karina Lester. I'm from Australia, and I'm a second-generation survivor of British nuclear tests that happened in Australia in 1953, but the program continued through the 60s as well. So I've come here to be part of this event to just send a strong message around nuclear and the impacts it's having on Indigenous peoples in Australia and also around the globe as well. So here to, voice our concerns, because our government's also thinking of nuclear power plants as well. So we're very concerned about that as Indigenous peoples, because it'll impact on First Nations peoples in Australia.
Would you share some of the impact it had?
Yeah, many people had passed, but many people have quite sick illnesses as well from the British nuclear testing program that happened in the 50s and 60s. My father was blinded by those British nuclear tests that happened on the 15th of October 1953, and so it took something away from him, and we as the next generation live with this and carried that tragic story of what happened to his people, how his people were harmed by the fallout, and how people still continue to suffer today with autoimmune diseases, with chest infections, with skin rashes on their skin. There's many other like infant mortality concerns within our communities as well, and we're very remote in Australia, and those locations were very remote, and so we're quite concerned about our people but also our environment, because our country wears the scars of those British nuclear tests today.
Thabo Sibego from AtLife Africa in South Africa. So we are here for a protest. Number one is to raise awareness to the whole global society that more fossil fuel must be kicked out of Africa. More finance should be allocated for sustainable projects. Finance must actually be allocated to all the African regions that has been their environment has been destroyed as a result of fossil fuel extractivist projects. We are protesting here because we have discovered that there's more fossil fuel lobbyists attending the COP29, which means the voices of the voiceless will still be suppressed. So, and therefore, we felt that it is proper for us to combine and join forces to protest, to do a silent protest and also a peaceful protest to raise our awareness, to amplify our voices.
My name is Nadia Haddad. I'm from the European Disability Forum, and the purpose of us being here is to reclaim the rights of persons with disabilities, because mostly we have 1.9 billion of persons with disabilities around the world, and the majority of them is living in the south. That's mean one on every 6 persons has a disability, and yet we are not recognized. We are not part of the consultancy of persons with disabilities. We are not there when they're taking decisions. So we are those who are really left behind between the most vulnerable, while we are the most impacted. For example, whenever there is a disaster, first people are the first people are only starting with information. The information given is not accessible. For example, deaf people, people who are blind, people who are deafblind, people with intellectual disability. So they even don't get the information. There's an alarm, they don't hear it. When there is something, emission, a special request, people who doesn't understand easily, or people with social psychological problems do not know nowhere this, so there was still no. So we are reclaiming, for example, a fast tracking mechanism, so they could detect them very fast. When there is rescue, for example, there were floods in Germany. We are not speaking about the south. There were floods in Germany. Those who stayed behind were all of them were wheelchair users. 10 of them just kept drowning in the water because when the firemen arrived to rescue them, they didn't have adequate materials to rescue them. So whenever something happens, persons with disability are always those the most affected. They can't run away, they can't understand, they can't hear, and they are not considered be rescued first because priority takes too much time. So there is a kind of triage, even in disasters. And that's why we are here. We want equality, we want them beforehand to prepare, and if something happens, then to be sure that if we're going to build back better, then it should be accessible and affordable for all of us.
I'm Carolina Santos, I'm from Brazil. I'm an activist, climate and environmental social activist in Brazil.
Brazil's hosting the next COP.
Yes, in my city, Belém. So we're kind of doing some preparations for that here. The main theme this year is climate financing. So we find it really important that especially people from the countries of the global south are present and have a voice. Unfortunately, we weren't able to say anything by the regulations and stuff, but we are trying to make noise as well as we can, trying to get our message across as well as we can. So we're here to demand justice for the global south. We're here to demand climate financing for adaptation and mitigation for the climate for the global south, especially the countries that suffer the most with massive climate events.
My name is Akram, and I'm here with the Palestinian delegation. And one of the issues that we're discussing is global energy embargo. So there was an action demonstration here in this quite large hall in Baku. I think we're actually under a football stadium. The action was cross-constituency action to raise awareness about the anger that many people feel at the fact that these COP negotiations are increasingly disconnected from reality. And the issue that we were raising alongside many others was this question of the fueling of genocide. The same fossil fuel companies that profit from the destruction of the environment are also profiting from the genocide being committed against the people of Palestine, particularly the people in Gaza. For example, the jet fuel used in US aircraft is shipped from the United States. Other fuel is shipped from here, from Azerbaijan, through the BTC pipeline, through Turkey, and then shipped to Israel. All of this is part and parcel of the Israeli war machine, and we've now had a year of seeing the most horrifying scenes on our television screens. No one in the world is in any doubt that what we're witnessing is a genocide. It took very many months for world leaders to say that they were willing to accept a ceasefire, and now this language of calling for a ceasefire has become totally and utterly meaningless. What we want is not empty words, it's action, and we particularly expect that from the nations in the world that claim to support the people of Palestine. Amongst the foremost amongst the foremost nations sending energy to Israel are South Africa, who initiated the ICJ case, Turkey, which speaks regularly for the people of Palestine and yet allows 50% of Israel's oil to flow through its territory, and Brazil, where 9% of Israel's oil comes from. What we're saying is that we need to follow the example of Colombia, who took the decision in August to stop selling coal to Israel because the Genocide Convention obliges them not to sell any weapons or dual-use products that can be used in the conduct of war, which will aid and abet the committing of a genocide. Colombia took that decision relatively quickly, relatively straightforwardly, and there's no reason why other nations cannot make that same decision. It's not enough to pretend to support the people of Palestine, to make grand claims. now, a year on into this genocide, people are judged by their actions, not their words. And any of these countries could take and follow the example of Colombia in imposing an energy embargo, and that would have an enormous impact directly on the ability of Israel to conduct the genocide, but long-term on its ability to continue its settler colonial expansionist project.
Countries are at a United Nations Climate Change Summit for 2 weeks of talks about the future of climate change. The US has always played a big role in the COP29 summit, but climate policies could change under President-elect Donald Trump.
No to greenwashing, and no to the Azerbaijani regime, which is oppressing Azerbaijanis, Armenians, and many other minorities. Also is a petrostate whose economy is completely dependent on fossil fuels, and that is planning to expand fossil fuel production and exports, and has no plan to commit to real climate action. So this hypocrisy goes many, many different ways. But we see through their lies, and that's why we are standing here, demanding justice and demanding truth and accountability from those in power. The climate crisis is an existential crisis. 2024 is on track to become the hottest year ever recorded, and last year global greenhouse gas emissions reached an all-time high. In this moment that the UNFCCC is hosting yet another COP climate meeting in an authoritarian petrostate is beyond absurd.
Our silence here by the United Nations says more than enough. Me and my family having our pictures censored as we were trying to have them in display here to serve their memory and to serve justice on their memory is a statement by the United Nations.
The US is more of a problem than helping in any solution. This is going to get worse under Trump. We've seen it in his first presidency. So I think the rest of the world needs to step up even more if we're going to have this very uncooperative United States.
For those of us dedicated to climate action, last week's outcome in the United States is obviously bitterly disappointing. It is clear that the next administration will try to take a U-turn and reverse much of this progress. And of course, I'm keenly aware of the disappointment that the United States has at times caused the parties of the climate regime. In January, we're going to inaugurate a president whose relationship to climate change is captured by the words hoax and fossil fuels. He's vowed to dismantle our environmental safeguards and once again withdraw the United States from the Paris Agreement. That is what he has said, and we should believe him. While the United States federal government under Donald Trump may put climate change action on the back burner, the work to contain climate change is going to continue in the United States with commitment and passion and belief.
The reason why I'm not personally at COP is very, very simple. The basic principle of climate justice that me and many other climate activists, that is the reason why we are climate activists in the first place, are completely incompatible with the COP29 being held in Azerbaijan. Azerbaijan, as previous people here on stage have said, is an extremely repressive state, a petrostate that is planning to expand fossil fuel production and is responsible for ethnic cleansing. It is absolutely nauseating, to say the least, the hypocrisy, the extreme hypocrisy that this climate conference, COP29, is being held in that country right now, and has been held in countries in similar situations the years before. Not only Azerbaijan is able to commit these horrible crimes and not being held accountable, but also they are given a pass and legitimacy and a platform on the world stage to legitimize these extreme human rights abuses and ethnic cleansing and greenwash this. And the world stands silent and gives them that opportunity time and time again, because of course this is not the only case. We need to stop pretending that having climate conferences in places like this, countries and states that are extremely repressing their own population, which many Azerbaijani activists that I've spoken to describe it as if they are living in a prison where their basic human rights are being stripped away from them as we speak, and are experiencing a continuous crackdown on civil society, and the voices who are demanding change are systematically being silenced and captivated. Also, as we have heard today, the ethnic cleansing that Azerbaijan is guilty of, and the continuous extreme hardships that many Armenians are facing because of the Azerbaijani military aggression, the torture, forcefully displacement, prisoners of war, hostages, and the ethnic cleansing and the extreme physical and psychological violence that people have experienced can in absolutely no way be justified. And the fact that the world continuously remains silent and let Azerbaijan greenwash these crimes is absolutely unacceptable. And another perspective is, of course, that Azerbaijan is a country completely built on fossil fuel production and are currently planning on expanding this production and exports. And the world that continues to import this fossil fuel from Azerbaijan and continues to be silent about these humanitarian crises is, of course, complicit. We cannot pick and choose which humanitarian struggles and which human rights abuses we are speaking up on, because if we are standing up for justice, that has to mean justice for everyone.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, kindly take your seats so that we may begin. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, we are about to start. Thank you.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, I resume the 11th meeting of the COP. I invite the COP to consider agenda sub-item 2D, election of officers other than the President. I would like to inform parties that consultations on the nomination for election have been concluded and nominations received for election to bodies under the Convention, the Kyoto Protocol, and the Paris Agreement. I would like to thank Vice President Julio Cordano for conducting these consultations. I would also like to thank all chairs and coordinators of regional groups and constituencies for their active and constructive engagement in the consultations. The list of nominations received by the Secretariat is available on the UNFCCC website. I now invite the COP to elect to its Bureau the following members. As Vice Presidents, Mr. Ali Mohammed of Kenya, thank you. Mr. Saeed Haider Shah of Pakistan. Mr. Albara Tafiq of Saudi Arabia. Ms. Vinja Ksanovic of Croatia. Mr. Juan Carlos Monterrey of Panama. Ms. Sara Gonzalez of Dominican Republic. Mr. Bayera Eritai of Kiribati. As SAPSTA Chair, His Excellency Adonia Ayebara of Uganda. Ms. Julia Gardner of Australia. and as reporter, Ms. Ursula Fuentes of Germany. If no objections, it's so decided. Thank you. I would like to congratulate the members of the Bureau on their election. I would also like to express appreciation to the previous Bureau members, under whose guidance and leadership we have made tremendous progress during the past 2 years, especially the guidance for organization and the work of the conference. Turning to the election of the members of constituted bodies under the convention, I invite the COP to elect the members of the following bodies as contained in the list of nominations: the Adaptation Committee, the STCN Advisory Board, the Paris Committee on Capacity Building, the Standing Committee on Finance, and Technology Executive Committee. I also invite the COP to take note of the nominations of the members of the consultative group of experts, the Katowice Committee of Experts and the LCIPP Facilitative Working Group. If no objections, it is so decided. Thank you. I would like to congratulate the members of this on their election. I would also like to thank all the ongoing members for their commitment and hard work that has ensured the success of the work of the bodies. I know that there are nominations outstanding for these bodies. I invite groups and constituencies to continue consultations and submit the outstanding nominations to the Secretariat as soon as possible and by the 28th of February 2025 at the latest. Once received by the Secretariat, the nominees will be deemed elected at COP29 in accordance with established practice. If no objections, it is decided. Thank you. I now suspend the COP. I now resume the 11th meeting of CMP. I invite the CMP to consider item 2, organizational matters, sub-item 2B, election of additional officers. I would like to thank Vice President Julio Cordano for his hard work in leading these consultations. The list of nominations received by the Secretariat is available on the UNFCCC website. There will be no election of an additional member of the COP Bureau, as all the members of the Bureau elected by the COP earlier today are also parties to the Kyoto Protocol. I now invite the CMP to elect the members and alternate members of the following bodies as contained in the list of nominations: the Clean Development Mechanism Executive Board, the Kyoto Protocol Compliance Committee, and the Adaptation Fund Board. If no objections, so decided. Thank you. I would like to congratulate the members and alternate members of these bodies on their election. I would also like to thank all the ongoing members and alternate members for their commitment and hard work that ensured the success of the work of these bodies. I know that there are nominations outstanding. I invite groups and constituencies to continue consultations and submit the outstanding nominations to the Secretariat as soon as possible and in any case by 28th of February 2025 at the latest. Once received by the Secretariat, the nominees will be deemed elected at CMP 19 in accordance with established practice. If no objections. Thank you. I now suspend the meeting of CMP. I now resume the 11th meeting of CMA. I invite the CMA to consider Agenda Sub-Item 2B, election of additional officers. I would like to thank Vice President Julio Cordano for his hard work in leading these consultations. The list of nominations received by the Secretariat is available on UNFCCC website. There will be no election of an additional member of the COP Bureau, as all the members of the Bureau elected by the COP earlier today are also parties to the Paris Agreement. I now invite the CMA to elect the members and alternate members of the following bodies as contained in the list of nominations. The Executive Committee of the Warsaw International Mechanism on Loss and Damage. The Advisory Body of the Santiago Network. Article 6.4 Supervisory Body. And the Paris Agreement Implementation and Compliance Committee. If no objections, it is so decided. Thank you. I would like to congratulate the members and alternate members of these bodies on their election. I would also like to thank all the ongoing members and alternate members for their commitment and hard work that ensure the success of the work of these bodies. I know that there are nominations outstanding. I invite groups and constituencies to continue consultations and submit the outstanding nominations to the Secretariat as soon as possible and by the 28th of February 2025 at the latest. If no objections, it is decided. Thank you. I now suspend the meeting of the CMA. Dear delegates, we will resume the COP, CMP, CMA later tonight. Thank you. Dear delegates, we need 20-25 minutes to finalize the documents and we will start the discussions.
We are also joined by other members of civil society from around the world. I'm going to get up right now. They have just come from across this broad room from the Caspian Plenary Hall, where they held a People Summit. One of the co-chairs of that summit, which is called Pay Up, Stand Up, Finance Climate Action, Not Genocide, where civil society unfurled the names of Palestinians who've been killed and prayed for the dead. We're joined right now by co-chair. The co-chair is Liddy Nakpo, who is a longtime Filipina climate activist and coordinator with the Asia People's Summit on Debt and Development and the global campaign to demand climate justice. Liddy, it's so great to have you with us today. If you can talk about what the point of this plenary was, hundreds of people packed in.
Well, we wanted first to feel our power of solidarity together. So it was a really great opportunity for us to come together in big numbers, such as we've not had in this COP because of the whole layout and the rules. So this was a great celebration of our power together.
I think you should explain more. What is the issue here? Why are there so many silent protests? And explain the rules where you cannot mention a country name. You can't even say where you're from.
Yes, that is one of the rules of the security and the UNFCCC Secretariat in order to protect, they say, the dignity and to protect respect for the different countries and governments of the country. So we're not allowed to mention governments. There is a policy that we can't name and shame, but apparently that also applies to we can't praise particular governments. So we just can't name any government and we can't even say where we're from. But we have been doing our best to use this space to raise our voices on the critical issues that are being discussed here that affects our lives. And one of that is the genocide that's happening in this world. It's very much a climate issue as it is an issue of justice, and also the issue of climate finance, which is supposed to be part of the reparations for the climate debt that is owed to our people in the global south.
We're also joined by Jana Rashid. Jana Rashid is a climate advocate, a Palestinian based in London. In Lebanon. You are wearing a keffiyeh. Inside, it was very moving at the beginning of the session where the names of hundreds, if not thousands, of Palestinians and Lebanese were put on sheets and people unfurled them. Talk about why you're here today and what your message is.
Like, I'm here today, first of all, to amplify the voices of my people in Palestine and Lebanon, to talk about the genocides that are happening, because we can't be here talking about climate justice without mentioning the injustices around the world, because it's also linked with the environment, it's also linked with the ecocides that is happening. Because of the genocide that is currently happening in both Lebanon and Palestine, the soil are being contaminated because of the bombing. The sea is being contaminated also because of the bombing. So we can't be we can't have this hypocrisy in the world and be here talking about just transition and climate justice without mentioning these injustices. And we are here as collective Palestinians. There are a collective Palestinian that came up with a campaign called Global Energy Embargo for Palestine, where they are calling countries such as Brazil, South Africa, and Turkey, these countries that they claim to support Palestinians, but on the other hand they are fueling genocide, and they are making the fuels come out from their countries to the occupation. So yeah, we are here demanding to stop fueling genocide, demanding to stop the transportation of the fuel from these countries to the occupation.
We're also joined by another climate activist. We're joined right now by Lina Issa, who is a climate justice advocate from Sudan. If you can talk about why you're here today, what you're trying to accomplish, and what Sudan is facing.
I'm basically here to speak about Sudan because no one
no one here talking about Sudan. We are so neglected. Families are separated. Women got raped, and a lot of children lose their lives according to nothing, literally. And the media is not covering us. No one is speaking about us. There's a genocide happening in there, and my country are blooding, and even like every region in Sudan are neglected, blooding, and also like the media are blind from us, because no one really care about us. I don't know why. Is it because we are black people, but black people life matter? And I'm here today to speak up about Sudan, to speak about the women, children, men, the families, all the families that are separated now. We need to stop this war. We need to defund this genocide right now. A lot of countries are supporting this genocide, but no one else, like no one another is supporting the Sudanese themselves. Like there's no safety, security, and all of this, and we are all here calling, like there's no one here to like we are here not like to leave anyone behind, but unfortunately Sudanese people are behind.
Let's turn now for the next few minutes to the COP29 climate summit. That has released a new draft climate finance deal in the last couple of hours that would have developed nations take the lead, but a European negotiator has said the new draft deal is too costly. Delegates in Baku have been trying to negotiate a deal that would dramatically increase the amount of money wealthier countries give to poorer ones to help them adapt to global warming. Well, the deal proposes wealthy countries give $250 billion per year to developing nations by 2035 to help tackle climate change. Well, the figure is up from $100 billion a year currently in place. It is still much lower than the $1.3 trillion a year from public funds that poorer nations have actually asked for. So, let's go to our climate editor, Justin Rowland. He's there at COP in Baku. And Justin, we were just giving the details there of the figures, but take me through the reaction there's been since this draft has been published.
There's been fury, I think it's fair to say, from developing nations. We heard from Panama's climate envoy. He said it seems as if the developed countries want the planet to burn. And we got this from Tina Stiggy, who is the Marshall Islands climate envoy. She says Marshall Islands, very low-lying coral islands, very vulnerable to sea level, one of the most vulnerable countries in the world, Pacific Island nation. They say, she says, year after year, we bring our stories of climate impacts to these meetings, and we receive only sympathy and no real action from wealthy nations. We are not here to tell stories, she says. We are here to save our communities. And we were hearing really similar things from African delegations who said they were going to oppose this. Even the lead negotiator for COP29, he came down very briefly down here and was immediately surrounded by a huge gaggle of journalists. I managed to get a question to him. I said, is 250 billion enough? I know it sounds like a huge amount of money, Matthew, but I said, is 200 billion enough? And he said it's not as ambitious as we hoped, and he said we'll go back to parties, that means the countries in these negotiations, and continue the talk. So he's kind of saying that Azerbaijan doesn't think this is enough, and indeed there was a statement from the UK team suggesting that in a way this is the first offer, and indicating that they were kind of open to further negotiations. So I think we will see that total increase. It's 7 o'clock, just after 7 o'clock here in Azerbaijan. The conference was supposed to finish at 6, so we're already running over, and our understanding is we probably won't get a significant development, a new text with a new figure in it, until the morning. There'll be kind of negotiating teams shuttling between each other, trying to work out a compromise that people can kind of coalesce around, if you like, Matthew.
And Justin, as you're speaking, we're showing pictures of the consequences of climate change, as you would expect. Now, let's leave finances aside for the next question. In terms of this COP, just take me through and give me your assessment of the successes and failures.
Well, look, right at the beginning, we did get agreement on one of the last remaining issues from the Paris Agreement, which was back in 2015. It was the real landmark development in this whole process, where all the countries of the world, for the first time ever, said they would all work to tackle climate change. But the reward for developing countries for signing up to that was the $100 billion a year of funding from the developed world that you referred to. What the developed world said back in Paris in 2015 is, look, we'll come back, that's a down payment, we'll come back in 10 years' time and we'll increase that figure. And that spole on, if you like, 9 years, and here we are in Baku, that's the negotiation that's underway. So this is very much part of the process, and there was an agreement right at the beginning saying there's a kind of carbon trading system that might potentially generate billions of dollars for the developing world. That's been in discussion for those full 9 years, and we got agreement on that, or tentative agreement on that, I should say. There's some suggestion that there need to be some details worked out. The big question, though, is this finance issue, and also, of course, what commitment, whether we'll restate the commitment made, landmark commitment again made in UAE and Dubai last year, to transition away from fossil fuels. That is still in play here in Baku.
Justin, thanks very much for getting through all of those details. Justin Roller, that's our climate editor.
As we continue our coverage from COP29 here in Baku, Azerbaijan, I'm Amy Goodman. We look at what Donald Trump's re-election as U.S. president means for the climate. Clean energy and environmental advocates are raising alarm over Trump's nomination of oil and gas industry executive Chris Wright to serve as energy secretary. Wright's a fracking magnate who's long championed fossil fuel production and publicly denied the existence of the climate crisis. He's the CEO of the Denver-based oil field firm Liberty Energy, serves on the board of Oklo, a nuclear power startup. Wright posted this video on his LinkedIn profile just last year.
There is no climate crisis, and we're not in the midst of an energy transition either. Humans and all complex life on Earth is simply impossible without carbon dioxide. Hence the term carbon pollution is outrageous. There is no such thing as clean energy or dirty energy. These 5 terms, climate crisis, energy transition, carbon pollution, clean energy, and dirty energy, are not only deceptive, they are in fact destructive deceptions.
Wright is also known for drinking a fracking fluid bleach cocktail on camera to prove it was safe. In a statement, Trump said Wright would be ushering in a so-called golden age of American prosperity and global peace, unquote. Trump's also announced North Dakota Governor Doug Burgum as his pick to lead the Interior Department, a position currently held by Deb Haaland, who made history as the first Native American to ever serve as cabinet secretary. Trump wrote in a statement, quote, "We will drill, baby, drill, expand all forms of energy production to grow our economy and create good-paying jobs," unquote. Burgum was also tapped to head a newly created National Energy Council, which will seek to, quote, enforce U.S. energy dominance, unquote, globally. For more, we're joined here in Baku by Manish Bapna, president of the NRDC, that's the Natural Resources Defense Council, and Natural Resources Defense Council Action. So we just have a few minutes at the end of this show. First, respond to Chris Wright's nomination, the climate denier, the fracking magnate, the man who drank bleach and fracking fluid on TV.
It is deeply troubling. It is startling, but shouldn't be a surprise in light of the fact of who nominated him. It's particularly jarring as we sit here in Baku at the climate COP. We're already flirting with 1.5 degrees. We have already kind of behind the game in reducing emissions. And now we have not only Chris Wright, but we have Doug Burgum as the head of Interior, potentially, and Lee Zeldin as the head of the Environmental Protection Agency. These are serious positions. They're senior cabinet positions in the next administration for the United States. Charged with protecting clean air, clean water, creating jobs for the future. And all of these nominations are just deeply troubling. They represent significant regression at a time when we need to see much, much greater progress.
So what are you doing about it? We said nominate. We didn't say they are appointed,
Exactly.
Although that's what President-elect Trump would like to see, is recess appointments. So how are you organizing?
We are trying to shine a light on who they are and what they represent and how out of touch they are with what the public actually wants. When we see polling around the importance of clean air, clean water, protecting public health, creating jobs, lowering energy costs, the thing is that clean energy has been demonstrated to be more affordable, more reliable. It's more energy secure than a lot of the other options that people are promoting. We even see with the unprecedented progress that's happened in the last few years with the Inflation Reduction Act, an incredible set of investments taking place all around the country. The Inflation Reduction Act has generated 85% of investments in red districts, in Republican districts. 68% of the jobs created are in Republican districts. We are demonstrating that clean energy is good for the entire country, and they're going to take us backwards. And so we're going to do what we can to shine a light on their record and try to see if we could find the right people to lead these agencies. But if that is not possible, we will do what we can to hold them accountable.
So having Energy Secretary Chris Wright, not only does President-elect Trump at this point want recess appointments, he doesn't want them backgrounded by the FBI. When you don't have a hearing, you don't learn about people's financial investments, conflicts of interest. Trump himself has refused to sign ethics forms since October. What would that mean? A man who would stand to gain an enormous amount as head of energy company, Liberty Energy.
All you have to do is follow the money, right? All three of these candidates, you look at someone like Chris Wright, who we heard what he said, and we know where he would actually benefit. He is the CEO of a fracking company. We have Doug Burgum, who played an important role in brokering a deal between President-elect Trump and oil and gas billionaires in Florida a couple months ago, when President-elect Trump said that for $1 billion, he will provide favors to the oil and gas industry. We have to follow the money. And that is one of the biggest challenges we see in politics in the United States today, which has been exacerbated since Citizens United back in 2010. More money into politics, more corporate money into politics, has just created the challenges we're seeing today.
Talk more about North Dakota Governor Burgum. Of course, North Dakota, the site of an epic battle in the last years around the Dakota Access Pipeline with Energy Transfer Partners. But what it means to have him as head of the Interior, and not only head of the Interior, Donald Trump has said he will also serve as energy czar.
This is a huge job, right? The Department of the Interior is responsible for our public lands, about conservation, about how we use those public lands wisely for today and for tomorrow. And so he'll be in a position to expand oil and gas leasing in offshore water, on land, at a time when just last year's COP, as you mentioned earlier, the international community recognized we needed to transition away from fossil fuels. The United States is already the largest oil and gas producer in the world, increasing rapidly. And now we have someone who has promised to further accelerate oil and gas exploration in the United States. Perhaps most notably, will be lifting the pause on LNG exports that the Biden administration put in place just 6 months ago. And with someone like him responsible for energy across the entire administration, it creates real serious concerns about how we make sure that the United States stays focused on the clean energy transition. The one thing I would say, though,
we have 10 seconds,
is that the clean energy transition in the United States is unstoppable. It's going to hit some speed bumps now, but it will move forward.
The so-called wealthy countries have agreed to pull at least $300 billion a year by 2035 to help developing nations bear a disproportionate burden from climate change. It falls far short of the $1.3 trillion initially asked by developing countries, who say the final pledge is a paltry sum. Well, to discuss, let's bring in climate analyst and researcher Annabella Rosenberg. Thank you so much for joining us on the program today. It's been a rocky road, but we have a deal that's been pushed through. Do you see this as a step in the right direction, or nowhere near enough to help developing nations deal with climate change?
Unfortunately, from a civil society perspective and taking into account the needs for adapting to climate change, transitioning away from fossil fuels, this deal cannot be seen as progress. It is a failure, and it is a step backward in the right direction.
So the amount that's been agreed upon is $300 billion. So then what can realistically be achieved with this amount? You say this is a failure. How so?
$300 billion is basically what is already being mobilized around the world. What the agreement is saying is that we need trillions, so it acknowledges the need, but then it moves on into saying that developed country governments would just lead in trying to mobilize $300 billion, and also counting a lot of money that is already out there, in particular multilateral development banks that are already roughly planning to mobilize those things in form of debt to developing countries. With a little bit of creative accounting, developed countries can reach that amount even much faster of the pledge that is currently on the text, where they are committing only to reach that amount 10 years from now. It's not even from this year onwards. So no matter where we look, the text is so full of loopholes that yes, we can be attracted to see the numbers, but behind those numbers, there's no clear commitment to see new public money going from developed countries to developing countries, which was the deal that allowed developing countries to accept the Paris Agreement. So this is also the most worrying signal. We went to Baku to have an agreement on climate finance, and in the end, what we have coming back this morning, after 2 weeks of bitter negotiations, as you said, is a rewriting of the responsibilities of developed countries to support the transition. And this is, I have to say, quite unfortunate, because it has been the plan in the books for a long time to erase that historical responsibility of developed countries. And again, this is something that does not only harm developing country peoples, but actually everyone around the world, because we are going to be seeing less action on climate change.
Now, continuing on what you just said, climate change is one of the most pressing issues of our lifetime and for the next generations. But as we just saw at the summit, it's fair to say that the issue still lacks momentum. So how do you explain this hesitation and the lack of drive on the climate front?
I think it's very important to acknowledge that the way in which climate policies have been done until now have not really touched people's direct life and direct concerns. A lot of the climate policies that are out there are very techno-centered and not really responding to the needs for food, for water, for income, for jobs. So as long as climate remains separated from other people's concerns, we are going to be seeing it in competition with other prosperity demands. So I think we need to launch a new era of talking and doing climate action that just moves us away from what elites has been trying to push, which is an agenda that sustains them in the investments and ideas of the economies that privilege them, and move away from that to respond to people's needs. In that way, we can get much more popular support, not only for climate action, but for transforming the way in which our societies are organized, which ultimately is what we need to confront the climate challenge and reach the 1.5 degree average target goal that the Paris Agreement set for us all.
So in that case, how can developing countries be helped by richer countries for an ecological transition? Could you perhaps give some examples?
Well, what we are saying is that there are possibilities of a different kind of partnership. And I think on the one side, there is the money, and clearly this deal is not responding to that need. On the other side, there is also the need for international cooperation and changing the rules in which that cooperation is happening. The Indian government yesterday in their speech, they were saying, well, we are in a very hostile environment to organize our transition. There is a trade fight going on, preventing developing countries from add domestic content, for example, to the clean technology production. So we could also see cooperation coming beyond money, and that's another way to support countries, is to rewrite some of the rules that today don't allow some of these poorest countries to jump into a different sort of economy.
And another glaring issue is, of course, the incoming US President, Donald Trump, who's expected to pull out of the Paris Agreement. So how are other developed nations expected to make up for the shortfall in the pledge?
what we have seen in the past 2 weeks is that the election of Donald Trump in the US presidency was used to somehow push developing countries to accept any kind of deal, because later we would have Trump, or later we would have different, even worse domestic conditions in Europe. I think this is not necessarily the narrative we need or what should drive diplomacy. What we are going to see, and of course, in the US is a weakening of some of their standards, and that's the most worrying concern. When it comes to multilateralism, unfortunately, the United States has not been a good partner to the climate agreement. Sometimes it has a more positive narrative, sometimes less. But when it comes to commitment, whether it's about emission reductions or finance, they have kept on lagging behind and trying to erase their historical responsibility. So I think it's very important that the rest of the developed world in particular not only tries to make up for the US, but actually tries to establish a different kind of partnership with the developing world. That is what is missing, a willingness to rebuild diplomacy in a way that goes beyond putting at the table text that is clearly harming developing country interests and expecting them to accept for the sake of multilateralism. Because this is what has been happening over the past years, and this is something that we need to change if we want the UN to survive in these very hostile political changes that we are observing.
Now, this year's summit, of course, took place as, 2024 is almost certain to be the hottest ever year on record, isn't it? I mean, all the many natural disasters brought on by extreme weather is just going to become worse and worse, isn't it?
It's going to become worse and worse. We know this, but we can still change things as well. We can change things first. We can redirect, the way in which we are organizing our societies. We can also start collecting money. I think a lot of the conversation about the finance goal has been about developed countries making efforts to put money on the table, but we know that they are not taking the money there where it's needed, and I think that could also help. We also know that we need societies that stay stronger together. The disasters we've seen in the Global South, but also more recently in Europe, in Valencia, for example, show that people also want to help each other. Adaptation policies are going to be crucial. And again, reinforcing the social fabric that would allow us to think together which kind of society we want to build. All of those messages about what we're calling is a just transition are also being erased of the agreement in Baku. And that is also a very, very sad message to communities and people around the world that are not only facing the impacts of climate change, but are also being asked to pay for it.
Annabella Rosenberg, thank you so much for sharing your thoughts with us on the program today.
Thanks so much for your invitation.
We're broadcasting from the UN Climate Summit in Baku, Azerbaijan. We begin today's show with more on the ongoing crackdown on human rights defenders here in Azerbaijan. Gubad Ibadoglu is a political economist and anti-corruption activist who's called for greater transparency in oil and gas sector revenues. He was violently detained in July of 2023 on charges Human Rights Watch describes as bogus. If convicted, he faces over 17 years in prison. He spoke to the BBC last week from house arrest.
Azerbaijan economy heavily relies of the oil and the gas sector. My academic and the policy research focus on the oil and the gas revenue and how the oil and the gas revenue managed in Azerbaijan, and I promote the transparency, anti-corruption and accountability, not in the Azerbaijan level, in the national level. As you know, I am academic. I need to go to the university, but instead the university I am going every week twice to register to report the police department. I am a law-abiding citizen of Azerbaijan. Unfortunately, we are living the lawless country. There is no any role of the court, and this is not legal process. It depends on the political decision.
Before his arrest, Gubad Ibadoglu was a senior visiting scholar at the London School of Economics and Rutgers University. He'd previously led anti-corruption nonprofit here in Baku called the Economic Research Center, which the government shut down in 2014. Since then, Ibadoglu had been living in exile until he returned last year to visit his family. when he was detained. He spent the next 9 months in pre-trial detention and was moved to house arrest earlier this year because of his deteriorating health. To talk more about Gubad Ibadolu, we're joined right now by his daughter, Jala Biramova, a human rights lawyer who focuses on LGBTQ rights. They've been advocating for his release, as well as the release of other political prisoners here in Azerbaijan. And they won the 2024 Magnitsky Prize in the category of Outstanding Young Human Rights Activist. They join us now from Johannesburg, South Africa. Jala, welcome to Democracy Now! I'm sorry under these conditions. Can you talk about why your father was imprisoned and now under house arrest?
Thank you a lot for having me here. And the main reason my dad, Dr. Gubad, was in prison is that because of his research on corruption and the oil and gas industry and how it affects environment and transparency, and the oil and gas industry also quite Azerbaijani one, well known for money laundering and the corruption around the world. What my dad was doing, he was investigating money laundering while he was teaching at LAC, and what his investigations were showing as well is that Azerbaijan was not only money laundering but also using the money to corrupt Western politicians, diplomats, but at the same time not doing it alone but doing it together with Russia and the Turkish government. What my dad was trying to do is to investigate them, but also he opened a foundation in UK, and that foundation is supposed to serve as a scholarship for Azerbaijani students. And my dad wanted to get that laundered money to that foundation so that Azerbaijani students can actually come and study in Western countries, learn more about human rights and democracy, and then young people try to change the country in a better and a meaningful way. And that's what basically was the main reason that Azerbaijani government decided to detain him in a very horrible fashion, as they basically physically assaulted both my parents.
Can you talk about the day that your dad was arrested?
On the day when my dad was arrested, I was actually working on my diploma thesis for my master's degree, and we actually talked, and he told me that he's gonna come and read that and let me know what he thinks about it. And then he went together with my mom to do shopping. My dad came to see my grandma, who is a disabled person, so they were doing shopping for her. And on the way, while driving, the 6 police cars, actually they were civil cars, so they didn't have even like police emblem on them, physically they crashed their car, and then 20 men in black came and physically assaulted my parents. My mom was extremely terrified. She actually thought that this is some kind of like a trafficking or mafia, like organ mafia or sex mafia. So she was actually screaming, saying that like, I'm too old for that. Like my husband's organs are not working, because they didn't have any police symbol and they didn't even introduce themselves. So they basically attacked on my family, my parents. As a result, my mom lost 30% of her nerve function on her right side of brain. So she has been having difficulties to balance herself. And my dad was kept 9 months under the isolation center without no access to drinkable water, proper food or medication, and then transferred to the house arrest.
And talk more about what happened to your mother.
So while my mom was detained, she was actually kept there to pressure my dad. And the reason that they were trying to do is they were threatening my dad that they're gonna rape her and they're gonna physically assault her. So they were kept in different cars, but then later on in different rooms in organized crime department since their detention, so they couldn't even meet. My mom has to stay in Azerbaijan for 2 months, and she was being followed all the time. We couldn't get her out because she had a travel ban, but me and my brothers, we have been doing this advocacy around the world to rescue our parents. And as a result of European Parliament resolution on September 2023, we managed to move my mom to Sweden together with me. So she's staying with me right now, and we had to hospitalize her a couple of times in Lund hospital. However, it took us 2 months to get her out, and she was, in a sense, our priority to rescue, because we were extremely worried about her, as she has never done anything political. And the reason that they did this, the way that they physically assaulted my parents and brutally attacked them, is because they wanted to show everybody and create also a chilling effect. They wanted to show that, see, if the Aliyev regime can detain a LAC professor and actually can physically assault his wife, then he can do it to anybody, because never in our history anybody's wife has been detained or has been physically assaulted in this way. So it's the first time for us, for our society as well.
We're, I guess you could say, in a kind of silo here at the UN Climate Summit, Jala. And there's very little awareness here of what's going on outside. If you can talk about what has happened over the last year in the lead up to this COP summit, and your father, an anti-corruption economist, is not unrelated to this summit because he particularly is calling for transparency around oil and gas transactions. And if you can talk about what those oil and gas transactions mean for the president, Aliyev, and the people in his government.
Now, we basically have more than 300 political prisoners. When my dad was detained, before his detention, we had 98 political prisoners, and after him, in less than 6 months, they detained more than 200 people. So what we call it is the start of an unprecedented crackdown, and what we understand that is quite related to COP29. In previous events that Azerbaijan hosted, like Eurovision or some kind of like European Games, we had a lot of activism has been done by civil society. People will do a lot of activism, people will try to inform everybody what's going on in Azerbaijan. So basically, in a sense, the regime, learning from this, decided to clean up all the from activists from Azerbaijan or from all the civil society. Even there was two separate persons who protested in blue and green zone. They were also physically assaulted and was kicked out from both places, and they were both Azerbaijanis who has been protesting for animal rights, but also the labor rights of the people who has been working for the COP29 venue, and they have not been paid enough. As for the oil and gas, what my dad's research shows is that the 1.3% of the whole energy balance of Azerbaijan comes from renewable energy. So 70% and 28% respectively comes from oil and gas energy. So Azerbaijan is not even actually investing on renewable energy. At the same time, the more than 50% of Azerbaijani budget revenues actually comes from oil and gas. So it's very important because after the invasion of Ukraine, right now Europe is trying to rely on Azerbaijan and buy oil and gas from Azerbaijan. But also my dad's research shows that the oil and gas that Azerbaijan pumps to Europe is not really coming from Azerbaijan, because the Azerbaijani oil and gas basically extraction is getting more and more difficult, and we don't really have enough to supply it to Europe. What Azerbaijan right now is doing, also buying it from Russia. So considering that our economy is completely relying on oil and gas sales, and the COP29 is a great place to have a lot of oil and gas lobbyists, it's actually a great chance for Azerbaijani government to have more oil and gas contracts, whether this comes from Russia or not, and then to enrich the regime itself.
Jala Bayramova, you are a human rights lawyer. You have a good deal of experience understanding what's going on here. If you could explain who the Azerbaijani president is, Ilham Aliyev. He's been in power for 20 years following his father. His regime routinely targeting climate activists, human rights activists, and journalists, jailing them.
I can actually explain it from my own experience in Azerbaijan when I was living there. I was tortured twice in Baku and also in Lankaran, in a different city as well. So I'm a human rights lawyer, but I was also working as an activist. I have been observing the elections, writing the cases to European Court of Human Rights. And what happened is that as a result of all these tortures, I cannot sleep without a neck pillow, as they injured my neck discs. They also crushed my ribs and my kneecaps, so which means that I am unable to wear like a normal bra and all those things, because I still have injuries that I have in my body, and I'm also diagnosed with PTSD. So this is like one example from me, but that's not it. Azerbaijani government is not only staying there and only like targeting us physically, detaining us in detention center. No, they're also trying to target us psychologically. So for example, they spread our personal photos. My personal photos has been spreaded on the internet, and those photos was from like my first Halloween in Sweden. So they're spreading this kind of photos as trying to like kind of like picture us in a bad light, saying that, oh, we are very pro-Western, we are very pro-European, so we are like, I don't know, celebrating Halloween and all these things. I also have pictures and also my dad's with LGBT flags, which they also spread it on internet. Azerbaijani government also sex tape the activists. They put hidden cameras to their rooms, to their bathrooms. They even sometimes send spies to have a relationship with especially women activists and sex tape it and put it on internet. So which sounds like a movie, but it's in a real life situation in Azerbaijan. At the same time, while talking about the regime, I think it's quite clear when looking at the Azerbaijani regime, it's quite clear to see that before Ilham Aliyev, it was his father who was also president of Azerbaijan during Soviet Union and a KGB general. And Ilham Aliyev, as it seems, getting his son to get ready to succeed himself, and his wife is a vice president of Azerbaijan. So it's more like a monarchy, it's a family affair in a sense, and they own everything. Like they own all the insurance companies, they own all the banks, properties, and everything it's not a state owned, it's a family oligarch owned in Azerbaijan.
A senior Azerbaijani official overseeing this year's UN conference on tackling climate change has been recorded offering to facilitate discussions on potential fossil fuel deals. Elnur Sultanov was secretly recorded by an activist who posed as an investor seeking to sponsor the COP29 meeting, which starts in Baku on Monday.
We have a lot of pipeline infrastructure. We have a lot of gas fields that are to be developed. We have a lot of green projects that SOCAR is very interested in. There are a lot of joint ventures that could be established, potential joint ventures. Our SOCAR trading is trading oil and gas all over the world, including in Asia. So to me, these are the possibilities to explore.
Well, our climate editor Justin Rowlatt explains the significance of all this.
COP meetings are the conference of the parties that are signatories to the UN climate negotiation process begun 30 years ago. This is the 29th edition of these conferences. It's one of the biggest meetings of world leaders of the world that happens each year. There are 197 countries involved, and the focus is tackling climate change, trying to drive down emissions, trying to save the world from the peril of global warming.
So how significant is this story then that has been uncovered by an activist?
Look, we found similar evidence last year. Again, that was held in a petrostate, that was held in the UAE. I mean, obviously, it casts a shadow, I think it's fair to say, over the conference. Last year, the UAE in Dubai actually pulled out some really quite consequential agreements. So it doesn't mean there can't be progress, but obviously it does. It's not the note on which the world would hope to start a really serious and important discussion like the climate conference that's being held in Baku.
Well, Dominic Kavakeb is the co-director of campaigns at Global Witness, and he spoke to me about this investigation.
So every year COP is hosted by a different country, and for the second year in a row, as Justin was just saying, COP is being hosted in a petrostate. And we've been deeply concerned at Global Witness that COP may be being used to not just not pursue the sort of climate action that we need to see, but actually to pursue further oil and gas deals, as we saw did happen last year in the UAE, and we thought the same would be happening again in Azerbaijan. So we set up a fake oil and gas investment company and got in contact with COP29, dangling the prospect of sponsoring COP29. And in an alarmingly short space of time, we found ourselves on a call with Elnur Sultanov, who is the chief executive of COP29. He's also a minister for energy in Azerbaijan. He also sits on the board of SOCAR, which is Azerbaijan's state oil company, which in itself sounds like a conflict of interest and is in fact very much a conflict of interest. So we ended up on a call with Mr. Sultanov, and fairly brazenly, fairly openly, unashamedly, he offered to introduce us to contacts at SOCAR. He talked about oil and gas being needed forever. And yeah, he was very, very open with our undercover investigator. Subsequently, we followed up and had conversations by email with the COP29 team, and they were very happy to include as part of our sponsorship contract an agreement that there would be no sustainability measures that we would be forced to sign up to as a company, which actually the UN says that companies should do when sponsoring COP. And also they were happy to write into the contract that they would facilitate contacts for us with SOCAR, which they did go on to do. And actually a very senior official in SOCAR got in touch with us off the back of it. So all of this is to say, by purely dangling the prospect of sponsorship with COP29, we were able to get high-level access to talk about oil and gas deals, going against not just the very ethics of COP, but the entire spirit of what it's there to do.
Dominic Covercape there.
Dear delegates, may I ask you to take your seats? We are ready to resume the sessions. Thank you.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, I now resume the 11th meeting of the COP. I invite parties to return to agenda sub-item 2F, organization of work, including for the sessions of the supervisory bodies. As a result of a proposal from parties received by the presidency, a draft decision is presented for adoption by the COP that includes recognition of non-party stakeholders and the Marrakesh Partnership and the continuation of the mandate of the high-level champions. I invite the COP to adopt draft decision entitled Climate High-Level Champions as contained CP/2024/L.15. Thank you. I invite parties to turn to agenda item 8, matters relating to finance, sub-item A, long-term finance. At the resumed first meeting of the COP on Monday, 11 November, a contact group co-chaired by Medellin Diouf and Ouefaya Salmi was established. I also appointed a senior member of my delegation to undertake presidency consultations on this item. I invite the COP to adopt the draft decision contained in document CP/2024/L.14. Thank you. I invite the COP to consider agenda item 14, gender and climate change. This matter was considered by the SBI. At its plenary meeting on 16th of November, the SBI agreed to forward this matter to the COP for further consideration. At the resumed fifth meeting of the COP on Monday, 18th November, I invited Marc-André Lafrance and Ruleta Thomas to facilitate discussions on this matter. I also appointed members of my delegations to undertake presidency consultations on some elements. I invite the COP to adopt the draft decision contained in document CP/2024/L.12 with following oral amendment. Paragraph 23 will be replaced by the following text. Encourages the Secretariat to consider making sure that all budget proposals have considered effects on gender equality in its own organizational structure and to appoint gender local points in relevant departments, provided this does not add to the overall cost but increases efficiency. No objection. Thank you. I invite parties to turn to agenda item 19, other matters. Would parties like to raise any other matters? Mexico, you have the floor.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, President. Mexico's statement is thanks to a message on the previous item. We'd like to welcome the process for reviewing the Lima Work Programme, which has been improved particularly with the 10-year extension and the roadmap for the design of the Gender Action Plan for 5 years. Nonetheless, Mexico was hoping that the principle of no backsliding would be upheld in this. That was complied with, but there still needs to be effort made that we're all still pulling together to see made. We'd like to share that Mexico was hoping that there would be a strengthening of the human rights framework and commitments related to the going beyond the Paris Agreement so that we could uphold the right to a free, healthy and sustainable environment. We think it's very important to include specific language to recognise specific human rights such as the right to food, the right to be free of violence, access to land and access to resources, as well as women's rights and the rights of human rights defenders. Mexico will be working with country partners, parties to the convention, in order to be able to bolster those elements in the future, and we hope that we will be able to continue promoting the inclusion of women in climate action. Thank you.
Thank you for your statement. Kenya, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Co-Presidency. The Africa Group would like to welcome the outcome on gender and climate. This is a critical and important decision to help UN processes, its constituted bodies and parties to advance their efforts on achieving gender balance, women participation and empowerment. However, Presidency, we would like to raise concerns on how the process is moving towards introducing new and controversial terms that are not related to climate change, such as women in their diversities, intersectionality, and gender and data analysis. We also want to emphasize that this agenda item should remain under the Convention and ensure that there is provision of financing to support gender and climate change activities based on common but differentiated responsibilities, and ensure that developed countries provide financing and other means of implementation to developing countries to support the agenda and climate change initiatives. We also want to express our disappointment on the absence of dedicated financing to support the implementation of the Lima Work Programme on gender and its action plan, as countries continue to use minimal financing availed by their national governments, who already have constrained fiscal capacity to support gender initiatives. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you for your statement. Peru, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I speak on behalf of ILAC. We welcome the adoption of the decision on gender and climate change, and we sincerely appreciate the flexibility shown by all parties in reaching this decision. The extension of Lima Work Programme is vital for ensuring that gender-responsive considerations and the empowerment of women and girls are systematically integrated into climate policies and actions. As we look ahead, our next task is to start working on our Gender Action Plan for adoption in COP30. ILAC looks forward to continuing working with all parties to deliver this shared goal in Belém do Pará. Thank you.
Thank you for your statement. Canada, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. The Lima Work Programme on Gender is a critically important element of our work in the UNFCCC. The continuation of this work program remains a core priority for Canada. While we are relieved that the decision was adopted tonight, we are disappointed that the outcome does not bring us further than when it was first adopted 10 years ago. This work stream must speak to the realities, challenges, and opportunities of the future. And as our colleague from Peru has just said, we now need to work together to develop a gender action plan that reflects these challenges and opportunities. Hearing previous statements, I am again reminded just how much work we still must do to keep gender front and center on our collective agenda. Canada will continue to make gender a core priority of our work in the UNFCCC process, and at COP, we encourage all delegations to work with us to truly advance gender equality. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you for your statement. Chile, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. We simply wanted to add our voices to the previous interventions. I would like to associate with Peru on behalf of ILAC and also with the intervention from Mexico and others to underline and to highlight the importance of the decisions that we have taken today. We also express our appreciation for all the work that many delegations invested in this text. At the same time, we would have liked to have a more ambitious outcome, especially with regard to the activities around the gender decision and also in the provision of means of implementation, which we believe will be essential in order to achieve more ambition at the local level and the national level. We are convinced that the gender approach is absolutely central in any climate policy and any climate endeavor. And this is going to be especially important as we are developing our NDCs. We invite everyone to continue working, and as Peru was saying, to aim high and try to get as much as we can and make sure that the gender approach is fully applied in all our policies. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your statement. I invite parties to turn to agenda item 19, other matters. Would parties like to raise any other matters? No request. I now suspend this meeting of the COP. I now resume the 11th meeting of CMP. I invite the CMP to consider agenda item 13, other matters. Would parties like to raise any other matters? Thank you. I invite parties to turn to agenda 14, conclusion of the session. The preliminary assessment of the resource implications of decisions adopted by the governing bodies at this session were provided at the end of the COP meeting. The draft report is contained in document CMP/2024/L.2. I invite the CMP to adopt the draft report on the understanding that the reporter, with the assistance of the Secretariat, will complete the report and make it available to all parties. Thank you. I now adjourn this meeting on CMP. I now resume the 11th meeting of the CMA. I invite parties to turn to agenda sub-items 11A, new collective quantified goal on climate finance. I hereby invite the CMA to adopt the draft decision contained in document CMA/2024/L.22.
Cuba, you have the floor.
Gracias.
Thank you very much, President. The Republic of Cuba is grateful for the efforts made and the hospitality demonstrated by the government of Azerbaijan in the hosting of this conference in a complex context. While we recognize the value of the agreements reached in various areas, the Cuban delegation profoundly regrets the insufficient outcomes obtained regarding climate finance. I would like to make clear the fact that it does not agree with the new quantified goal on climate finance. The scope of the decision adopted demonstrates the lack of agreement between our developed country partners in the face of the global panorama of climate change and reflects a clear intention to renounce their responsibilities, which have been historically and legally shouldered and recognised in the Framework Convention and the Paris Agreement. A climate finance which in no way directly or indirectly aims to convert developing countries through finance to the necessary level that needs to be provided by developed countries. It undermines the Convention and the Paris Agreement. It increases the flow of resources from the south to the north in a continued dynamic of environmental colonialism. The new finance goal, as it stands, does not respond to the minimum requirements that have been laid down and in no way will lead to an improvement in the
incident. And it is in continuation of several such unfortunate incidents that we have seen of in not following inclusivity, not respecting the positions of countries. We had informed the presidency, we had informed the secretariat that we wanted to make a statement prior to any decision on the adoption. However, and this is for everyone to see, this has been stage managed. And we are extremely, extremely disappointed with this incident. Your Excellency, trust is the basis for all action, and this incident is indicative of a lack of trust, a lack of collaboration on an issue which is a global challenge which is faced by all of us and most of all by the developing countries that are not responsible for it. But we've seen what you have done. However, would want to say that gaveling and trying to ignore parties from speaking does not behove the UNFCCC system, and we would want you to hear us and also hear our objections to this adoption. We absolutely object to this unfair means followed for adoption. We are faced with one of the biggest challenges of all times, which will determine our existence. The only thing that enables us to move beyond and undertake action in line with addressing this challenge is collaboration and trust among us. It's a fact that both have not worked today, and we are extremely hurt by this this action of the presidency and the secretariat. The one thing, the trust that there will be action by those who can take action. Developed countries have the wherewithals to take action. They should agree to advance their net zero objectives, the goals, and become net negative soon thereafter. But there is also trust that financial resources, technology and capacity building, the means of implementation, the essence of any climate action is required, and that is required by the developing countries. This will enable those who want to take the action and who want to survive in this changing climate world, but are not able to do it because they need the support of the developed countries, and we seek trust in that. And I'm sorry that we need to make concerted efforts to do this, because clearly what's happened today is not any indication of this. Trust that we understand each other. We understand each other's constraints. Trust that we will move together, whatever it may be, for a better future. Unfortunately, the paper on the NCQG that has been proposed does not speak or reflect or inspire confidence and trust that we will come out of this grave problem of climate change. Excellency, we have worked together, not for 1, not for 2, but 3 years on this, to have a mandate before us and to implement the mandate provided by the COP21 decision, para 53, to set the new collective quantified goal. The goal was envisioned and decided to be set in the context of the needs and the priorities of developing countries, and based on the principles of equity and common but differentiated responsibility. Both are fundamental to the UNFCCC and its Paris Agreement. This is the essence of our collaboration. This is the only basis for coming to a UN body where all of our countries can together discuss and arrive at solutions to address climate challenges that we all face. The developing countries are most impacted by climate change. In addition to our development priorities, we have to contend with the additional stresses and crises of climate. The global south is being pushed to transit to low-carbon pathways, even at the cost of our growth. We have to face the CBAM measures. There are other measures that are being imposed by developed country parties to make the transition really not easy. In fact, it's quite difficult to enable such a transition in a very, very competitive, hostile environment that we are facing at the moment. The COP21 decision on NCQG was in the light of inequitable impacts of climate change on developing countries, the increasing threat of these impacts, and the need to finance the evolving needs and priorities. We are disappointed with the outcome, which clearly brings out the unwillingness of the developed country parties to fulfill their responsibilities. As we struggle to deal with climate change, the outcome proposed in the paper will further affect our ability to adapt to climate change, greatly impact our NDC ambitions and its implementation, and create further challenges to our resilience, and above all, will severely impact growth. India does not accept the goal proposal in its present form. Developed countries developed countries taking lead for a mobilization goal of a mere sum of $300 billion, and that too to be reached only by 2035. That's almost 11 years later. And that too from a wide variety of sources. So it would have to be private, it would have to be multilateral. And there are large amounts of it which will be left for the developing countries to mobilize themselves. The goal is too little, too distant. It is 2035, it's too far gone. Our 2030 estimates tell us that we need to do it at 1.3 trillion per year till 2030. But we have only been agreeable to have, or we have a proposal that talks about $300 billion mobilization goal. It does not address the needs and priorities of developing countries. It is incompatible with the principle of CBDRC and equity. Regardless of our battle with impacts of climate change, it is a fact that developing countries are accused continuously of emissions, forgetting the high per capita emissions of the developed countries, forgetting also the historical responsibilities of the developed countries. This only adds to the problem at hand for us, and the proposed goal shall not solve anything for us. In fact, we have to implement ambitious NDCs and economic challenges that we need to navigate and address the adaptation needs. The amount that is proposed to be mobilized is abysmally poor. It's a paltry sum. It is not something that will enable conducive climate action that is necessary for the survival of our country and for the growth of our people, their livelihoods. And I'm sorry to say that we cannot accept it. Excellency, the current text's paragraphs 8A, 8C, and 9 are highly problematic for us. This little commitment has been further qualified by a footnote. We know that recapitalization of MDBs is a matter that has remained unaddressed. And in that situation, we know also that in times to come, if we participate, developing countries will be and are going to be the major contributors for financing climate action through this 8C. Counting finance mobilization through MDBs into the overall goal is not a progression from 100 billion goal, but is a deflection of the responsibility of the developed countries towards developing country shareholders of the MDBs. Excellency, I regret to say that this document is nothing more than an optical illusion. This, in our opinion, will not address the enormity of the challenge we all face. Therefore, we oppose the adoption of this document. We oppose the adoption of this document. India opposes the adoption of this document, and please take note and regard of what we have just said from the floor of this room. We seek...
Thank you for your statement.
We seek a much higher ambition. We seek a much higher ambition from the developed countries, and which does not seek support. The ambition that exists at present of 300 billion is actually seeking support of the developing countries, and that is such an unacceptable fact. It is not right that you should expect that from a developing country, and the developed countries are happy to say that we should be contributing to that effort. I'm sorry, we are not happy. We are very unhappy, disappointed with the process, and object to the adoption of this agenda. Thank you.
Thank you for your statement. I take note of your statement. Statement will be reflected in the report. I invite parties. Oh, sorry. Bolivia, you have the floor.
Gracias. Thank you very much, President. The plurinational state of Bolivia would like to express its solidarity with the delegation from India and would like to support that position to request the rejection of this decision. India has expressed the need to strengthen equity in these climate negotiations, defending the right of millions of peoples to live in dignity in the context of an unfair international context. This is not possible. Climate finance, as agreed in this COP, does not meet the requirements of developing countries. And it consolidates an unfair system where developed countries do not step up to their legal obligations to provide finance and implementation measures to developing countries. This process requires a high level of integrity, and despite the technology, the advanced technology that they have, the developed countries are ignoring the goals they need to meet for 2050. They ignore the limited resources of developing countries, and they leave them responsible with very limited resources for reaching goals they cannot possibly reach. They have unfortunately ignored the requirements to take steps to deal with the neo-colonialist history of developed countries' actions. Developed countries, instead of confronting this, feel proud for shouldering common but differentiated responsibilities. Developed countries which are putting pressure on others to act are those who are responsible for the greatest expansion in the promotion and production of fossil fuels. They pass massive business deals, and they all the while refuse to provide proper finance to developing countries. The UNFCCC scientists have tried to place the focus only on the human rights of people living in the global north, while they ignore the dignity and the requirements of the majority of the global population. The countries defending human rights within the convention are those committing genocide against the Palestinian people outside of the convention, and they pass huge sums of money around in order to generate war, while they deny the necessary funding to promote the structural solutions required to change the system. The developed countries put front and center as non-negotiable the 1.5-degree target, but at the same time they undermine the only possible steps that are required to attain it, requiring the 2030 zero-emission targets to be hit by developing countries only. This leads to greater poverty and economic dependence of developing countries. In this unfair and unequitable world, those who are responsible for carrying out climate mitigation actions are the countries who are historically responsible. But on the contrary, it is not them who are made responsible for taking the actions. It is the developing countries who are shouldering the greatest jeopardy. We are not in control of the decisions that we are making. We need a finance which will properly grant us the resources we need to take the steps. The finance that is hugely below our requirements is an insult, and it is a flagrant violation of justice and climate equity. Climate finance, as it stands in this agreement, is extinguishing international cooperation. We are moving on from the time of leaving no one behind to an era of let every man save himself. The climate finance as it stands at the moment does not tackle the unfair, unequitable status around the planet. The peoples and civil society have the memory and the energy to call for their rights, and they will not tire until they achieve climate justice. In this context, we repeat that ambitious climate action by developed countries depends on the compliance with Article 4.7 of the Convention and Article 9.1 of the Paris Agreement. And this on the basis of the provision of public finance from developed countries, which properly meets the requirements of the Global South, thus prioritizing the various goals based on the respective markets. In the face of genuine and tangible finance, it would be difficult without that, it would be difficult for developing countries to comply with the various goals enshrined in the context of the UNFCCC and the Paris Agreement. Climate finance is not charity. It is a legal obligation incumbent on developed countries. The amount of the goal agreed in this decision enshrines climate injustice and does not meet the legitimate demands of developing countries. The payment of climate debts is a right that the people of the Global South are entitled to claim. Thank you.
Thank you for your statement. I take note of your statement. Your statement will be reflected in the report. May I urge parties to keep your statement brief. Nigeria, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. I wanted to say I appreciate the effort that has been made to ensure that we get to where we are, but I do lend my voice to India. And it's going to be a huge disservice to myself, my country, and the women, the rural women, the women who are in the developing countries. Not just the women, everybody. If we walk back home with 300 and we say that the developed countries are taking the lead, this is an insult to what the convention says. Should I remind us of what the convention says? That it noted that developed countries had the largest share of historical and current global emissions. This might be 1994, but it's still very current till now. It also said that the developed countries would take the lead, and this lead is climate finance. That the developing country is saying that it's taking the lead with $300 billion till 2035 is a joke. And it's not something we should take lightly. I do not think it's something we should clap our hands and force us to take it. I do not think so. I think we should rethink it. It's not just by putting it in our statements, but we have a right as countries to choose if we're going to take this or not. And I'm saying that we do not accept this. You expect us to have ambitious NDCs. The NCQG was supposed to enable us to have realistic finance goals. $300 billion is unrealistic. Let us tell ourselves the truth. This is 3 a.m. and we are going to clap our hands and say this is what we're going to do? I don't think so.
Thank you for your statement. I take note of your statement. Your statement will be reflected in the report. I invite parties to turn to agenda sub-item 9A, Global Goal on Adaptation. If any countries. European Union, please, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair. And we were all here the last few days, so we all know how very, very difficult it was. And yet we do feel that the result of today is actually exceptionally important. We are living in a time of truly challenging geopolitics, and we should simply not have the illusion that it will soon get better. So sealing a deal truly is exceptional. Last year I said that COP28 was the beginning of the end of fossil fuels. And what I would like to add now is that, in my view, COP29 will be remembered as the start of a new era for climate finance. And the European Union and its member states will continue to play a leading role. And we have worked hard with all of you to ensure that there is significantly more money on the table. We're tripling the 100 billion goal, and we feel it is ambitious, it is needed, it is realistic, and it is achievable. And we are confident that this will be a tale of delivery. And we've worked hard to support, in particular, those who are the most vulnerable. Access to finance will improve. We have agreed to further boost adaptation finance. And that is an area where public money is really, truly the driving force. Chair, it is also a matter of fairness and of importance to us that all those with the ability to do so should contribute. And therefore, it is good, given the size of the problem, that we enlarge the contributor base on a voluntary basis. And we're also seeing a historic expansion of the very important role of multilateral development banks in supporting this transition. This simply will bring much, much more private money on the table, and that is what we need. And with these funds and with this structure, we are confident we will reach the 1.3 trillion objective. Ladies and gentlemen, another topic that was on our minds this week is reducing emissions. It was not the focus of this COP, but we wanted more, because the world needs more of it. And even though the UAE consensus was attacked, we did move forward, even though it was just a bit. We did manage to safeguard Dubai and take some steps forward. It is less than what we have liked, but it is better than we feared. So we're unhappy to lose a year. We're happy not to lose this fight. And it is not over. We are looking forward to redoubling our efforts until COP30. And we all need to come to Belém with ambitious new nationally determined contributions. Ladies and gentlemen, may I also say that we did deliver on Article 6, and that is a leap forward as well. We have witnessed the historical conclusion of the rulebook for carbon markets. We now have standards with a UN stamp of approval on it. And this will drive investment, raise ambition, and bring transparency and higher standards. Dear friends, this COP delivered on climate finance, on a goal and an increased donor base. It also delivered on creating trusted rules for international carbon markets. And surely we would have wanted more on mitigation and stronger language throughout the texts on gender and human rights. And I'll come to that in a sec. But I have seen a very complex, yet truly impressive week of diplomacy, of rising to the occasion, of exchanging with partners across the globe, not only to those with whom we agree, but particularly also to those with whom we do not yet agree, of strengthening our multilateral processes. And indeed, negotiations, conversations like these are always difficult. But I do trust that we can deliver again next year for everyone in all parts of the world. So, dear Chair, let me finally say that we were trying to indicate our desire to speak on human rights earlier and on gender. And we would like you to know, we would like all of the audience to know, that we lend our voice in the strongest possible way to all those who have earlier spoken in the defense and further enhancement of both gender equality and human rights. It needs to be mainstreamed, and we need to have it across the agenda and everywhere in the document. Chair, I thank you also for all of your efforts.
Thank you for your statement. Malawi, you have the floor, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I want to raise my voice on behalf of the 45 least developed countries that I spoke for in the afternoon in the other room when we met. I want to agree with India, Bolivia, and also Nigeria as to the statements that they have provided. I just want to register that our group of the ODCs, this goal is not what we expected to get after some years of discussions. It's not ambitious to us. I just want to refer to paragraph 3, Mr. President, in which we have highlighted the need that we have, the gap that exists between climate finance flows and the needs. And we have quantified together that need in trillions and billions of dollars per year up to 2030. And then after noting this, the figure we are getting in paragraph 8 is far less than what we need to get, and therefore we don't seem to be serious enough to achieve the goal that we all envisage to get. I also want to raise a point, Mr. President, that if you go through the text, we do not see a share that should be coming to the least developed countries group and also our colleagues in the small and developing states that we have been presenting together a call for a share, a particular share to flow through to our two groups. This is not contained in the text. And also, if we go into paragraph 14, we only acknowledge the need to support loss and damage in some way, but then we have not made a provision for this support in the text to go towards loss and damage. We have presented over the years that we need to see the new goal to support adaptation, mitigation, and loss and damage, and this is not reflected in the text. As such, we also want to register our reservation to accept this proposal as it stands, Mr. Co-President. Thank you.
Thank you for your statement. I take note of your statement. Your statement will be reflected in the report. Pakistan, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, distinguished party members, ladies and gentlemen. Pakistan extends its heartfelt appreciation to the government and the people of Azerbaijan for hosting COP29. With an exceptional dedication and hospitality, the administrative arrangements were impeccable, ensuring conducive environment for meaningful negotiation and collaboration. We commend the COP29 presidency for its leadership and tireless efforts for steering these critical decisions with inclusivity and fairness, reflecting the spirit of multilateralism. Pakistan stresses that the principle of equity and common but differentiated responsibilities and respective capabilities from the very basis of global climate change. We also reframe that COP remains the most essential critical forum for going global consensus towards the achievements of the goals of UNFCCC and Paris Agreement, especially Paris Agreement's global temperature target of 1.5 Celsius. We came to Baku with the spirit that our decisions here on critical issues such as new collective quantified goals and CQGs, the global stocktake, GST and the just transition will put us back on track to achieve goals of the UNFCCC and Paris Agreement. However, we are leaving Baku with mixed feelings and a heavy heart. We note critical gaps in the decisions we all adopted here. Global solidarity is important, but the goals put forward by the developed countries does not match with the needs of the developing countries for the implementation of their NDCs and National Adaptation Plan. We have faced two devastating floods and displaced millions, and glaciers are melting, and heat waves have made living impossible. We demand climate justice. It is not charity, it is moral obligation. Countries are forced to resort to loans to handle the challenges of climate impact. Climate crisis is converting into debt crisis because means of implementation are not clear. We welcome adaptation plan, however, gap in the means of implementation is widening. We also welcome the decisions on Article 6 as well. This all said, as we move towards 62th session of SBZs followed by COP30, we do so with a hopeful determination and that we will further consolidate the decisions that taken today were vulnerable developing countries, where vulnerable developing countries will be given their due share. Multilateralism remains the cornerstone of Pakistan's climate diplomacy. We urge all parties to uphold its spirit and return to the negotiation table with renewed commitment to address these outstanding critical issues comprehensively, equitably. Thank you so very much, Mr. President.
Thank you for your statement. I take note of your statement. Your statement will reflect it in the report. I invite parties to turn to agenda sub-item 9A, Global Goal on Adaptation. On this sub-item, the subsidiary bodies considered the matter and forwarded it for further consideration to CMA. I invited Lamin Dibba and Tina Kabilshik to continue facilitating technical discussions. In addition, ministerial consultations were conducted by Ministers Eamon Ryan and Franz Tottenbach. I hereby invite the CMA to adopt the draft decision contained in document CMA/2024/L.20. Thank you. I now invite parties to turn to agenda item 6, Sharm el-Sheikh Mitigation Ambition and Implementation Work Programme. The subsidiary bodies considered this matter but could not conclude its consideration. On Monday, 18 November, I invited Ursula Fuentes and Marcela Quecana to facilitate discussions on the technical elements. Ministerial consultations were conducted by Ministers Tore Sandvik and Dion George. I hereby invite the CMA to adopt the draft decision contained in document CMA/2024/L.23. Thank you. I invite parties to turn to agenda sub-item 11J, United Arab Emirates dialogue on implementing the global stocktake outcomes referred to in paragraph 97 of decision 1/CMA.5. The matters under this sub-item were considered under the SBI, which forwarded it to CMA for further consideration. On Monday, 18th November, I invited Ricardo Marshall and Patrick Spicer to continue to facilitate discussions on this matter. I hereby invite the CMA to adopt the draft decisions contained in documents CMA/2024/L.21. Chile, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Let me start by thanking you and your team for all the great efforts that have been done in the discussions and the elaboration of this text. I think it's, on behalf of ILAC, this is something that reflects the commitment and the willingness to move forward in this important matter of what do we do together with the outcomes of the global stocktake. In our view, the text that we have in front of us lacks a number of very important elements. For example, we believe that the text does not reflect adequately the tools and procedures that we need to have in place in order to achieve the most of the outcomes of the GST and inform adequately the NDCs that need to be presented next year. We believe, for example, that our standard procedure under our process would require that the dialogue to have a report so everybody can understand what the dialogue was all about, to record the main ideas and to carry them forward to a decision that the CMA should take in order to make sure that we have continuity in our process. From our point of view, this is standard procedure in our process. And it would be particularly important to have those procedures in place for such a fundamental process like the GST that is a key element in this ambition cycle that, in turn, is in the heart of the success of the Paris Agreement. Again, I would like to commend you for all the efforts. And we have seen with our own eyes the efforts of your team in trying to bring us together around this text. However, in our view, the text does not enjoy consensus. And we respect fully the views of other parties that see in this text an acceptable proposal. We differ. We believe that the text does not enjoy consensus. So we would like to register our views before you submit this for adoption of the CMA. Thank you.
Thank you for your statement. I take note of your statement. It will be noted in the report. Switzerland, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I deliver that statement on behalf of EIG. I would also like to start by thanking the co-facilitators for the efforts, also your team, in supporting negotiation of this agenda item. However, like the colleagues from ILAC, we cannot support the draft decision as it is. It falls short of delivering a meaningful space to progress on our ambition. Last year, we took stock of our efforts to implement the Paris Agreement, and we agreed on specific actions to take to fulfill the gap. the proposed decision does not create such a meaningful action. We regret that the draft was significantly watered down by some to limit discussion on the critical elements of the global stocktake, such as energy transition. We are concerned to see attempts to backtrack from the commitments taken last year. Implementing the global stocktake means, first and foremost, implementing it at home. But it also means tracking progress on our collective commitment, having a space with sufficient time for meaningful exchanges, and having the possibility to take forward recommendation if necessary. We can and must do better next year. Thank you.
Thank you for your statement. Maldives, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. At the outset, we would like to join others in expressing our gratitude to you and your team for the excellent hospitality and efforts extended throughout this process. I'm honored to be speaking on behalf of the Alliance of Small Island States. We have engaged in good faith in negotiations under this agenda item, one that is of the utmost importance to us. We have shown considerable flexibility in seeking to reach an acceptable outcome. Regretfully, this has not occurred. The text we see before us falls short of our expectations, of our delegation, and also of our group. Thank you.
Thank you for your statement. Fiji, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Fiji joins others in thanking you for your hospitality. Fiji fully aligns with the statement made by Maldives on behalf of IOSIS. We came here to make up for lost time. We came here to re-establish hope. But we have been continuously asked to ignore our needs, close our eyes, and step backward. We will not entertain that request. We may be small, but in that smallness, we represent the many. We represent the risk and the reality of a crisis that knows no bounds. We have contributed the least to this crisis, but continue to be forced to play the role of an expert on its causes and implications. The smallest have shouted the loudest too long. Without one voice and purpose, with geopolitics as our compass, with self-interest as our guide, with $7 trillion a year pouring into the source of the problem, the transition we need will not be achieved. The failure to agree a strong outcome on the United Arab Emirates dialogue on implementing the global stocktake outcomes due to the positions that conflict with those very outcomes agreed just 12 months ago is an affront to this process, to the basis of the Convention and the Paris Agreement, and to all those banking on us to deliver a safe future. In our efforts to protect and achieve the 1.5 degree temperature goal, we are not willing to be held hostage on the basis of ambition. The experience here is a stark reminder that we need to do more at all levels and across all constituencies and groups to create a shared vision that is premised on science and an unwavering understanding of the purpose, utility, and shows societal imperative to keep the global average temperature rise below 1.5 degrees. I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you for your statement. Canada, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. We made historic commitments a year ago, including to transition away from fossil fuels. We came here to translate that commitment into meaningful action, and quite simply, we have fallen short. Canada joins AOSIS, ILAC, and EIG and other speakers in expressing our extreme disappointment that we could not make progress and achieve agreement on a stronger text. The GST decision under the UAE COP28 presidency conveyed a real urgency and a clear direction of travel for the transition towards net zero and resilient societies and economies. We cannot bury that promise. Rather, we need to all show a commitment to act. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you for your statement. Australia, the floor is yours.
Mr. President, Australia is speaking on behalf of the umbrella group of countries. We are disappointed that some parties have sought to slow or stymie discussions to take forward the ambitious calls from the global stocktake to triple renewable energy, double energy efficiency, and transition away from fossil fuels. However, the global momentum toward net zero is accelerating and is irreversible. Countries are already working to accelerate the deployment of renewable energy, grids and storage, and to capture the enormous economic opportunities and to provide better jobs and futures for their workers and communities. We affirm our strong resolve to take forward the ambitious actions in paragraph 28 of the global stocktake in our countries and through our ongoing discussions in this forum on the implementation of the global stocktake.
Thank you for your statement. In view of these concerns from the parties, I propose that the CMA requests the subsidiary body for implementation to continue consideration of this matter at its 62nd sessions with a view to recommending a draft decision for consideration at CMA 7. I further propose that the package of outcomes just adopted under CMA on the NCQG, the Global Goal on Adaptation, the Mitigation Work Program, be named as Baku Climate Unity Pact. I invite the CMA to consider Agenda Item 5, United Arab Emirates Just Transition Work Program. This item was considered by the subsidiary bodies. At the plenary meeting on 16th of November, the subsidiary bodies forwarded this matter to the CMA for further considerations. At our resumed 5th meeting on Monday, 18th November, I invited Kishore Kumar Singh and George Borting to continue to facilitate discussions on this matter. While parties engaged in constructive exchange of views, consideration of this matter could not be completed at this session. I propose to the CMA to request the SAPSTA and the SBI to continue consideration of this matter at the 62nd sessions, June 2025, with a view to recommending a draft decision for consideration and adoption by the Conference of the Parties, serving as the meeting of the parties to the Paris Agreement at its 7th session, November 2025. Thank you. I now invite the CMA to consider Agenda Item 19, Other Matters. Would parties like to raise any matters? No. I invite parties to turn the agenda to Agenda Item 20, Conclusion of the Session. The draft report is contained in document CMA/2024/L.2. I invite the CMA to adopt the draft report. On the outstanding that the reporter, with the assistance of the Secretariat, will complete the report and make it available to all parties. Thank you. I declare this meeting on CMA adjourned. I now resume the 11th meeting of the COP. I invite parties to turn to Agenda Item 20, Conclusion of the Session. I invite Noura Hamladji from the Secretariat to provide us with the preliminary assessments of the resource implications of decisions adopted by the COP here in Baku. Noura, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Several provisions contained in decision adopted by the COP, CMP and CMA at this session have a resource implication over and above the work program for biennium 2024-2025. Under COP Agenda Item 10, matters relating to capacity building, an amount of €33,000 will be required in 2025. The estimated amount will be absorbed within available resources. Under COP Agenda 11, matters relating to the least developed countries, an amount of €1.55 million will be required in 2025. Under COP Agenda Item 17A, Administrative, Financial and Institutional Matters, supplementary funding in the amount of €342,000 for 2025 will be required. Under CMA Agenda Item 8, reporting and review pursuant to Article 13 of the Paris Agreement, provision of financial and technical support to developing country parties for reporting and capacity building, an amount of €81,000 will be required in 2025. Under CMA Agenda Item 9A, Global Goal on Adaptation, an amount of €349,000 will be required in 2025. Under CMA Agenda Item 11A, New Collective Quantifying Goal on Climate Finance, an amount of €648,000 will be required in 2025. Under CMA Agenda Item 15A, Guidance on Cooperative Approaches referred to in Article 6, Paragraph 2 of the Paris Agreement, an amount of €450,000 will be required in 2025. Under CMA Agenda Item 15C, matters relating to Article 6 of the Paris Agreement, work program under the framework for non-market approaches referred to in Article 6, Paragraph 8 of the Paris Agreement, an amount of €57,000 will be required in 2025. Under COP Agenda Item 12, CMP Agenda Item 8, and CMA Agenda Item 14, report of the Forum of the Impact of the Implementation of Response Measures, an amount of €29,000 will be required in 2025. The estimated amount will be absorbed within available resources. All estimated amounts are preliminary and based on information currently available. The Secretariat counts on the continued collaboration of the parties to provide funding for these activities in a timely and in a predictable manner, as without those contributions, the Secretariat will not be able to undertake the requested activities. I thank you.
Thank you, Nora. The draft report is contained in document CP/2024/L.1. I invite the COP to adopt the draft report on the understanding that the reporter, with the assistance of the Secretariat, will complete the report and make it available to all parties. Thank you. Now I declare this meeting of the COP adjourned. Distinguished delegates, colleagues, I declare open the joint 12th meeting of the Conference of the Parties. 12th meeting of the Conference of the Parties, serving as the meeting of the parties to the Kyoto Protocol. And the 12th meeting of the Conference of the Parties, serving as the meeting of the parties to the Paris Agreement. distinguished delegates, welcome to the joint plenary to hear statements from groups of parties and observers. It is my pleasure to invite Simon to address the plenary. Simon, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mukhtar. Excellencies, delegates, colleagues, friends. I want to start by thanking the Presidency for all they have done to enable the Finance COP here in Baku. It has been a difficult journey, but we've delivered a deal. This new finance goal is an insurance policy for humanity amid worsening climate impacts hitting every country. But like any insurance policy, it only works if premiums are paid in full and on time. Promises must be kept to protect billions of lives. This deal will keep the clean energy boom growing, helping all countries to share in its huge benefits. More jobs, stronger growth, cheaper and cleaner energy for all. We needed this to be an enabling COP, one which helped translate the pledges of COP28 into real-world outcomes to protect people, prosperity, and the planet. And that's what we have made possible. At COP28, the world agreed to triple renewables. At COP29, we tripled climate finance. And countries will work to mobilize much, much more. At COP28, the world agreed to boost climate resilience. COP29 will help finance real protections for those on the front lines, especially the most vulnerable. COP29 also reached global agreement on carbon markets after almost a decade of hard work, where several previous COPs were not able to get this done. No country got everything they wanted, and we leave Baku with a mountain of work to do. The many other issues we need to progress may not be headlines, but they are lifelines for billions of people. So this is no time for victory laps. We need to set our sights and redouble our efforts on the road to Beleng. Even so, we've shown the UN Paris Agreement is delivering, but governments still need to pick up the pace. Let's not forget, without this UN-convened global cooperation, we'd be headed towards 5 degrees of global warming. But we're still a long way off course. Bold new climate plans on the way to Beleng will be crucial to getting us back in the race. They must embed the targets we agreed in Dubai, including to rapidly ramp up renewables, transition away from fossil fuels, and transform societies, making them more resilient. Whole of economy, whole of society plans are crucial. We've seen clear signals here from 2 G20 countries, the UK and Brazil, because stronger climate actions are entirely in the interests of their economies and their people. Friends, progress here in Baku has been hard won. I pay tribute to all those who worked around the clock. Even if you didn't get everything you sought, what you delivered will make billions of lives safer and better. To those of you who have joined from civil society, your work helps our process make progress. Today we set a new goal, and you will be vital in ensuring that that goal is fulfilled. To the staff of the Secretariat, you have been stretched beyond belief, and yet time and again you stood and delivered, so that tens of thousands of people from almost 200 countries could come together and take global climate efforts forward. I have never seen a harder working group of people that steady the ship when times get tough. Excellencies, friends, we still have a very long road ahead of us. But here in Baku, we took another important step forward. The UN Paris Agreement is humanity's life raft. There is nothing else. So here in Baku, and all of the countries represented in this room, we're taking that journey forward together. I thank you.
Thank you, Simon. Excellencies, delegates, ladies and gentlemen, we have reached the end of a defining chapter in the climate crisis. We have closed the first decade after the Paris Agreement, and we have almost finished our work here at COP29. Let me express our deepest gratitude to everyone who helped us. The COP presidency thanks the President of Azerbaijan, His Excellency Mr. Ilham Aliyev. Upon his instruction, all necessary facilities were provided to ensure the smooth and effective running of the conference. It was his vision for Azerbaijan to host COP29, and his leadership ensured it was a success. His guidance and support has been an inspiration for all of us. Let me express our gratitude to the UNFCCC team and Simon Steele, to the whole UN family and the Secretary General who mobilized for us, to the leaders, negotiators, ministerial pairs, interpreters, activists, support staff, and the thousands of volunteers who offered Azerbaijani sincerity and hospitality. We're also grateful to those who came before us, from Rio to Kyoto, from Paris to Dubai, where my good friend Dr. Sultan Al-Jaber provided us with a platform to build on for our own success here in Baku. Since the beginning of this journey, people doubted that Azerbaijan could deliver. They doubted that everyone could agree. They were wrong on both. We never accepted that the task was impossible. We knew that breakthroughs demand courage. We understood that reaching for the highest possible ambition is difficult. And we asked everyone to be brave. We called on you to think of each other. We put LDCs and seeds at the heart of the process. And we insisted that you think of your shared future. I must also recognize that entire COP29 presidency team for their hard work. Lead negotiator Yalchin and his dedicated team. CEO Nermin and her fantastic staff, CEO El Nur, high-level champion Nigar, and youth climate champion Leila and their fabulous teams. Every team member who rose to the challenge. Together we hosted one of the largest COPs with only 11 months to prepare. There were many sleepless nights away from your families and much personal sacrifice. Now you deserve to go back home, proud of our achievements. Throughout the summit, so many people stepped up and contributed. You supported our action agenda initiatives. We worked together to address thematic issues such as biodiversity, water, agriculture, cities, tourism, health, and others. And we saw countries, the private sector, international financial institutions, NGOs, civil society, indigenous peoples, and others all come forward. To enable action, we finally established the framework for high-integrity carbon markets with Article 6. We are now ready to start approving projects. This market will unlock trillions and save us billions. They will help channel resources to the developing world. And they will reduce the cost of implementing our climate plans. They will mean more coal plants decommissioned, more wind farms built, and more forests planted. They will work taken nearly a decade, and it comes just in time to support ambition in our next NDCs. And through all these challenges, we stayed focused on our top negotiating priority, a new climate finance goal. This was the hardest task that multilateral climate process has ever attempted. We had many difficult conversations. We never stopped pulling you together. We pushed you to reach for the highest possible ambition. With this breakthrough, the Baku finance goal will turn billions into trillions over the next decade. Dear colleagues, under the COP29 presidency, we still have more to do. First, we all need to underpin everything with robust transparency in our biennial transparency reports by the end of the year. We are delighted to announce that Azerbaijan has submitted its report. And we thank everyone else who has already submitted this report. We have also submitted our national adaptation plan and call on everyone to submit their plans by 2025. We then encourage everyone to submit the new NDCs by the February deadline. The COP29 presidency will remain active throughout the year. We will support the incoming Brazilian presidency. We will continue to build partnership between the Rio Conventions, and we will continue to bring you together in our action agenda platforms such as Big Fit, Harmonia, Baku Dialogue on Water for Climate Action, and many others. Before we all meet again in Belém, allow me to say this. Never forget the value of your contribution. Never doubt the power of your example. Never lose the courage you showed here in Baku. And remember that protecting the planet is an act of solidarity. There are billions of people around the world united in this common cause. They are contributing with quiet determination. And when you act, you reached out to them. You reached out to the friends, families, fellow citizens, and people you have never met. You reach out to generations, past, present, and future. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for putting your trust in Azerbaijan to guide this process. Thank you for giving us the chance to bring you together. Let's move forward together in solidarity for a green world. I thank you. Dear delegates, as mentioned at the beginning of the closing plenary, in the light of the late hour, I once again strongly urge parties who would like to take the floor to keep their interventions concise and propose to limit the time per speaker for 3 minutes. Please note that statements can be uploaded to the submissions portal in the lieu of, and in addition to, oral delivery. Statements that are submitted to the Secretariat will be uploaded to a dedicated web page. Dear colleagues, we will begin the plenary with statements from groups of parties. After hearing statements from groups, the floor will be opened for statements from the individual parties, followed by the statements from the observers. I encourage groups of parties, individual parties, and observers to keep their statement and within the 3 respective time limits. You will hear a bell when you have used up the time allotted for your statement. I appeal to the parties to stay in the room while the observers deliver their statements. I would like now to invite statements for the 4 groups with non-overlapping membership. I encourage you to keep your statement to a maximum of 3 minutes. I now invite the delegation of Uganda to deliver a statement on behalf of Group of 77 and China. Uganda, you have the floor.
Excellencies, it's a privilege to speak at the closing of COP29 on behalf of G77 and China. It has been many long working days. G77 and China have worked hard in making sure that we make our best efforts to uphold the evolving needs and priorities of developing countries. I thank all for this effort and commitment put in. I thank the COP29 presidency, government of Azerbaijan and its people for your hospitality. I also thank the UNFCCC Secretariat, all the staff at the venue and volunteers who supported in making this COP possible. Thank you, President, and your colleagues for your leadership. I thank you.
Thank you for your statement. I now invite the European Union to deliver a statement. Hungary, you have the floor. The microphone is not working there. Please, it's working now.
Thank you, dear President. First of all, let me thank to you and your whole team and Azerbaijan and the people of Azerbaijan. The great work and all the effort that you delivered, not just throughout these past 2 weeks, but also throughout this whole year in the preparation. Thank you for everything that you've been done for the process and to achieve the decisions here. For the interest of the time, and also considering that the Commissioner has delivered the statement, we will submit the full version of the statement now. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your statement. I now invite the Environmental Integrity Group to deliver a statement. Switzerland, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and let me first thank you, your negotiation team, and all the volunteers for your tremendous and tireless efforts to make this COP happen and to make it a success. Colleagues, Baku represents a bridge between East and West. We came together to build a bridge between nations to collaborate in tackling climate change. Today, we have finally operationalized the carbon market with high environmental integrity. This is a major step to unleash the full potential of carbon markets, delivering robust, environmentally sound and much-needed rapid emission reductions around the globe. And after 3 years of negotiations, we welcome the new collective quantified goal for climate finance. Meeting the 100 billion goal in 2022 and continuing to deliver it annually until 2025 was an essential first step. Today we are pleased to adopt a new comprehensive goal. We have to ensure that those most affected by climate change and most vulnerable among us have access to the support needed. Committing to the Paris Agreement also means unlocking the climate finance needed, transforming our global financial system to support ambitious NDCs, to limit global temperature to 1.5, and to force adaptation and climate resilience. More than ever, we need all hands on deck. We welcome all actors, including those outside the UN climate regime, to work together to enable the scaling up of finance to tackle climate change. Speaking promises, we regret that we are leaving COP29 by breaking one. In Dubai, we made headlines as we upheld the importance of 1.5 aligned NDCs, as we all committed to triple renewable energy, double energy efficiency, and transitioning away from fossil fuels. Now, where are we now, 1 year after our collective promise? Just days after signing the agreement, some appear to be walking it back, calling it a menu of options. Progress is not enough. The timing is even worse. 2024 is set to be the hottest year on record. We take this opportunity to emphasize once more that the path away from fossil fuels is the only path to a safe world for all. It is up to us how we manage and collaborate to ensure a just transition. We call for a space in this process where countries can exchange on best practices and common challenges with regards to energy transition. We also regret that at this COP we couldn't have progress on human rights, gender and intergenerational equity. Social justice should be in the heart of our climate action. For adaptation, we are happy to see development of indicators progress under the GGA. We'll have the opportunity to enhance and continue developing our NAPs and to strengthen our resilience with a human rights and gender-based approach, taking on board indigenous people and traditional knowledge. In this decade, we have all to come forward with 1.5 aligned NDCs and present our BTRs by the deadline of the 21st of December. We'll call on all countries to reflect the highest positional ambitions. Every degree of warming we avoid matters to communities around the globe, especially the most vulnerable among us. Despite the setbacks, EIG leaves Baku with determination to work harder for the implementation and to reignite the ambitions that brought us together in Paris. As we look to COP30 in Belém, let this gathering be a wake-up call. The stakes are too high, the science too clear, and the time too short for half measures. Let us not merely reflect on what we missed, but resolve to build a future defined by bold, equitable action. Thank you.
Thank you for your statement. I now invite the Umbrella Group to deliver a statement. Australia, you have the floor.
Mr. President, Excellencies, I'm pleased to speak on behalf of the Umbrella Group of countries. The Umbrella Group recognises the historic agreement reached here in Baku on a new collective quantified goal. These negotiations have been challenging and important. We express our appreciation to the many experts who've contributed to this outcome, to Zahir Fakir and Fiona Gilbert, who've worked tirelessly as the co-chairs of the ad hoc work programme, and to the 4 presidencies that have guided this work, the United Kingdom, Egypt, the UAE, and of course, Azerbaijan. We recognise the significance of the agreement to mobilise $300 billion per year by 2035 for developing countries as part of a global effort, as well as the broader call to work together to scale up financing from all sources to at least $1.3 trillion per year to support climate action in developing countries. This will play a significant role in supporting an ambitious response to climate change in developing countries. We're disappointed the recognition of the special circumstances of SIDS and LDCs was not meaningfully operationalised. We believe resources should target the most vulnerable. We are also disappointed by the removal of references to human rights from the text. We must ensure climate finance is responsive to human rights. On the UAE dialogue, we were disappointed that some parties have sought to slow or stymie discussions to take forward the ambitious calls from the global stocktake to triple renewable energy, double energy efficiency and transition away from fossil fuels. However, the global momentum toward net zero is irreversible. We reaffirm our strong resolve to take forward the ambitious actions in paragraph 28 of the global stocktake in our countries and through our ongoing discussions on the implementation of the GST in this forum. We were disappointed that parties weren't able to capture in full the wealth of policy, investment and technological solutions discussed under the Mitigation Work Programme. We must take every opportunity to scale up our ambition and implementation. We affirm our resolve to use every opportunity under this work programme to profile key actions, build collaboration and explore investment opportunities so that we can all reach net zero faster. We are very pleased to see the completion of work to fully implement Articles 6.2 and 6.4. The outcomes agreed here will enable carbon markets under the Paris Agreement to move forward with confidence. It's been a long road to the completion of this work, begun in 2016 after the adoption of the Paris Agreement. This is a key outcome for COP29 and we thank all parties for their constructive engagement to reach agreement this year. We welcome the progress made on refinements to the global stocktake and on indicators for assessing progress towards the global goal on adaptation, and we'll redouble efforts to finalise Agenda Action Plan in 2025 for adoption at Belém. On the Just Transition Work Programme, we were disappointed that progress couldn't be captured. These are key issues that many countries are grappling with and should be a key focus as we help our workers and economies transition to net zero. We were disappointed that we couldn't reach a decision on national adaptation plans, given the important role adaptation will play in responding to the climate crises. And we're concerned that in several decisions there's an absence of strong language acknowledging our obligations to respect, protect and fulfil human rights. Parties, as we look toward 2025, we reaffirm the clear call for all countries to put forward ambitious, economy-wide NDCs that include all sectors and gases and that are aligned with 1.5 degrees. These will be critical to our shared future and to the economic prosperity of our countries. We call on all countries, particularly major economies, to put forward their highest possible ambition. Finally, Excellencies, we thank the government of Azerbaijan for hosting COP29 in the historic city of Baku. We thank the people of Baku for their warm welcome, including the many friendly volunteers. Mr. President, we thank you for your personal leadership and the dedication of your team to deliver these outcomes in our shared fight against climate change. Thank you.
Thank you for your statement. Distinguished delegates, I will now open the floor for statements from other groups for a maximum of 3 minutes. I give the floor to Kenya, speaking on behalf of the African Group of Negotiators. Kenya, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates. Kenya speaks on behalf of the African Group and aligns with the statement of G77 and China. As we conclude COP29, we extend African Group's gratitude to the Presidency for hosting us, for your warm hospitality with the heartwarming presence of your young volunteers in the beautiful city of Baku. Your leadership has ensured that achieving an outcome remains the foundation of our negotiations. Today, Africa stands here with a sense of realism and resignation. We leave Baku knowing that we have achieved some progress in some areas, but that what we had achieved was far from what we had hoped for. Delivery of the aims of the Convention and its Paris Agreement remain deeply uncertain. We are extremely disappointed at the lack of progress on issues critical to Africa. We remind all that Africa's share for global emissions remains negligible. If the world overshoots the 1.5 degrees goal, it will not be because of Africa, and yet it is Africa that stands to bear the brunt of that failure. Africa has and will continue to sound the alarm on the inadequacy of climate finance. At this COP, we achieved progress in some respects, but we appear to be regressing in others. The commitment to mobilize enhanced finance by 2035 is too little, too late, and too ambiguous in its delivery. Let it be clear that the agreed figure of 300 billion per annum is inadequate to deliver the Paris Agreement goals. As we observed many a time, the Adaptation Gap Report confirms that the adaptation needs are about $400 billion. We reiterate the review agreed in the text today should be in line with the needs of developing countries. Our task now is to translate words into action. We cannot stop the promises on paper. Substantial flows must reach those on the front lines. Families forced to flee rising seas, farmers facing failed crops, and communities recovering from droughts and floods. On the global goal on adaptation, the necessary guidance to experts on their work gives us a platform upon which we can develop global indicators with local relevance, including indicators for support towards different elements of the targets. It is also crucial to emphasize the importance of provision of financial support to developing countries for implementing their national adaptation plans by 2030. On the Just Transition Work Programme, there seems to be no political will for an internationally equitable transition where the burdens and benefits are shared across nations. Regarding the GST, it is going to be extremely difficult for us to explain how we could not agree on the GST annual dialogue and refinement of the GST process. How could we spend so much time negotiating the scope of the UAE dialogue? On the operationalization of Article 6, Baku made significant strides from the outset at the conference. We hope that the safeguards contained in these decisions will ensure environmental integrity, transparency, and inclusive participation of all parties. The African Group remains committed to continuing to improve the rules and guidance, make the Paris Agreement's crediting mechanism a reference in carbon credit standards that will point the way for both compliance and voluntary markets. Regarding Article 6.8 on the Glasgow Committee on Non-Market Approaches, we are confident that the decision taken here in Baku will enable the implementation of concrete projects and programs in the ground. We came into this process with clear expectations, as did all other parties. A multilateral process is, by its nature, a convergence of competing priorities and diverse realities. While not all aspirations are fully reflected in the outcome, we acknowledge the effort made to balance these dynamics. We are realistic about the journey ahead, but let us remember that these commitments are not acts of charity. They are acts of survival, shared prosperity, and solidarity. Climate finance is not a handout. It is the moral and economic imperative of our age. As I close, I remind all of us of the Southern Africans' concept of Ubuntu. I am because we are. When Africa loses, the world loses. When Africa thrives, the world thrives. We reaffirm the principles of Paris Agreement and the Convention and the UAE consensus, and we commit ourselves to working with all parties to deliver on the commitments made here today. Let us rise together to meet this moment. History will judge us not by what we promised, but by what we delivered. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you for your statement. I now invite Saudi Arabia to deliver a statement on behalf of Arab states. Saudi Arabia, you have the floor.
In the name of Allah, most gracious, most merciful. Your Excellency, Mr. Mukhtar Babayev, President of COP29, Your Highnesses, Your Excellencies, dear colleagues, my delegation takes the floor in the name of 22 nations, part of the Arab League. The Arab group associates itself with the statement delivered by Uganda in the name of the Group of 77 and China. President, as we conclude COP29, it is our pleasure to express our sincere gratitude for all the efforts that have been expended during COP29 to achieve progress in global climate action. We would like to commend the wise leadership of the Azerbaijani presidency, which has led to the negotiations to achieve a number of ambitious results which do reflect our collective ambition to overcome collective challenges. And in the name of the Arab group, we'd like to express our sincere gratitude and thanks in your collaboration with all the parties in order to reach the new collective quantified goal, which will bring further support to developing countries as we all face the repercussions of climate change. The Arab group would like also to congratulate the international community for the Article 6 achievement. This is a real milestone in consolidating global climate action and the delivery on the Paris Agreement. The Arab group would like to also welcome the 5-year plan that would like to take into account the socio-economic impacts linked to the required work for climate action. We'd like to continue working with the UAE consensus and the Baku roadmap in such a way as there's continuity in our action as we continue to make progress towards the GGA at CMA 7 and beyond. The Arab group, Mr. President, sees that we need to further confirm the basic principles in the efforts of mitigation as part of our Paris Agreement work and the UNFCCC. Such principles include equity and common but differentiated responsibilities, as well as insistence on the importance of developing states leading these efforts globally. This also includes a recognition of the various tracks that do reflect the various conditions and capabilities of each state, as well as the importance of respect and sovereignty of each nation, and also the ambition in the NDCs, which are the fulcrum and the backbone of the Paris Agreement, as they reflect the ambitions as well as the aspirations and the conditions of every state. These are the principles that will guarantee equity, equality, and the respect for the multiplicity of tracks. And these are the principles that should be the bedrock of our common action, and we need to preserve those principles. We need to enable countries to be able to delineate their own tracks, such pathways that are based on the internal domestic contexts and their socio-economic realities. Ensuring that we continue on working with these principles will guarantee efficiency, equity, and comprehensiveness at the same time. We also must be cognizant that one solution could not fix all the various challenges that we face collectively as we go on our development journey. In conclusion, Mr. President, the Arab Group would like to express its sincere gratitude for your tremendous efforts, and we congratulate you for reaching the highest possible success at this COP29 here in Baku, Azerbaijan, and we thank everybody for their constructive efforts. Thank you.
Thank you for your statement. I now invite Samoa to deliver a statement on behalf of AOSIS. Samoa, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, Excellencies, colleagues, I align with the statement made by Uganda on behalf of G77 and China. The Alliance of Small Island States joins the consensus on COP29. We have crossed many oceans and continents to meet here for a comprehensive outcome on finance goal. We had more hope that the process would protect the interests of the most vulnerable and those with the least capacity. Nevertheless, we once again have shown how the global community can come together to find solutions that serve humanity. Make no mistake, the agency for taking climate action to address the ever-worsening impacts of climate change remains. The level of ambition for taking climate action needs to be much, much higher, and it is our great hope that the additional finance administered as a result of the new goal will help get us there. On the overall finance goal, AOSIS is concerned over the lack of willingness to meet the needs of the vulnerable developing countries. This new finance goal will only serve to kickstart the implementation of our NDCs and NAPs. As we call for higher ambition and mitigation in the updated NDCs, it is paramount that we unlock more financing to ensure that NDCs are implemented in a timely manner. Time is not on our side. The need to implement ambitious NDCs is more urgent than ever, as is the need for effective adaptation measures and responses to loss and damage when adaptation hits its limits. Mr. President, SIDS cannot do this alone. We require transformational change and access to climate finance in accordance with the Convention and the Paris Agreement to ensure that we achieve the goal of a 1.5 world. As we look forward to Berlin next year, this will be the litmus test on which ambitious NDCs will be judged. Mr. President, on the GST, we arrived in Baku with a clear vision for the implementation of all GST outcomes as agreed upon in Dubai. It is disappointing that we have not made progress on this agenda item. We hope that by delaying the consideration of the refinements to the GST process to next year, that we will have an outcome that allows us to create the conditions for a successful second GST to begin in 2026. We are disappointed that we could not agree on the modalities of the UAE GST dialogue. For us, the purpose of the UAE dialogue has been clear. It should be a mechanism to implement and track progress and implementation of all outcomes of GST1, with a particular focus on finance and other means of implementation. However, we are extremely disappointed by the lack of ambition reflected in the text, especially concerning the mitigation aspects. It is crucial that we find a way to move forward with the mitigation outcomes we agreed upon in COP28 and ensure that the outcomes of the first GST do not end up a broken, forgotten promise, further imperiling the vulnerable people of our countries and everywhere. Excellencies and colleagues, we regret that the mitigation outcome at this conference under the mitigation work program is empty and low ambition. As parties, we must implement the Dubai outcomes prioritizing the transition to renewable energy sources and phasing out fossil fuels. High emitters must commit to deep, rapid and sustained reduction in global greenhouse gas emissions. Strengthening cooperation on finance, technology transfer and capacity building is essential. Implementing targeted action in key sectors to reduce emissions is crucial. The woeful lack of direction to achieve the necessary ambition to meet the 1.5 goal sets us back at a time when we should be accelerating our actions. The continued delay will cost us innocent lives and result in more suffering. Mr. President, AOSIS has been calling for a just transition pathway which is fit for purpose that does not leave anyone behind. At this COP, we transitioned this text to increasingly unjust and unacceptable versions that fail to underscore the importance of just transition pathways in our NDCs, NAPs, and long-term low-emission development strategies, and further fail to establish the linkages from the outcomes of the first GST relevant to just transition. We regret that our work here in this important area was in vain. We hope that we can resume next year with a renewed, genuine commitment to make progress on the Just Transition work program as a beacon of hope to people everywhere. We welcome the efforts by the COP President to close these negotiations and wrap up the discussion here to enable us to fully unleash the potential and opportunities of market mechanism. We further welcome the decision by the CMA at the start of this COP, which allowed parties to find common ground on cooperative approaches and Article 6.4. Adaptation is a high priority for SIDS. Unfortunately, adaptation, specifically the GTA, has not been given the attention it deserves at this COP. At this session, we would like to have moved further in steering the implementation of the UAE Belém work program on indicators. However, we remain hopeful with a concentrated effort next year. The UAE Belém work program will produce an outcome that facilitates the operationalization of the GGA framework through the achievement of its targets, saving millions of livelihoods and lives. Finally, Mr. President, as a small island nation, we must tie our work here to the oceans. We affirm the importance of the ocean and climate change dialogue and invite parties to take into account the ocean-relevant outcomes of the GST in the preparation of their new NDCs, noting that both the role of ocean-based action on climate change, particularly in renewable energy, and the vital intersection of ocean and coastal climate issues in adaptation policy planning. Mr. President, in closing, we would like to add our voice in support of your leadership. Thank you for your working tirelessly to help us agree on this outcome, and thank you for the warm hospitality extended to our SIDS delegation. Soifua.
Thank you for your statement. I now invite Brazil to deliver a statement on behalf of BASIC. Brazil, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. We are actually delivering this speech on behalf of Group Sur, which was represented at this COP29 by Brazil, Ecuador, Paraguay, and Uruguay. On the outset, we align ourselves to the statement made by Uganda on behalf of the G77 and China. Group Sur expresses its gratitude to the government and the people of Azerbaijan for the wonderful welcoming received during these 2 weeks. We also thank the Secretariat and all the workers and volunteers that made COP29 a reality. Our group congratulates all parties and all delegates for the engagement that were necessary for us to reach important decisions during this COP, and we welcome the results made here in Baku, including on the NCQG and Article 6. We are convinced that these agreements will resonate in our region, bringing real change back home and thus affecting positively the lives of the people. While we celebrate the steps already taken, we keep our visions in the near and far future. As we now enter the road from Baku to Belém, we recognize that we need to accelerate progress on the implementation of our collective commitments under the UNFCCC and its Paris Agreement. Group Sur hopes that we will reach COP30 with a set of nationally determined contributions that are collectively aligned with the objective of limiting the increase in global temperatures to 1.5 degrees. For this, it is crucial that the commitments on the provision and mobilization of finance and other means of implementation are truly and effectively implemented, including with more finance for adaptation and for the most vulnerable countries, such as SIDS and LDCs. This will give us the foundation to enhance our levels of ambition accordingly. At this point, let me reiterate our group's position that enhancing climate finance is long overdue. We recall that all climate action shall respect human rights, the rights of indigenous people and local communities, of people of African descent, of children and youth, workers, small farmers, and other vulnerable groups. It must help us to achieve poverty eradication, just transitions, and sustainable development. Mr. President, we thank you once again, and let me finish by saying that we are eager to receive you all in Belém next year. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your statement. I give the floor to Malawi to speak on behalf of least developed countries. Malawi, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Co-President. And Mr. Co-President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates and colleagues, Malawi is speaking on behalf of the 45 least developed countries. This is a collective voice representing 1.5 billion people on the front lines of the climate crisis. I do also say to myself and my group with the statements made by Uganda on behalf of the Group of 27 and China, the African Group through Kenya, and also the EOSIS through Samoa. Mr. President, we commend your dedication in navigating in this difficult process. We appreciate all the efforts that you have made to take us through in the past 2 weeks up to this point. We are also grateful to the services and the support provided and received from the Secretariat and all the volunteers and the personnel on the ground. However, we have registered some level of profound disappointment. For example, Mr. President, the inadequacy of the current NCQG text or decision is not just a failure of diplomacy, it is a failure of justice. We leave this scope with both some pride and pain. Pride in the resilience of our bloc, the delegates that were here over the past 2 weeks from the group of the LDCs, and the people that we are serving, which we fought valiantly for the survival of those most vulnerable people, but we also are pained that our hopes for true climate justice have not been met. Mr. President, the LDCs group is extremely disappointed that we are leaving Baku without an ambitious climate finance goal and concrete emission reduction plans to limit the global average temperature rise to 1.5 degrees Celsius. The outcome that we got is further short of ambition to support adaptation and loss and damage comprehensively. This is not only unjust, it is unsustainable and undermines collective efforts towards building community resilience in most of the least developed countries, the small and developing states, and in other developing countries. In many areas, Mr. President, our special needs and circumstances have been completely neglected, a position that is in complete disrespect of the principles of the Convention and the Paris Agreement. Mr. President, climate change is not an issue of charity. It is an issue of rights. It is an issue of survival. And our nations are not asking for favors. We are demanding what is necessary and fair to us. As we return home, Mr. President, we carry the weight of these discussions on our shoulders, resolved to continue with the fight. Our people deserve better. The planet deserves better. And time is not on our side. We see the loss of lives of millions of people in our communities, loss of property and infrastructure through various forms of loss and damage, displacement and migration of innocent people, food shortages, shrinking of poverty levels, and increased debt burdens. Living examples are abound in Malawi, Mozambique, Zambia, Madagascar, Bangladesh, Nepal, and in other areas. The recovery and reconstruction of these communities require millions and, in fact, billions of dollars. Mr. President, decisions on the GST, GGA, Mitigation Act Program, and Just Transition have not been favorable to our group. We can do better. And in conclusion, Excellency, distinguished delegates, it is hurtful that we continue to express our concerns, which seem not to be listened to when our communities continue to suffer. I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you for your statement. I now give the floor to Peru to make the statement on behalf of ILAC. Peru, you have the floor.
Gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you, President. President, distinguished delegates. Peru has the honor to deliver this statement on behalf of ILAC. We align this statement with the statement delivered by Uganda, speaking on behalf of the G77 and China. First and foremost, we'd like to convey our gratitude to the Presidency, to the Secretariat, and to all those officials who worked behind the scenes to make this COP possible. And we also very much wish to thank the inhabitants of Baku for their very warm welcome. We noted an adoption of a decision on financing today which fell short of the ambition that we were hoping for. Despite the efforts, we weren't able to send a clear message that we are here behind developing countries. Even we failed to live up to the expectations of Paris Agreement. What we owe to developing countries is not something of charity, but it's a moral obligation that we bear to developing countries, so that they can act as the cornerstone that they are to deal with a crisis for which they bear the brunt, because they're in the front line of the adverse impacts of climate change. With regard, we also regret the fact that we weren't ambitious when it comes to adaptation and to loss and damage, despite the attempts that were made to see progress when it came to the global goal and adaptation efforts. We continue to engage in debates and circular debates which don't leave us with any clarity as to how we're going to be able to deal with this key cornerstone of climate change action. We failed also to carry out the review process of the Warsaw implementation mechanism. We hope that our upcoming negotiations in June will be able to reach a fair conclusion on our debates on loss and damage in the Warsaw international mechanism, which reflect the aspirations and needs, particularly of developing countries. We get the fact that despite our attempts to forge consensus over the last few weeks, the consensus on the UAE dialogue for the global stock take and the modalities therefore failed to reach a satisfactory conclusion. In Baku, we managed to reach a partial conclusion when it comes to means of implementation. But having got partway through the agreement, what we will need to focus on next year is actual delivery, actual implementation in practice. We also need to continue new work on the Just Transition work programme, particularly to feed into our NDCs and our national adaptation plans, and the process needs to be inclusive and include all developing countries. We call for a transition which moves us away from fossil fuels and their phase out. This needs to be a clear step taken forward. It will need to be a multi-sectoral approach and cover the entire economy. We also wish to underscore that it's important that we mainstream human rights in all of the aforementioned processes. We have the adopted text on Article 6.2 and 6.4. We have some misgivings thereon, but we do recognise that they represent a balance, and we look forward to using these as tools to making concrete steps forward to bring about a fairer and cleaner world as provided for under Article 6. We welcome the adoption of the Declaration on Gender and Climate Change, which allows us to continue our work in this important sector, and we hope that this will culminate in a work plan that will allow us to pursue key action on gender and climate change. With regard to technology, we welcome the fact that during the second week we made progress in a joint understanding of the work programme on technology, which is a clear step forward here in Baku, and which made it abundantly clear what the Centre for Technology's mandate and actions would be. And that's helped us to overcome some of the challenges which the Centre was previously confronted with. We hope we'll be able to overcome the other outstanding challenges as well. Thank you.
For your statement. I now invite Germany to deliver your statement. Germany, you have the floor.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I fully align with the statement of the European Union. We are living in times when multilateralism seems impossible. The bookies' bets would have been on failure to this COP. But a failure would have meant the end of some countries in this room, and the loss of home, the loss of communities. This was not acceptable to us, because we will not accept that the most vulnerable are left alone in their fight against the climate crisis. This is why for us, for the European Union, for Germany, it was crystal clear we had to open a new chapter on climate finance. An approach that does not overpromise large funds, but actually delivers for those most vulnerable. And yes, $300 billion is just a starting point. We are grateful for the trust of AOSIS and LDCs, and I assure you we will deliver. Because we learned from our mistakes in the past, we cannot sign a check that will bounce. This is also about trust. And yes, we believe that for those suffering the most from the climate crisis, while causing it the least, it is crucial to open up the donor base. So we also invited those, and underline those, who have achieved great growth over the last decades in wealth and emissions to step up. And frankly speaking, I was a bit surprised to hear some argue that voluntarily opening the donor base to include some of the richest fossil fuel powers in the world should be to the detriment of the poorest. For the EU, it's crystal clear. Nobody forgot about our historical responsibilities. And as a member of a younger generation here in the room, it is also clear. We cannot tackle the challenges of the future only with the solutions of the past. We know what our decisions today won't alone be enough to meet all the needs. This is why we got behind the vision of scaling up finance for developing countries to $1.3 trillion and a roadmap to help us make this reality. And this is also why we are so clear. Climate finance and progress in mitigation cannot and must not be separated. Without concrete measures to keep the 1.5 degrees path within reach, no money in the world will save us. We, like many others, especially ILAC, worked to go a lot further to implement the goals we set ourselves in Dubai on mitigation. Not only confirming the exits from fossil fuels, but taking concrete action to make this possible. To come as close as possible to the 1.5 degree pathway, but also to realize the chances of green transformation for all, especially the least developed countries. Because climate justice means that the opportunities coming from this transformation are not unfairly distributed again. And yes, that's why we do not only feel you, AOSIS and LDCs, but we will continue to work for more on our road to Belém. Because, as the African group said, our agreement here tonight is not enough due to resistance from a few. But let's be also very clear. Those who have come here to prevent progress and to weaken our multilateral UN system altogether have failed badly. And those who believe in a better world have won. To have achieved this in these shaky times, where we need our UN system and rules-based international order more than ever, as a protection for smaller and vulnerable countries, this is a success. A success on our way to a better world for men and women, equal in their human rights. Thank you.
Thank you for your statement. I invite Indonesia to deliver a statement. Indonesia, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, Indonesia deeply appreciates the Azerbaijan presidency's dedications and tireless effort in guiding us toward consensus on critical agenda items. We also commend the collaborative spirit and flexibility of all parties, which have been vital to the progress achieved these negotiations. However, it is deeply disappointing that COP29 continued to lack inclusivity and adequate time for key discussion, sidelining critical voices, particularly from most vulnerable. Such neglect undermines multilateral cooperation and risks reducing this process to a hollow exercise. Even more alarming is the persistent lack of ambition and commitment from developed countries. The world is watching, and failure is not an option. We must ensure every voice shapes our collective path to urgent climate actions. Indonesia believes that NCQG should covering climate finance from 2025 to 2035, prioritizing public funding through grants and equivalents from developed countries, with quantum numbers reflecting the need of developing countries. It should address mitigations, adaptations, loss and damage, and just transition with affordable financing for developing countries. To ensure transparency, we propose the Standing Committee on Finance deliver annual reports on NCQG progress, incorporating both quantitative and qualitative elements. Regarding commitment to national and global goals, Indonesia remains committed to achieving its NDCs and advancing toward net zero emissions. However, these ambitions depend on substantial financial and technical support from developed countries. On mitigations work program, Indonesia welcomed the text. Effective mitigations require not only alignment with the 1.5-degree target, but also strengthened means of implementations through concrete and accessible support. This dual approach enables higher ambitions globally. Detailed clarity on the digital platform's operations, sustainability, and inclusivity is crucial to ensuring its effectiveness. On just transition, Indonesia supports the inclusions of Article 3, Paragraph 5 of the Convention, reflecting a shared principle. We urge retaining references to the dual challenges and opportunities of sustainable development and poverty eradications in the low-emission transitions. Lining with G77 plus China, we advocate balanced language that acknowledge all energy sources and promote fairness for developing nations through just partnership and collaborative approaches. On global stocktake, Indonesia is concerned about the recent GST development but remain hopeful for the inclusive shown in Baku to guide future decisions. The GST process must stay party-driven, uphold equity and CBDRRC, and rely on robust scientific inputs. We urge parties to resolve issues on placeholder on the key messages and substantive element on the GST report. On adaptations, we welcome the reaffirmations of the global goal on adaptation as a permanent agenda items and the adoption of the Baku adaptations roadmap, which strengthen the global adaptations agenda. On loss and damage, we support the decisions to provide further guidance for the fund for responding to loss and damage and urge the swift conversion of pledges by developed countries into an actionable commitment. Looking ahead, we are committed to engaging the comprehensive review of the WIM next year to enhance its effectiveness within the evolving architecture for addressing loss and damage. On gender and climate actions, Indonesia emphasizes the critical role of gender and age disaggregated data in crafting effective climate policies. We affirm our commitment to gender equality in climate action and adapting them in accordance to national context. On ocean, Indonesia affirms the importance of the ocean and climate change dialogue and invite parties to take into account ocean-relevant outcome of the global stocktake into the preparations of upcoming national determined contributions, noting both the role of sustainable ocean-based action in mitigation and the vital intersections of ocean and coastal climate issues in adaptations policy planning. In closing, Indonesia hopes the collaborative and inclusive spirit evident in this discussion will propel us forward. Let us act with heart, urgency, equity, and unity to secure a sustainable and resilient future for all. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you for your statement. I now invite France to make a statement. France, you have the floor.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. President, the Executive Secretary, ladies and gentlemen. Despite the climate emergency, which manifests itself to us in all countries regularly with tragic consequences that are costly in terms of human lives and material destructions, and which should bring us together to bring down the emission of greenhouse gases, the negotiations during this COP were difficult. While COP29 was a COP centered on finance and carbon trade, other important decisions were to be taken, especially on mitigation. We are very
disappointed by the lack of willingness of several parties to work on the UAE consensus and to reduce greenhouse gas emissions as quickly as possible. It is, however, crucial to reach an ambitious agreement to work on the landmark measures adopted in the past. The tripling of renewable energies, the doubling of energy efficiency, and the reduction of deforestation. Instead of these goals, the documents that we have adopted have postponed these to the next year for most of them, and that is a failure. We have also discussed transverse topics such as gender, and we regret that the documents do not fully reflect all these rights, in particular the empowerment of women and girls to their full extent. It is crucial to take climate action which includes gender and which is based on human rights. On the new finance goals, we have agreed to a significant amount of $300 billion by 2025 and accepting $1.3 trillion for developing countries with all stakeholders. We would like to assure the international community of our support for climate action in developing countries, in particular the least developed countries and the small island developing states. France will pursue its commitment to working on climate. 7.2 billion were earmarked by France in 2023, and we contribute 10% of the adaptation finance worldwide. As the third leading contributor to climate action, France will continue to live up to its commitments and have as guidance the priorities of the Paris Agreement for the planet. We welcome the spirit of willingness of other new states to contribute on a voluntary basis and to work to develop new coalitions to develop innovative sources of financing. Mr. President, today we have set the date for the Belém COP30. We must live up to our duty to reduce emissions. Brazil can count on France. We will continue our work with our partners to prepare for the next cycle of national contributions to reduce emissions, which will allow us to reach carbon neutrality. Any effective response to the climate emergency must be multilateral, and in this context, agreements on finance and on Article 6 of the Paris Agreement are encouraging and will allow us to put the world on the right trajectory to limit warming to 1.5 degrees. Thank you.
Thank you for your statement. I now invite Turkey to make a statement. Turkey, you have the floor.
Mr. President, I would like to thank the government and people of Azerbaijan who hosted us in this beautiful city for 2 weeks with a magnificent organization, and the COP29 presidency for their leadership and efforts. During this period, all parties gathered in Baku to accelerate effective climate action. I would also like to thank all parties for their devoted work at the political and technical level on the issues under the agenda. We all knew that this conference of parties, whose main theme was a new finance goal, would be difficult. We sent an important message to the world by successfully completing such a difficult agenda within the framework of transparency and inclusiveness. It's very important that the decisions taken under finance are implemented in a way that strengthens the mitigation ambition and makes us all more resilient against the adverse effects of climate change. We are pleased with the agreement reached under Article 6. As Turkey, we attach importance to the inclusive and effective functioning of the mechanisms under the Paris Agreement. The progress made under the global goals on adaptation is also a remarkable success. Dear delegates, as Turkey, we strive to take the steps that are required of us with a vision that accelerates, facilitates, and includes all parties in climate action.
Turkey is a bridge between developed and developing countries, not only in terms of its geopolitical position, but also in terms of its socio-economic aspects. I would like to share my belief that this special position of ours will play a conciliatory and converging role between the global north and south in COP31, which we are a candidate to host, and we expect your support for our COP31 candidacy. On the other, Turkey will continue to do its part to advance climate action in this COP and in future. On the other hand, I would like to conclude my remarks by stating that permanent peace in the Middle East and peace in the world will not be possible without a just solution to the attacks targeting innocent people in Gaza, which we see as a matter of humanity and justice. Thank you.
Fiji, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. President. Fiji delivers this statement on behalf of the Friends of the Ocean and Climate and is joined in this statement by the African Group of Negotiators on Climate Change and its 54 member states, the Alliance of Small Island States and its 39 member states, Australia, Canada, Chile, the European Union and its 27 member states, Indonesia, Monaco, Norway, the United Kingdom and the United States. Mr. President, Excellencies and colleagues, the 6th assessment report of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change shows that it is unequivocal that human influence has warmed the atmosphere, ocean and land. Widespread and rapid changes in the atmosphere, ocean, cryosphere and biosphere have occurred. Every increment of global warming will intensify multiple and concurrent hazards. Adaptation solutions implemented at appropriate scales when combined with ambitious and urgent mitigation measures can meaningfully reduce impacts, and some future changes are unavoidable and/or irreversible, but can be limited by deep, rapid and sustained global greenhouse gas emission reduction. On the occasion of COP29, we, the Friends of the Ocean and Climate, note with grave concern the adverse and widespread impacts of the global climate crisis on the ocean and its ecosystem, reaffirm our steadfast commitment to promoting the ocean climate nexus at the UN Climate Change Conference and utilizing sustainable ocean-based mitigation and adaptation actions that protect the integrity of all ecosystems in accordance with the best available science. We also affirm the importance of the Ocean and Climate Change Dialogue, highlight the key messages from the informal summary reports of 2023 and 2024 as important considerations for future actions, and commend the co-facilitators for their leadership. We note the importance and urgency of finance for mitigation and adaptation activities that support sustainable ocean-based climate action to achieve the long-term goals of the Paris Agreement, including for developing countries, in particular SIDS and LDCs, and acknowledge the critical role and traditional knowledge of indigenous people as well as local communities as stewards of nature and of all women and young people, and the importance of their full, equal and meaningful participation and leadership in planning, designing and implementing ocean-based climate action that protects the integrity of all ecosystems. Together we can align efforts to safeguard ocean and coastal communities and ecosystems and our collective future. Vinavalevu, and thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you for your statement. I give the floor to China, speaking on behalf of BASIC. China, the floor is yours.
尊敬的巴巴耶夫主席
Your Excellency, Mr. Babayev, dear colleagues, first of all, I'd like to thank the presidency team for their hard work day and night. I thank the Secretary and the coordinator of Paris Agenda items for their efforts for advancing the negotiations. I thank all the supporting staff of the COP for their contribution. I thank Baku. This year marks the 30th anniversary of the entry into force of the Convention. The governance process of the Climate Convention over the past 30 years has stood the test of time. Although not a smooth sailing, it has always been striving forward. We're in a community of shared future. Facing the climate change, we have to show solidarity in common response. We have taken note of the NCQD outcome. The developed countries' commitment in finance are far from the needs of the developing countries. The finance obligations of the developed countries should be further specified. Dear colleagues, January 25 marks the 80th anniversary of the founding of the UN and the 10th anniversary of the Paris Agreement. Standing at a new historical juncture, all parties need to stay true to the original aspiration and forge ahead. We should work on the basis of Paris Agreement rather than backtracking. The key to addressing the global climate crisis is to uphold multilateralism, work together on our commitments, and achieve a mutually beneficial cooperation. China is a responsible developing country. No matter how the international situation changes, China will be firm in working with all parties to uphold the multilateral process and international cooperation on climate change. China will continue to implement the national strategy of climate change, implement the goals of carbon peak and carbon neutrality, carry out extensive South-South cooperation on climate change, and provide assistance to other developing countries in their response measures to the best of our ability, and contribute to global green, low-carbon, and climate-resilient sustainable development. Let us work together towards the vision of the Convention and the Paris Agreement, and jointly build a clean and beautiful world. Thank you, President.
Thank you for your statement. I now give the floor to Canada to make a statement. Canada, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. President. Canada came to COP29 determined to strengthen global efforts to fight climate change. We were proud to come here to Baku with a diverse delegation that included Indigenous peoples, workers, youth, and civil society leaders. We came to learn, to listen, to work with others, and to secure strong outcomes. Because we see the worsening impacts of climate change in all of our countries. We came to COP29 with high expectations to build on the outcomes we agreed on in Dubai. We came here to translate our GST commitments into meaningful action, and we remain determined to work with partners to continue taking concrete steps. Mr. President, back home, what our citizens demand is that we drive down greenhouse gas emissions. In that context, we need to finalize ambitious NDCs in 2025 and take immediate and concrete steps to turn our NDCs into action. It also means we need to address mitigation here in this forum. We need to demonstrate to the world that we are credible and we are determined. On finance, Canada welcomes the important steps forward we've achieved here. Canada sees today's result as an opportunity to listen, to partner, and to act. Because for us, the goal is not just what we adopt on paper, but how we deliver upon our commitments. We know we have important work to do. And we know we can do better in unlocking new sources of finance and more transparent private sector mobilization. We know that funding needs to be available and accessible to those who need it most. There were other key outcomes that we cannot lose sight of. Together, we adopted a renewed program of work on gender. We have adopted the local communities Indigenous peoples platform. We finalized tools to ensure the transparency and integrity of international carbon markets. We are, however, disappointed that we did not adopt a decision to shape the work on just transition and cement the importance of human rights and labor rights as we transition our societies and our economies. Before closing, Mr. President, I do want to thank you, the Presidency, your team, the UN Secretariat, and all the workers and volunteers who worked very long hours in support of COP29. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your statement. I now give the floor to Norway to make a statement. The floor is yours.
Thank you. I give the word to our youth delegate, Amalia Holyfield.
27 million children suffered from hunger as a result of extreme weather events in 2022. In only 50 years, human activities have caused 2/3 of the world's wildlife population to disappear. I'm afraid of what the coming 50 years will bring. In Paris, you promised us to act, but since then, emissions have kept rising, and the consequences have only gotten worse. The new finance goal that we adopted today is not even close to reflecting the deadly impacts of the climate crisis, faced primarily by developing countries on the front lines. Today, we are recklessly speeding towards disastrous ecological tipping points. There is no time for dangerous distractions, and there are no excuses left. We need an urgent scaling up of climate finance, and we must stop funding climate destruction. The existential threat of climate change affects a world that is already suffering from extreme economic inequality. When responding to the climate crisis, we must do so while embracing the principles of solidarity and justice. Countries like ours need to take the lead. Although we, the youth, would have liked to see a finance goal in line with the needs and the science at least $1 trillion annually, this is still a tripling of the ambitions. Now we need to hold our countries responsible. All provider countries should go home and at least triple their climate finance immediately. Sami activist Ella Marie Isaksen has many times stressed that every environmental win is temporary and every loss is forever. We cannot afford to lose this fight, and forever is approaching quickly. I'm too disappointed to say I believe in you, so instead I will say we depend on you. Thank you.
Thank you for your statement. I give the floor to Iraq to make a statement. Iraq, this floor is yours.
شكرا سيد الرئيس.
Thank you, President. At the outset, would like to express our thanks and gratitude for the excellent efforts that Azerbaijan has put forward in hosting COP29, and we'd like to thank all of the delegations that have put in the efforts to ensure that we follow up on the Paris Agreement, and we associate ourselves with the Saudi statement in the name of the Arab group and the statement of the G77 and China. Iraq is eager to ensure a balance between climate action and development, and building capacity and technological transfer in such a way as to ensure sustainable development for all within the UNFCCC and the Paris Agreement. And we wanted for the NCQG to take into account the technological transfer, capacity building, and also making sure that the developed nations are there to support the developing countries and to ensure that this is all incorporated as part of the NCQG. We welcome the efforts regarding the loss and damage, but we want for the principle of common but differentiated responsibilities based on the capabilities of each nation to be upheld. This is as important as the need to support the NDCs for countries as well as other national documents. And the future NDCs will have to have a national character and to respond to the specific contexts and conditions of nations. We'd like to insist here that the outcomes of the UAE dialogue is important for our work towards achieving the goals of the Paris Agreement. We would like the use of energy to be safe and to work in favor of sustainable development. We need to work collectively to ensure that there's a transition to sustainable development without a negative impact on the most vulnerable in society and without hurting our efforts to eradicate poverty. We would like to insist also on the importance of the UNFCCC and the Paris Agreement in their affirmation of common but differentiated responsibilities. When it comes to Article 6 of the Paris Agreement, we affirm the importance of new rules and guidelines and working with carbon bonds in the carbon markets. There is indeed a clear importance for dedicated funds to ensure that the negative impact is contained, especially for developing countries. We have to affirm here that the mitigation work program that we agreed on in the UAE is conducive to achieving those goals, especially when aligned with damage and loss. There are countries and communities that are being subjected to biodiversity loss, and the impact is also felt among other vulnerable groups within society, including the elderly and persons with disabilities and others. We need to work together to counter the repercussions of climate change based on the common but differentiated responsibilities. We'd like to thank the UNFCCC Secretariat for all the efforts to convene this COP in addition to the presidency. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your statement. I give the floor to the United Republic of Tanzania to make a statement. Tanzania, you have the floor.
Madam President, my delegation associates with the statement made by Kenya on behalf of Africa, Uganda on behalf of G7, China, Malawi on behalf of LDC. Madam President, we came here with huge expectation on the current finance. While we have made some progress on some items, we must acknowledge the challenge. We must acknowledge the challenge remaining ahead of us. For instance, Tanzania requires 19.2 billion for implementation of our INDCs. The cost will rise as time goes on. This demonstrates the need for ambitious and scaled-up provision of finance with clear responsibilities for developed countries. On carbon market, the United Republic of Tanzania commends the huge milestones on Article 6 under the Paris Agreement. And we are looking forward to participating in both market and non-market approaches as well as voluntary markets. For a functional and credible participation in this mechanism, we need additional capacity building. And we are open for cooperation with other parties and the market players on implementation of this decision. Madam President, while we acknowledge progress made on gender, we insist on the need for clear mandates on financing of the Lima work program. We are also concerned with increasing introduction of new concepts that are not in consistency with climate change, hence end up stalling the progress on the negotiation. On just transition, Madam President, just transition remains an important agenda for Tanzania, and it must include promotion of transition to clean cooking. Madam President, as we welcome the progress on full authorization of the Loss and Damage Fund, we also commend the dialogue on mountains and the climate change. Tanzania harbors the world's highest freestanding mountain, Kilimanjaro, which is one of the pieces of the evidence on how mountains and their ecosystem are impacted by climate change. We call upon relevant work programs and the constitutional bodies under the convention to integrate mountain-based action into the existing mandates and the work plan. Madam President, as we live back, let us scale forward the speed of cooperation, partnership, and urgency. Let us remember that our action today will shape the reality of now and tomorrow. We must act with ambition, guided by science, adequate allocation of resources, and driven by moral imperative to protect our planet for current and future generations. To end up my statement, I extend my deepest gratitude to the government and the people of Azerbaijan for their warmth and hospitality, and to all delegates for their tireless efforts. I welcome you all to the United Republic of Tanzania, the land of Kilimanjaro, Serengeti, and Zanzibar. Together we can, and we must rise to the challenge of our time. I thank you, Madam President.
Thank you for your statement. I now open the floor for statements from the observer organisations. Please limit your intervention to 2 minutes. I now give the floor to the representatives of ENGO, a constituency of environmental non-government organisations. You have the floor.
Thank you. I speak on behalf of ENGO CAN, ENGO DCJ, Tango and WGC. We refuse to make an official statement and contribute to this sham of a process. We will not be complicit in the failure of COP that turned from Conference of Parties into a Conference of Developed Countries. We refuse to bring more legitimacy to a system that has collectively failed all of us for the benefit of you. Thank you.
Thank you. I give the floor to a representative from Demand Climate Justice. The floor is yours.
Thank you. I make this again on behalf of ENGO CAN, ENGO DCJ, Tango and WGC. We refuse to make an official statement and contribute to this sham of a process. We will not be complicit in the failure of COP that turned from the Conference of Parties into a Conference of Developed Countries. We refuse to bring more legitimacy to a system that has collectively failed all of us for the benefit of few.
Thank you. I give the floor to a representative speaking on behalf of indigenous peoples' organizations. You have the floor.
Dagote, Madam President and parties, indigenous peoples from the 7 socio-cultural regions wish to condemn the unethical methods and even more unethical outcomes this COP has produced. There is nothing to celebrate here today. As peoples, as sovereign nations, we join the several other nations that have voiced their vehement objections to these unacceptable decisions that are continuing to destroy our planet. We support the CSOs who have chosen to use silence to refuse to give legitimacy to this sham of a process, but we have an obligation to speak and hold our place as rights holders in this space and ensure our disappointment is put on record. It is unacceptable that human rights and the rights of indigenous peoples were removed from NCQG and instead prioritize carbon market financing, which profoundly harms indigenous peoples. While we urgently need direct and equitable access to climate finance for adaptation, mitigation, and loss and damage across all 7 sociocultural regions, we reiterate that we reject the financial colonization that comes from loans and any other financial mechanisms that perpetuate indebtedness of nations who have contributed the least to climate change yet bear the brunt of its tragedies. Our lands, waters, ice, and territories are melting and burning. Our peoples are suffering. We no longer wait. Expecting us to be grateful for $300 billion by 2035 is expecting us to be grateful for you profiting off our preventable deaths. There is no just transition without the rights of indigenous peoples being fully upheld. All adaptation and just transition actions must recognize us as the crucial and equal partners, the rights holders that we are. The knowledge systems of indigenous peoples, our worldviews, practices, and sciences are distinct and provide a vital basis for effective adaptation strategies for climate change. Unlike the false solutions being proposed and even celebrated, our practices have been proven to work. Excluding our knowledge systems and worldviews from climate action risks the survival of all humanity. We all deserve better. We need parties to recommit to the 1.5-degree target, phase out fossil fuels, and transition to sustainable systems that respect human rights and the rights of indigenous peoples. We offer you the leadership, solutions, and contributions of our communities in this collective fight for survival. Ashund.
Thank you for your statement. I give the floor to 2 representatives speaking on behalf of children and youth non-governmental organizations. kindly be reminded to keep the statement to 2 minutes in total. You have the floor.
Distinguished chairs, parties, fellow observers. My name is Runi. Next to me is Mena. We are speaking on behalf of the Children and Youth Constituency, Yongo. We voluntarily disclose that we have no direct ties to fossil fuel or other emissions-intensive industries and no other conflicts of interest. Why exactly are you here? Are you proud of yourselves and what you have accomplished? Because children and youth are not. We are furious. We are devastated. Is this a joke to you? We have been waiting our entire lives for you to address this issue and you keep dragging your feet. You have been arguing about this for so long and now have nothing to show for it. Barely agreeing on human rights. Are you serious? That should not even be up for discussion at a climate conference. The principle of just transition should guide the entire operationalization of the Paris Agreement. Our families, friends, entire countries are being sentenced to death because you don't have the guts to do what is right. Why do we have to beg you to stop having fossil fuel lobbyists in the room? Why do we have to beg you to make polluters pay up for the damage to our health, to our homes, to our planet? Why are we the one being punished, our future stolen? This deal kills the Paris Agreement. It undermines the convention. It shatters all hope. The just adopted quantum in the NCQG is not just insufficient, it is a blatant insult. NCQG needs to be anchored in gender and intergenerational equity. 300 billion is not even close to being enough. Trillions, not billions. The number finalized for what do not reflect ambition. It reflects abandonment. Additionally, the operationalization of Article 6 comes at unbearable cost. You are auctioning our future.
Promises without action are not hope, but hypocrisy. Finance must reach the most vulnerable communities with accessible pathways. What has been demonstrated by the global north in their future by addressing historical responsibility and take action for the most vulnerable is an act of betrayal. We stand by small island developing states and least developed countries, which contribute the least to this crisis but are impacted the most, and decry the actions taken by the Presidency and the Secretariat. Is this the standard you claim to represent? Being highly exclusionary and discriminatory. We support our civil society organization allies who have chosen to use silence to refuse to give legitimacy to this sham of a process. But we have an obligation to speak and hold our place as rights holder in this space and ensure our disappointment in both of record. We are incredibly disappointed when looking at the outcome, or better yet, a non-existing outcome of this COP. There can be no climate justice without gender justice and human rights. Cease fire now. Defund genocide.
Thank you for your statement. I give the floor to a representative speaking on behalf of business and industry non-governmental organization. You have the floor.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to address you on behalf of the International Chamber of Commerce and the Business and Industry constituency at the closing of this COP29. We extend our sincere gratitude to the COP29 presidency and especially the young volunteers of Azerbaijan for their tremendous efforts in staging this critical COP. We also thank the parties for their unwavering commitment until the very final hours. The global business community came to this COP with clear asks for a bold, actionable Baku package to match the urgency of the climate crisis, accelerate real-world mitigation and adaptation, and deliver vital support to the most vulnerable in this global transition. A package that responds to the following clear calls. First, an ambitious outcome on mitigation that delivers and builds on the Dubai promise, and that requests all parties to come forward with bold and 1.5 aligned NDCs in the coming months, informed by the outcomes of the first Global Stock Day. Second, a strong set of rules that fully operationalize Article 6.2 cooperative approaches and the centralized 6.4 crediting mechanism to establish a robust framework for the cooperation among countries to implement their NDCs. Finally, and most importantly, a truly ambitious, actionable and comprehensive NCQG, one that has at its core a clear commitment to provide public finance that responds to the needs and priorities of developing and climate-vulnerable economies. In addition, we called for a goal that can be a real catalyst for the mobilization of private sector climate finance in developing economies. President, parties, these were our clear calls. While you've made some important steps forward, this is not enough, and much work remains to be done. As you prepare the next NDCs, the only push for greater mitigation ambitious outcome from last year's COP. This year, we've missed an opportunity. You must do better, and we know you can. Coming out of this COP, there's a urgent effort needed to build an enabling investment climate for private finance. The Baku to Belém roadmap will be critical in this regard. We've also heard here in Baku increasing concerns on uncoordinated national interventions that must be addressed as a priority. We would encourage a discussion on the climate and trade nexus at the next sessions. Real solutions to climate change lie in multilateral and multi-level cooperation and effective public and private partnerships. This is the only way to deliver on the Paris Agreement. The global business community stands ready to work with all parties towards Belém and beyond. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your statement. Dear delegates, I invite the COP to consider agenda item 20, conclusion of the session. This brings us to the end of the conference. I sincerely thank you for all your hard work over many long hours. I wish you a safe travel home and look forward to see you again. I declare the 29th session of the COP, 19th session of the CMP and 6th session of the CMA closed.